original thing. Original thing. Original thing. Them want thief my style. That is the criminal thing. Alien brain, they say they ain't human. I walk with a fire like Lucan. Original thing. Y'all tell me Chris like Eubanks. I'm a style hotter than a weather in Sudan. That's why they want link us like Cuban. Yo, original thing. Me a real outlaw like Tupac. Forget the politics coming in ain't soon up. I ain't got a mask up like Ku Klux. You got us but you ain't gonna catch them all like Zubat. Original thing. Original thing. Them want thief my style. That is the criminal thing. Original thing. Original thing. Them want thief my style. That is the criminal thing. Yo, watch the Kingston lights, see me from Portland. My life makes you twist and turn like say a front door jam. Yeah, me go over my thing, so them can't diss the program. You stay move fast, but me move quicker than broadband. Some of them move petty, like they work for the BP. When it's Sean Paul gang, you carry them a dash like Yeezy. To the ups and downs, my soul did survive like Jeezy. I stay away from ups, that's how I stay alive like the Bee Gees. Original thing. Original thing. Them want copy my style. That is a criminal thing. Original thing. Original thing. Well, you know, so we're not like them. Cause we do original things. Sound, original thing. Flow, original thing. Style, original thing. Everything is original thing. Them just pirate and copy, them not have no original things. That's why when we come around, it's original things.
Yo, I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. Said I'm off to the moon. Bartender, pour me a juice. Yo, cocktail with the fruits. Yo, DJ, pull up the tune. So this one, yeah, rude. This one, yeah, lift up the room. Said I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. Said I'm off to the moon. Bartender, pour me a juice. Cocktail with the fruits. Yo, DJ, pull up the tune. So this one, yeah, rude. This one, yeah, lift up the room. Yo, this one, yeah, smooth. I don't ride on these, I cruise. I make a dance floor move. Everybody turn up, get loose. Yo, said all in now, groove. Go on, lift up your dancing shoes. Take a sip of the juice, then report to the DJ booth. Yo, tell them wheel this tune. You can't help but feel this tune. Straight up, you need this tune. Have to Shazam and steal this tune. Realist, got the realest scoop. This one come like breaking news. Pouring free and I'm blazing too. Few more of those and I'm breaking loose.
Oh, I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. Better believe it. Yo, said I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. I'm in the I'm in the mood. Bust 2 foot and groove. Hey, off to the. Said I'm off to the. Yo, said I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. Off to the. Yo, hey,
I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. Said I'm off to the moon. Bartender, pour me a juice. Yo, cocktail with the fruits. Yo, DJ, pull up the tune. So this one, yeah, rude. This one, yeah, lift up the room. Said I'm in the mood to bust 2 foot and groove. Said I'm off to the moon. Bartender, pour me a juice. Cocktail with the fruits. Yo, DJ, pull up the tune. So this one, yeah, rude. This one, yeah, lift up the room. Yo, I'm in the mood. I got the feeling. DJ wheeling. This one's beating. From the ground floor up to the ceiling. Good vibration. Speakers leaking. Yeah, system bumping. Larger phantom. This one jumping. From LA back to the UK. This one straight up damaging functions. Yo, make no assumptions. Told you top floor down to the dungeon. Big vibes in abundance. And we got style and flow by the hundreds. Yo, big buds in a bundle. Yeah, I got these ones straight from jungle. So I'm done being humble. I'm about to make this venue rumble.
I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. Yo, said I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. Yo, lift up.
Man, no say I'm Ems, Bingo, Marcus, Visionary, they are. Man just, hey, man just step and sway. Hear me. Yo, me done left sober, so man wave. Screw faces, I ain't got no shades. Chat with your chest, man, don't do shade. I need cake, don't need headache. Vibe in a place, man, step and sway. Wink and gal when I come my way. Man do road and man do gal, yo. Bread get break and bed get break. Food up and run, I need a new plate. Gal up and run, I like a new shape. Gally on me, true, say I look sweet. Can't get enough, now she got a toothache. Man one friend, now they see me on stage. Why don't beg, better know your place. Finger on deck with a funky sounds and M's on bars, yeah, man, no say. I'm a skeng on bars, car and with me. It's my style, them man want take. It's not real, them man too fake. Don't call me power like man, don't hate one. Stab my back and smiling face. Feel some way, then you're that brave. Get a little change and man try change, but them thing there can't run with me. Live from my step in the entrance. Touch my kin farm, everybody in trance. See a hot gal in the distance. Close that distance, let me get this dance. Live from my step in the entrance. Touch my kin farm, everybody in trance. See a hot gal in the distance. Close that distance, close that distance. Just step and sway. Just step and sway. Can't spend all day tryna get paid, but can't spend if you don't take no break. So step and sway. Just step and sway. Spend all day tryna get paid, but can't spend if you don't take no break.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Coming to you you live from London. It's the final day of Swiss stage. Today, 4 teams walk into the Copper Box Arena, but only 2 will walk out with a spot in playoffs. The great news is all 4 regions are making an appearance. I'm your host, Victoria, and I've got Minnie and Billy here with me. Here we are, final day, 4 regions. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling great. I can't wait for this NRG Foot game. I think that's the banger of the day. I think that Foot can come out. People are going to be a bit surprised with them, but that kind of head-to-head with like NRG, the kind of world champions, but Foot, the kind of underdogs. I'm loving that one.
And so many storylines when we consider the second match as well, of familiar faces facing off against familiar faces, whether that's been playing against one another previously or playing together previously. So yeah, it's going to be a banger day.
Oh, absolutely. I think we're going to get some really good matches. The other good news is because of this, playoff pick'ems are officially back open. You've got until the first game happening very shortly to lock in your picks. So you can head over to ValorantEsports.com if you're here in the stadium with us. I know you can't log into your account right now, or go directly into the Valorant client before playoffs begin. So how have your pick'ems been so far, guys?
I might have forgotten to lock mine in, so not
you
very
did it?
well. I don't
Okay.
think.
I think that might have been a good thing. Your Preds have been kind of...
They've been better than yours.
Oh, that's true. But we're talking about you. How about you, Billy?
Yeah, I have been forgetting to lock mine in every time I go back after the show, and then I'm like not even thinking about doing my pick'ems. So I don't know.
Have your predictions been so far?
My predictions have been okay. I think up
been
until
better.
yesterday, my predictions were okay.
Yeah. I'm definitely the worst out there. In fact, let's look at the bracket so you guys can see why it's been a little tough to predict at times. So Vitality and Lev, of course, are qualified to playoffs. They're pretty comfortable hanging until this weekend. But today we got Foot versus NRG, and we got Global Esports versus XLG. We saw the draw show yesterday. Of course, no regional matchups this time around. But I think we are gonna have some spicy matches.
Yeah, some spicy matches. Condolences, obviously, to DRG Full Sense. Like, DRG so close there, and then Primi doing everything he possibly could, but wasn't enough yesterday, so unlucky for them.
Yeah, I think that was the cool thing that we saw yesterday was all of the matches went the full distance, and that's what happens when you get regional matchups and that comfortability.
Yeah, like I think we tried to like kind of hype those games up because obviously there's a lot of familiarity between both of the teams that were playing one another, but I think the fact that it went the distance for every single series, as we're saying, is what made it so hype and being able to play on that global stage against one another.
Well, I have a game for you guys. Since you missed pick'ems, we got a game here on the desk. So we're gonna test your London knowledge with a little quiz I have here. The rules are simple. You guys each have a little buzzer, and when the question appears on the screen, whoever buzzes first gets to answer first. If they get it wrong, the other person gets a chance to reply. So let's see who's gonna get more points.
What's the tactic?
Minnie is so ready.
Yeah,
I love
like I was gonna hold it
You're
here.
a tiny bit shorter than me, so your reaction time should be quicker than mine.
All right, first question.
Friendly fire!
What famous fictional detective lived at 221 Baker Street?
Sherlock Holmes?
You have to buzz.
I buzzed.
I didn't hear it.
You missed it.
I missed it. Okay, Minnie,
Okay,
go. This
Sherlock
is
Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes. You've got it correct. There are not many famous detectives that are fictional here. Second question. What is the most played map here at Masters London?
I think I buzzed first.
I didn't buzz.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Pearl.
That is correct. That is correct. 5 times we've seen Pearl here at Masters London. The next question, how high is Big Ben? I saw Billy's.
I didn't buzz.
Oh, you didn't buzz? You
My
don't
answer
know?
is a lot higher than Minnie.
That is true. It is much.
Yeah, 200.
Ben is bigger than Minnie for sure.
200 minis.
200 minis. You guys are not going to answer this one?
No.
All right, let's go.
96 meters.
96 meters. We're not putting in feet today. And the next question is, what agent has the highest pick rate here at Masters London? Oh, Minnie.
Omen?
Wrong! You have a shot at this, Billy?
Yeah, that's such a safe guess. I'm gonna guess Whaley.
That is also incorrect. It is Fade,
Fade.
with a 50% pick
I
rate.
feel like we saw a lot of Whaley. I don't know why. That's what came to my head. But Fade, yeah, Fade is interesting.
Yeah, yeah. You're learning something today. Now, what platform does the train to Hogwarts start at King's Cross Station? Whoa, Minnie, you're so on it. What is it?
9 3/4.
That is
He
correct.
was looking at the screen, like waiting
That's
for it to
true.
come
I
on.
can't help
You're
it.
not listening to Vic. You're looking
You
at the
guys should
screen.
be looking at me. Don't be looking at the
Oh,
screen.
really?
Eye contact. Well, yeah, because you're reading it. Billy's engaging with me. Guys,
Okay.
Cheater.
no cheating.
Cheater.
Cheating. No cheating.
Yeah, you're cheating.
All right, next question. Which region has won the most global events?
Oh.
There are only 4 to pick from.
Why we're so hesitant?
You guys are
We're so
really thinking.
hesitant.
Tell me your thought process. Come on. All right, Billy.
Oh, I hate to say it, but is it America's?
Yes, it is America's. Oh, with 6. It's okay. We're in EMEA. I think things could possibly change.
Who's next, do you think? Is there, do we
Who's
know?
next?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
To
what's
win?
the next region that's like America's
Nah, don't worry,
1-6,
don't worry.
but-
We don't have stats. We don't
Yeah,
have stats.
all
we don't
right.
have stats.
What is the official national animal of England?
Ah, we got a national animal? No one told me.
Is it a giraffe?
We? Who's we? Mate, I'm not from England. I'm from Scotland, so
And
Okay, Billy.
a lion.
It is a
that's-
lion.
Oh, I'm an
Look at
idiot.
her.
I am an idiot.
Light one.
You're like,
Light
I
one.
don't know, and you said that with such confidence there. Next question. How many overtimes have we had at Masters London? Minnie.
3.
What?
What?
Here in London?
Yeah. Why is that so ridiculous?
Because it hasn't happened.
Well, we've
Oh,
not
it
had
hasn't
any.
so far.
I was going to say,
I'm
I
a
don't think
fraud.
we've had any.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 0.
Zero.
So
Overtime.
Billy has gotten that correct. It's felt like a little bit of overtimes yesterday, but we had none so far. All right, the next question is, what animals are legally allowed to cross London Bridge toll-free? This is I can't believe this is a thing.
Animals?
Animals. Well, animal. What animal?
Animal.
But like multiple of them are allowed to cross. All right, Minnie.
I know it's not cats, but imagine cats were allowed to go on. Cats.
It is not a cat.
No?
A cat sees to itself. What are you on about?
What?
How are you going to stop a cat walking across it?
Oh, I'll stop it. Where's your license, mate?
Minnie's retirement plan.
I'm going to guess sheep.
It is sheep. Why do you know these things? This is crazy, Billy.
She stayed up doing her homework last
It's general
night.
knowledge.
Wild. Billy is totally whooping your butt right now. The next question is, what is the highest number of kills dropped so far at Masters London? Okay.
Per me. No, Kiko with 39. In a map?
Is it in a single map?
You just
Or
have
a
to guess the
series?
number, but it's neither one of those players.
Huh?
Highest number of kills dropped so far at Masters London.
Overall? In a map, in a
Um,
match?
It should
These
be
questions,
overall. This looks
Victoria.
like overall. This is overall.
I've been
This
conned.
is overall?
Been conned.
It should be overall.
Overall.
I don't know. I've lost. It's your go.
Sayonara. I'll just guess Sayonara. But I have to
Oh,
guess
maybe
the
it's a
number
single
of
map.
kills.
Oh man, this is terrible. The answer is 35. Who
Oh, it has
would
to
you
be a
say this
single map
is?
then.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Don't know.
I would have said Kiko,
I
yeah.
thought Kiko dropped with more than that.
It is not Kiko.
We're going to need to fact check this one after.
It is
Alberto's
Happy
gonna
Way
have words with
versus
Alberto.
DRG.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
All right. Good showing. Billy, do you have a thank you speech, victory speech?
I don't really have a victory speech, no, just I knew I was going to win, so light work really, just another day in the office for me.
Good job. Congratulations. Now, we want to ask you guys a question in our Mastercard fan poll. Who do you think is most likely to make it to playoffs? Do you guys want to contribute your opinion? You kind of shared a little bit here. I
Most
know we got some
likely-
Foot supporters here.
Well, I mean, my hot take was that Foot is going to make top 3, so I got to back my boys and say that Foot is going to be able to make it to playoffs today, as much as NRG is probably a pretty tough opponent to be going up against me.
Yeah, what was your tick, Victoria? It was DRG and GE top 4. So you're
Yeah,
now
so
on the
it's got to
GE
be.
train.
It's got. Yes, I'm on the global esports train. They're so global. I mean,
What
they
train?
I think they
represent
win today.
everyone.
I think they're the most likely to win today.
You think so? Okay, okay. Well, you guys can vote and share your thoughts and opinions with the hashtag Valorant Masters on socials. Now, today was actually a lovely day by London standards. It was kind of sunny. So let's see what Frankie's doing outside in the London sunshine.
Today is what we call a heartbreaker because it's the last day of the Swiss stage, and that means 2 more teams are going to be going home. And at the end of tonight, we'll also bring in our top seeds from our 4 regions, which means our coaches will be choosing after, yes, yet another draw show who they want to play as we head to our playoffs bracket. If you're coming to see us in London though today, or during the playoffs, I've got a recommendation for you. Take your photo in here. It's like we're at the seaside.
Oh, Frankie.
A nice day. It's so grey, clouds.
That's a nice day for us, no?
Yeah.
It's the nicest day so far here at Masters London. All right, now we have to talk about NRG. They have a reputation, and that's beating EMEA all the time at Globals, 5 times, in fact, except one team. Minnie.
Yeah, the greatest team. My team. They couldn't do it against me.
They could
Artists were
not.
doing some sage slows, and it was an easy game, but it's all good. I think that Foot are a completely different team than we usually see in EMEA, though. They're very aggressive, and it's a kind of style that I think NRG are going to struggle with a little bit more than the typical slow, boring stuff that I might have been part of.
And then
Yeah.
if you're NRG,
Pioneering
you
that.
need to be able to keep the streak alive to avoid being eliminated today. Let's not forget when we consider them being the world champs back at Champs Paris, having a podium finish in Santiago by placing 3rd, and now you could go down to a team that, coming into this event, I think it's fair to say a lot of people underestimated Foot up until their opening matchup.
Definitely. I agree with you guys on that one, and a little bit of hope for EMEA there. Now, this is really interesting. Foot, like you were saying, so they lost to Vitality, but despite that, they had a really interesting round conversion rate.
Yeah, they had 81% round conversion rate whenever they got the first blood. So you can definitely see that in their game plan, particularly on the defense, I want to say, constantly looking for those favorable fights and aim duels to be able to disrupt any team's kind of defaults. And I think that that should be one of their strengths going up against a team such as NRJ today.
The problem though is that they got a lot of first bloods and they converted. But like, if they're getting that many first bloods and they're still losing the game, then there's something going wrong. And I think that that might be a little bit of an inexperienced diff. Like Vitality, our experienced team, were able to close out some of these rounds, and I think that's going to be the same story today. It's about, can NRG, even if they go down in numbers, kind of convert with their experience?
Yeah, and NRG facing against Lev looked like they were struggling with that sort of in-your-face play style. That is, would you say Foot plays like that too?
Yeah, exactly. I think that when I look back at all of NRG's results, it's been APAC teams that they've been struggling with the most. And Foot are a team that I think plays similarly. They're going to be in your face with that double duelist, and I think that NRG prefer to play at a pace that's a little bit slower. So I think that today it's about Foot doing their usual stuff and being hyper aggressive. If they get nervous at all, then just stop, just do that aggressive stuff. And I think that's where NRG are gonna have some troubles.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, let's have a quick chat with them. Gently got to have a chat with Sop and Zeus.
Jen here with Zeus of Foot. Zeus, what was the first thing you guys discussed after the draw show yesterday, and where are you looking to target NRG?
Ya enerjiyi çekmemiz hakkında aslında hiçbir şey konuşmadık. Çünkü günün sonunda eğer international bir turnuvada gerçekten iyi bir başarı elde etmek istiyorsan karşına gelen herkesi yenmek zorundasın. O yüzden enerji ya da XLG kim geldiyse ya da gelebilirse çok önemli olmadı bizim için. Enerji karşısında da genel olarak biraz daha takım oyunumuza, birlikte oynamaya ve aim fight'ları kazanmaya çalışacağız. Bu kadar.
So we didn't really discuss much about drawing NRG because in an international tournament like this, you have to beat every opponent, everybody in the tournament. So NRG, XLG, it really doesn't matter. And against NRG, we are gonna focus on our team play. We're gonna focus on playing together, and we're gonna try to win the aim fights.
All right, thank you. Shoot back and play your own game.
Thank you.
Well, he doesn't seem very worried at all. I like that attitude coming in. And of course, their teammates with Yedaje, he played really well against Vitality, even shining on his Astra debut.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot said about Sop and even Zeus stepping up at this tournament, but Yedaje is the player that has been here before. He's the experienced player of the team, and he has been performing extremely well, which is great to see. I think that he is the hype man, and he is the person that, if they get a little bit nervous at times, he's going to be the one bringing them up and being the stable rock of this team.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely offers a wealth of experience to this roster, as you mentioned, Minnie, the one that's been here before. And I think it's so exciting to see him jump onto that Astra for the very first time on the global stage. But I think for me, the Cypher, this is the agent that we kind of know and love him for back in EMEA. And I think something that Vlad had mentioned on the Astra and on Pearl specifically was they didn't have a lot of confidence in that map in the kind of first half, which kind of made them fall behind. And of course, they were able to kind of have that comeback in the end. But I think it's the experience on Yetijay that we're looking at to kind of bleed through the rest of this roster when we're considering all of his teammates.
What was that tattoo? Can you
I'm
guys
not sure
see
we had a
that?
Gorillas one then there. I didn't see what that one was though.
It's like a little cat. And he was showing it off to the audience there. But let's hear Yetijay's own thoughts on that match against Vitality in our HyperX player moment.
Hello guys, I am Yetijay from VALORANT Esports and we are in Masters London. Yeah, we lose against Vitality. Of course, I'm not feeling super good about that. I'm so sad, but sometimes if you can't control yourself for good communication or against pressure, that means you're gonna lose. So we really throw so many rounds, but yeah, that's why we lose probably. And they was really good. They always good when they play against us.
Another tap, a swap of the gun, and now the scale forward. Durka thinking that he's been re-wrapped on. But Yetijay just continues to not buy it. He knows he's not sticking it. Rides the rope back down again, and Durka will just look to escape. Try to retain the operator, and Yetijay claims him.
Of course, I want to make playoffs, but better than my passion about that for my team, for my roster, for these guys. I really want them to see making a playoffs on international event because it's really big experience and also very good moment for the people who are playing Valorant. So hope we can do it.
Now that we've had a few days at this event, one of the questions we had coming in, of course, was about the agents and the Neon nerfs. And coming into this, we had high hopes for Mada, especially since he struggled in the Neon meta. On the other hand, we were worried about the Neon nerfs against SOP, but things kind of turned out the other way, didn't it?
Well, we got to see SOP on the Chamber on Pearl the other day, and he has said that he will play anything, that he can offer this team flexibility. Now, of course, the kind of way that we've seen that so far has only been the Chamber, but I think when we consider the nerf changes and the kind of how Neon looks right now, it hasn't affected SOP whatsoever. On the other hand, for Mada, we're not really seeing that kind of Champions level duelist that we would expect, Mini.
Yeah, coming into the event, we had our doubts about his form coming into the event, and I said that it's going to be fine. He's going to be going to that Jet and the Waylay, and he's going to be absolutely fine. But right now, he is struggling a lot, and it's going to be him having to pick things up. The only thing that's materially changed in my head from when he was doing really well at Champs is the fact that they're going more towards double duelist. They're not. He's not being set up as much by Ethan's KO, and so my eyes are now thinking, is this about Mada not suiting this system as much for energy? Is he a little bit less comfortable playing with that double duelist or not having as much support utility? And that is what I'm going to be looking at for in this game. Because on the flip side, SOP doesn't need that at all. SOP is going to be self-sufficient going in and doing his thing. So that's my narrative for this game, for these two players.
And do not just forget the kind of style clash that we have here and what we've kind of highlighted already, but also the experience, Diff. You have SOP that literally just came into VCT this stage to join this FUT roster, going up against someone that has quite literally lifted the Champs trophy. So I'm interested to see if SOP continues this kind of confidence approach and not really caring. You know, he's been very fearless so far throughout on the global stage. You could never tell that there's any big stage jitters getting to him, whereas Mada has had a bit more of a slower start in this event.
Yeah, it is very curious. In fact, Jen Lee got to have a quick chat with him, so let's see how he's feeling coming into today.
Jen here with Mada of Energy. Mada, going up against FUT, what are your plans to deal with their fast tempo, and how do you neutralize their aggression?
I think the most important thing is just playing as a team, playing how we know how to play, and doing things that we always do in practice to shut down aggressive teams like that. What they do doesn't really matter. It's all about us.
All right, sounds like a plan. Thank you.
I am loving the OMEN look he's sporting out there right now. But what do you guys make of the energy he was kind of mentioning about coming into this match?
I'm not so sure. I think NRG are a team that likes the game plan. They're going to be looking at footage. So the idea that it's just about playing our game kind of vibe, I don't quite agree with. I think that as well, if they're not doing that kind of preparation, looking at a team that's very aggressive, then that's annoying because I've already set this up as a team that struggles against maybe that aggressive style, and they need to go back to the drawing board after that Lev game and see what went wrong in some of those moments.
Yeah, I think during the Lev game, we kind of saw adaptations, but almost as though they were coming in too late, which was what Lev were able to capitalize on. And I think Foot will be able to have a very similar approach today. We heard from Mada there how they're just going to focus on their own game and not let that kind of get in their heads too much. But I think that Foot are such a disruptive team that you're going to be forced to be in your own head with the way that they style up against you.
I see a lot of confidence for Foot, but despite their performance against Lev, Scuba had a really good day against them, actually. Got a little haircut, can see a little better.
He was one of the players that I highlighted with Mada as coming into the event with a little bit lower form, but in the last game, he was the player stepping up the most. I think now it's looking at the full team and looking at who can step up right now, because it seems like right now, NRG are not in form. There's players like Brock, who I think should be one of the best players at this event, not playing like his usual self. And players are going missing all over the place. Coach Bonkar said that they're a little bit tired, and he's going to give them a bit of a rest, and hopefully that's enough for them to come in and be a bit more rejuvenated in this game.
I think for Scuba, he is your trusty, reliable anchor when we consider this NRG roster, and I think for him, he needs to actually be able to rely on his teammates to be able to gather as much information across the map so that he knows what to expect and what's coming towards his site. We've mentioned before how Foot are such a contact-heavy kind of team before they actually decide to explode out into those executes. So for him, he's not just relying on his own individual performance, but also how much information can the rest of the team be able to find on the map. He's mentioned that he's struggled at times playing against this Chamber, Phoenix and Jet, and these are all agents that Foot have been tapping into recently, and we've also seen Foot take that extra space when they get into those post-plant situations, which is where I'm slightly worried for NRG, I think, coming into this match today.
In fact, Mini, you had some thoughts. I love the Mini meta, so basically I want to hear you break down Lotus for NRG.
Yeah, so Lotus is a very likely map today, and NRG being very good at it, but I think that there is one thing that Foot could do to disrupt NRG's defense completely. So here, the key players are going to be Kiko on this mound and Mada on this A main. So these are the things we're going to be looking at for. And what NRG are really good at is playing against the teams that have the double duelist and the Vice. They've been winning all the time against that, and that might be a composition that Foot look to play. And so if that composition decides to go towards C, then Kiko's going to fall off. And then in reaction, on the other side of the map, Mada's going to go up close and get all the information on Rubble. And what that means is that NRG are able to move their rotations to have 4 on the BC side of the map, matching the attack. So they're always going to have the same amount of players. And that is the same on reverse. On reverse, if the attack decides to take out Rubble control, then Kiko can easily contain this C position. And once again, NRG can rotate over to B and A and match the 4 players there with 4 of themselves. So the question is, how do you beat that? I think the answer is very simple. I think that the answer is Viper. Right now, NRG are about 8-2. Playing Lotus, but against Viper, 1-2. And the reason is because these Viper teams are able to take man control like normal, but then in reaction, Mada can't push down on Rubble because this Viper has already got the position with their Viper wall and can always threaten that there. So for today, big picture, what I'm looking at is, are Foot going to play that Viper and punish NRG's defense protocols that are very set in stone? And if they don't play that Viper, how are they going to deal with NRG's defense?
Well, free coaching advice from Coach Mini here at the analyst desk. Thank you so much for that. And earlier we asked which team you're backing to make it out of Swiss today. So the results are in. It's, of course, one of these 4 teams who's going to continue 4th here. And overwhelming votes for Global Esports. You see, it's not just me. It's not just me picking Global Esports. What do you guys, Mini, you're making a face right now.
I think it's kind of obvious. I think the Foot and NRG game is a lot more of a banger. I think the XLG, there's still some doubts about that team coming in today. And GE have looked fantastic this tournament.
Yeah, I think when you consider the performance that GE has been able to put up, I was a little bit worried about the intensity of this event with the kind of approach that they have when we consider how they play regionally. But yeah, I think 61%, that's pretty high for GE, and fair enough for it. I think for me, I'm a little bit worried that Foot are down at the 10%. Maybe I've not been selling this Foot top 3 narrative enough.
You know what? I want to give you your moment to sell Foot, okay? Because I think NRG as the reigning champs right now they are, you know, I think a lot of people are very confident in them right now. So tell us about Foot. Tell us why they're going to be winning today.
Listen, they've made it back to their first international event since missing all of them last year. We've got a new era of Foot. quite literally a new era. You've seen all these young players. Sop is going to sop all over them. He's been crazy this event, okay? I'm coming across a little bit biased here right now, but I
want full bias, Billy. Give it to us.
People usually would like look at the experience of NRG and yeah, maybe it's a safe option, but be bold. You know, dare to take a risk.
Yeah,
I like it.
2-1 NRG today.
Oh my God. I don't know. I'm kind of
Get off your box. Get off your box right now.
All right, well, on NRG side, which Mini is believing in, let's get Brock's thoughts on their loss to Lev. Here he is in our HyperX player moment.
Hi guys, it's NRG Brock. So like against Leviathan, on third map we could have came back, but we let it slip away. I think we threw a couple rounds, but that's about it. We just gotta go next. I think Leviathan came up with some new attack side stuff on Pro, at least, that we haven't seen yet from them. So yeah, they adapted a little bit that we didn't see before.
Leviathan want to fight into the spawn with the door closed. It could be an option, but they're going to break it. Immediately, that's going to tell NRG where this play is coming through. It's going to get Brock locked in and loaded, and he's taking all of them!
The stage has been feeling really amazing here. The crowd's good. The fans are nice after meeting them after, but yeah, it's been good. To all the fans, thank you for the support. I really appreciate it.
I think both of these teams are feeling a little bit of tension, a little bit. This is a huge day. It's a do or die match right now. Both of them want to be able to continue on in playoffs, and it's been really unfortunate for NRG. Again, reigning champs, fighting through Americas, through that lower bracket. These guys have not really had much of a break coming into this event.
Yeah, and as I said before, Bonkar, with the experience of his coaching, knowing that they need a little bit of a break, what is 4 extra streams going to do? Not a lot. So I think that hopefully if they've taken a little bit of time off, can rejuvenate a little bit, and that form can look a lot better today. They have not looked like the energy that I was seeing on that lower bracket run.
Well, it is time for the skirmish, the 1v1 showdown, and they have selected Zeus and Mata to represent their teams. All right, Mata.
Which mousepad is this?
Hopefully, which mousepad is this?
Peripheral tips already from Mata.
Oh!
Operator, is that Deagle?
Just going for the Sheriff,
Sorry,
though.
not Deagle.
Oh!
Ooh. Okay. Maybe Mata needs more of a break.
That's crazy.
I thought it was a gentleman's agreement, you know, with the Sheriff, and Zeus is coming in this looking really confident.
It's good, it's good. What? She should just use the Sheriff every single time.
I need to go warm up, bro.
Is Zeus your Sheriff demon over in EMEA?
I guess so. Well, I didn't have that narrative.
Yeah, he is now. I mean, one thing for Zeus is we always saw him as more of a rifler, right? Like, we see Sop jump onto the kind of snipers and then Zeus on the rifle, but I mean, he's tapping heads with the Sheriff. That was a nice little warm-up.
Yeah, that was what a way to start this match. In fact, let's see what they ended up doing in the map veto.
Alright, welcome guys. Let's do the map veto real quick for Foot versus Energy. Foot won the skirmish, yet they're choosing the side.
Team B.
Alright, Foot picked Team B, Energy is banning the first map.
Ban Split.
Alright, Split is banned, then Foot is banning.
Ban Breeze.
Breeze is also banned. Now, Energy picking.
Pick Lotus.
Okay, and side for Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Then your map pick.
Haven.
Okay. Then side for Haven, please.
Defense.
Okay, then we have Ascent, Fracture, and Pearl left. Energy banning first.
Ban Ascent.
Ascent is banned. Last 2 maps are Fracture and Pearl, and you are banning.
We ban Pearl.
Pearl is banned. Deciders, Fracture, Energy pick in the side.
Attack.
Alright, then I will give you a quick recap. We start with Lotus, Foot attacks. Then we have Haven, Energy defense. And if we have Fracture, Energy attacks. Everything correct?
Yeah.
Alright, thank you guys. Good luck.
Yeah, I think that NRG are going to really like that map pool there. I think that they got a lot of maps there that they like. Foot going into Haven, picking into that, when NRG have not lost that in stage 1 so far. So I do continue my energy kind of praise here. I think that Lotus, like we saw, that's a map that NRG have been winning a lot. And the question is whether Foot have done their homework today.
Yeah, I think it's almost interesting that Foot didn't pick into Ascent, considering that almost looked like a weakness for NRG, but obviously deciding to play that Haven out, as you mentioned, undefeated on it so far. I think the Fracture is interesting because that has also been the remaining map for NRG throughout this event. So hopefully if we get to that point, it's going to be a banger.
Quick Preds.
2-1 energy.
2-1 Foot.
All right, well, I think I'm going to be joining Mini on this prediction here. His homework's been pretty good, so I'm going to copy it today. But it's good to point that the NRG squad have beaten every single EME team they faced, but Lev showed us that they didn't really love the heat when the pressure is on. So Foot bring that same firepower that we see from APAC as well, the same suffocating aggression. So it's a do or die match to force the issue. Let's see who's going to come out on top and who's going to go to Heathrow. Well, we are about to find out who will be surviving another day here at Masters London.
我觉得首先在赛区内，我们通过自己的实力争取到了这个国际赛来之不易的名额。我们来这里训练得很刻苦，然后所有人都在用心的去调整自己的心态，自己的这个心态的那些就是上场的那些感觉感受，让自己处于一个自信，然后全力以赴，然后去操作去秀的这个状态。
XLG, they will persevere.
I mean, XLG was my previous team. I win with them Ascensions. When I was in XLG, I played with Rarga, Happyway, and who I was coach. So right now, I face Verizon again.
我觉得是我们的梦想一直在驱动我们向前走，去争胜，去专注每一回合，才是推动我们一局一局持续去争胜，全力相信自己的动力。
For us, it's good matchup because like it's Chinese region. It's like same as APAC. They like to fight.
下一场比赛，我想带着第二季的愿景，非常自信，全力以赴去争夺这比赛的胜利。
Good luck, guys, and I will destroy you today.
London, we will keep going.
But continuing to look fearsome, but vitality just a cut above. Have to suspect that is going to be lingering in their heads.
It's always important to don't fight with your emotions. You need to always feel them and just try to control them, especially on the clutch rounds. My heart is gonna boom. Let's keep you alive. That's why I'm here.
This team showed you the best resilience on the planet.
The expectations, it's not really something we think about. It doesn't matter what the situation is. Our resilience will push us through.
We always play do or die matches. We always stay alive. I hope we can do it again.
We're really good under the pressure. We're just gonna play our game.
Let's run these guys day, bro, please.
And they're gonna feel the pressure. It's gonna be a fun match, and good luck.
Until the fight is over, we will not give up. Today, you will see Turkish aim.
Bad
London,
boy, man,
make
G to the
some
end.
noise!
Enter, shut down race from where I enter.
It's versus NRG.
Some of them come, some of them extra. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper.
London, it's a do or die match in the last day of Swiss stage. We got Champions winner NRG facing this prestigious Turkish org, and they really want to show the world why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, and I think that the narrative for this game is Foot with the aggression. They have been looking amazing with that SOP, the spearhead of that, picking up the operator, running it down. He has just been all over everyone this tournament, and I don't expect him to stop here.
And it's exciting because we have such a clash of play styles in that respect. When you're looking at NRG as well, the journey that they've had to be able to make it to this event, now finding themselves at a point of potentially being eliminated, they had to go from that lower bracket back in Americas all the way to be able to make it to this event. Now they're up against an opponent that they have never played against.
But if I read out the results of Maptors here for NRG, 8-2 on Lotus, 5-0 on Haven, 3-0 in Fracture. I think that they have won this veto easily. but I don't want them to just rely on the map theory. I want to see them stepping up individually. This does not look like the NRG that won champs or went on a deep run at Santiago. I need to see the individuals here today.
Stepping up individually, but also just playing like a team. We saw in that opening game, everyone was in Kiko's backpack. And then, of course, they had their game the other day as well, where we saw them starting to step up and warm up to the stage. But let's not forget, this was a champs winning team. We keep going on about this because of the experience diff that is on this stage. You have 4 members of Foot that have never stepped onto a global stage up until this year. Foot, of course, making the return to the global stage after missing every single event last year.
When you have that kind of narrative with Foot facing NRG, who have a reputation for taking down EMEA teams, the odds, you could say, are stacked against them.
But this is a completely different EMEA team. This isn't that boring, tactical, strategic, you know, wait until the last 10 seconds type of team. This is a team that in the first 10 seconds, Sop is going to be in your face. Zeus is going to be right there behind him, and they're just going to be death balling it up onto these sites. So, and that is the same on defense too. They're going to be running at you no matter the side.
And I don't want us to paint the picture that Foot are just a team that will run at you and shoot at you. There's definitely some theory behind the things they are doing. We spoke about the strength of this meta for them at the moment, the less utility, being able to contact and walk up and go into these explosive site execs like we mentioned. NRG needs to get ahead of the curve and be able to contain that, find out as much information as possible across their map. Do not let Foot get in your face. Do not let Foot be proactive, because that's exactly the approach that we have seen from this roster so far.
Lotus is going to be the first destination of today. Minnie, you were breaking it out earlier, some things you want to see NRG adapt on. What are you making of what we have so far?
So Foot are not running the Viper. They have that composition, the double duelist with the Vice, the NRG are fantastic against. So on this attack side, the question for me is, when Foot are grouping up with the 4, how are they going to deal with the fact that NRG's rotations are going to match them? I don't know how they're going to do it. They're going to have to show me something though.
Yeah, I mean, previously they were running the Viper though, right? So this is a complete switch up coming into this event. We are going to see Yetuje jump onto that Vice instead. We've spoken today about how incredible he is as a player.
Yeah, so the key thing with NRG's defense is to watch Mada and Kiko on these extremities. As soon as they lose one of them, they're going to have the other and be able to match the rotations of Foot. And the question is Foot going to be able to just use that firepower and just overrun NRG, who are out of form right now?
That's right. Thank you so much. And taking us through Lotus, we have our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Here we go, the final day of Swiss. Some more teams to be sent home, some more to qualify into the playoffs. I'm Achilleos, that's Paperthin, and we're going to be taking you through all of the action in this series right here in front of us. It looks to promise a hell of a lot of action.
No, you would think so. This is a really exciting matchup because you have the up-and-comers in Foot versus the defending world champions, of course, in NRG. Two teams that have never faced each other in VALORANT history. Going up for the first time, Scuba under pressure does get some good damage in onto Zeus.
That it does. Tag down to 8. Now, kill's going to be found. Paint shell going to be lobbed in. Cristalla going to be taken down. Yetuje only able to peel back a single kill, but now a 2v4 and more damage suffered. They tuck into the corner. And that's just going to be NRG completely overwhelming their opponents and taking the opening pistol.
Just a really simple theory here for NRG. Find a little bit of contact at the front of B. Pretend like you're peeling back, open up the door, set up the crunch, and swoop through for the kills. Foot just can't do much about this one. Just a well-read pistol round here. Bonker's already fired up.
And needs to keep that energy going. Good start off the rip. It's going to be classics across the board here for Foot, as they'll try to find any way to deal damage. Well, perhaps we would see a force into this one, given that they're on the attacker side, but it looks like it's still just going to be a decently pacey hit, a push forward. This Vice utility still in position to hold them at bay.
Yeah, so might just be a little bit of an orb collection than a change of ideas, change of scenery. They will be doing exactly that, just trying to get what they can out of this round. I think part of the idea here early might be just trying to avoid some of that Brock util in these early rounds and seeing if they could sneak through, but NRG step ahead of the game. Mata
still thinking that this is going to be a late hit onto C, so Mata all alone on this side of the map.
Cover going out.
He'll be under some pressure. Obviously has the Spectre here to try to hold his own. Bit of opening spray going to be sent through. Jump peek, spots him out. Now the rotations can come through from NRG. Foot, can they scale quickly enough? No. They're going to look to pump the brakes again.
Well, this is already kind of interesting from Foot, showing some different stuff than what they have so far in this tournament. It's a lot of pauses. Oh no.
30 seconds they are left. Swooping forward. Lying just around the corner is Scuba. That judge in hand, ready to absolutely ruin their day. Can he get the ace? He's going to be looking for it. The cut back over to the spawn. The shot's going wide. Energy. I mean, you're trying to deny him an ace, but you got to die. You got to get taken down. He'll find the one. But then will fall. And the patience from NRG, from Scuba in particular, ends up paying dividends.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is just really interesting stuff for Foot in terms of maybe showing a little bit more willingness to rotate around the map than what we have seen previously from them. They're a team that will kind of try to take some space early, consolidate it, maybe try to wait you out, see if you'll over-rotate on them, and then make their hit after that. But maybe trying to get in NRG's head a little bit here with some of these early ideas on these ecos. But like you said, NRG had plans regardless. Clear the haunt. Mata can't take the fight.
Yeah, will get flushed out, finds a bit of damage on the sociable, but loses his life. Scoop at the same time, wanting to push forward, grab that gun, is able to do so, just riding along his own Viper wall. Makes his way out to safety, but all of this pressure is to really maybe try to shove them elsewhere. But as you can see, the deep angle that Kiko could have had established outside of Mount has been given up, so now he's playing back on the site with that judge.
Yeah, so you've given up a lot of information control here as NRG. You're kind of in a situation where you can either hedge your bets or try to gamble. They're going to hedge their bets and confirm on the Prowler. Doesn't force anyone away for NRG. Still just going to be Ethan there initially. And Foot really taking their time here. Really want to be thoughtful and considerate against this NRG team. You know, we talked about the high tempo pace that they can play at, but so far showing us a little bit of a different identity.
Noise starting to be made. Wall again, going to be raised. Scuba, does he go for the pot shots? Looks like the answer is no. It's going to be that tap of the door coming through. Swing in the corner, and Zeus is able to have him dead immediately. Relay bolt now going to be connecting, limiting that spray, but Brock is still able to find one elimination. And Zeus cannot line up for the second. Ethan able to strike him down. Giving he and Kiko an opportunity to still try to clutch this out and get that bonus converted. To make it happen at 2v3, it's going to be a double approach from upper.
Planted.
Sociable work down low to 40 health. He's going to be taking point. Ooh. His Paranoia will be sent out. Force away for the moment. Kiko able to find him through that smoke. TP to reposition over towards main.
Last player standing.
Yenajay able to find the shutdown, and any more damage that Ethan could get still be quite significant, so they need to try to hold on to these two remaining weapons. Tap of the defuse at the scale 4, just trying to separate them, and he does manage to take it down to 1. But will deny the bonus conversion, but at significant cost.
Yeah, this is really, really good for NRG, frankly. Even, they come close to getting the bonus, but they still drop all the guns but one there. Nice early opening kill for Sociable, but Brock able to hold the line even through the relay bolt. Knew he was dead, just had to try to do what he could.
Let's go!
Still, Foot gonna try to keep the energy there. But NRG just really sturdy in their defense, and even with having to give up a ton of map space, Foot just kind of gambled a little bit incorrectly towards the A site. Loses some players, hemorrhaging that advantage that they could have utilized, but goes Sop. Stuck in the Vice util, and the Odin gonna deny a little bit of access.
It's a little bit more on the back end of those thorns, but it's gonna be quick rotations from NRG, trying to get into position as Spike is brought to bear. Plant now gonna be coming through. Ethan potentially rerouted as they have this triple stack on the waterfall angle quad, actually, with Zeus up top as well.
Sees Paranoia.
We're about to clear it. Mata to find one, the swing in, and Ethan hits the transfer to take down Zeus in midair. Just breaking their way right back into this side, but Crystallian and Sop have something to say about it. 2 kills apiece, and now suddenly it is just Brock with that Odin in hand. Spot him to one the slide across, is drawing that attention, and Brock overwhelmed and running out of bullets will end up falling. What a massive rescue of the round. As Foot will tie it up 2-2.
That's that individual firepower you're looking for on Foot, on display. Sop, big round here, big 3K. And Cristali with just a Guardian finds two. They don't check that angle. They get kind of tunneled in towards those players at the back of sight. So that's exactly what you want out of a Neon. Being a distraction and racking in the kills. Beautiful stuff. Even though NRG looked like they had a shout into that after Ethan hit a belter of a transfer. Oh my goodness.
Now, push back onto a thrifty attempt is NRG. Some going to be forced away. Paint shells, paranoia, all going to be invested. Establishing that control outside of Rubble, and allowing for Mata to collect that orb. So now it's going to be one charge away from a showstopper that could be a tipping point in this round.
Oh.
But Sop is going to be able to find Ethan.
Yeah, that's huge. You're going to open up a lot of extra space, deny a lot of information.
I think he might have gotten caught on a jiggle peek or a jump peek.
Yeah.
Surely he wasn't just out into the open.
I think you're right. They're going to try to maybe lean in towards B here. Just Brock and a classic awaiting them.
And just keeping that util pocketed. Knows that they're not going to be super favored going into this one, but he's still going to be able to find Sop. Immediately rotates over, but the weapon's going to be juggled away. And he's going to quickly scale off the back of this, continuing to hear that breadcrumb trail of Sociable dropping the guns back, but he can't confirm the kill. Takes him low, but can't take him down. All the while, NRG now clustered into the B site, but to push forward from Foot at A. You see the TP from Sociable, works his way over to drop. Kiko finds another though. J eliminated, and suddenly that's a weapon that can be recovered. NRG are in with a shout.
Now that showstopper's a real threat if it gets to it.
Zeus needing to be able to hold his own here. It's just a tap at the door, the rotate out. Kiko trying to keep some attention tied on this angle, and he's got the attention of two, but Cristali will be able to catch a glimpse. Gets the kill, and that's the weapon now lost as Mata and Scuba go on the approach here at rope. When coming in, snaps on for the headshot. That is a gorgeous flick from Sociable. Now it's just Scuba to try to see if he can get some more damage in. Slow down the ballooning of this economy. Find a bit of damage pushed back, but it's going to be Zeus finding that final shot as Foot find themselves in the lead.
It still looks really nice for NRG. I mean, the map reads are really good. They're mirroring the rotations nicely up Foot, but the gun's just not going to be there. Oh,
come on.
That's unfair. Just a shoulder. Oh.
I mean, I knew exactly what it was.
Yeah.
But it was even more impressive than I thought.
It was really nice. That's great reactions from Sop, who's going to have an operator now, too. So does Mata. Mata on that showstopper. Zeus still a couple away from his, but J, Cristali, their ults. Definitely some nice ability to clear some space here. Deep angle. Prowler is going to be cleared for Sop to try to keep this operator position hidden. But with that Haunt not seeing anything, they're going to feel comfortable to take a little bit of extra space.
Bring them down.
Obviously, you know Ethan's in there. Just what do the other layers look like behind that? Mata tucked in behind the box outside of stairs.
Still on a paint shell to potentially clear this angle, force Mata to reposition. Looks like they will just hold it for now. And silently drift away once again, looking like they might lean in towards C.
I'd love to see Sop create a little bit of noise or throw a fast lane or something here to try to really sell this.
I think that's why he might be the one sticking around that, and he's expecting a jump peek from that site. Font goes out, has to pull back, give up a little bit of space, and Ethan, oh, you are playing with fire. Oh, he's nearly able to find him through the door. Reapproach back through B main. Tap of this one, it looks like Foot are gonna go for this push. Clearing out the box, smoke now at main, gonna be dissipated. Still a paint shell that can be sent, but double thorns situated. Zeus can be the one to go up and over with a spray from Brock. Now gonna go flying in, but it's gonna be Zeus who's able to find him through that smoke after all. J gets Kiko, and now it's just Ethan trying to slow things down. Re-swinging around the back here, Sop peeks into the main, finds Scuba, the elimination is in.
10 seconds
I think that if you're NRG, you're gonna have to try to go for the save, especially given that you have this operator in play, but looking to establish a flawless round as they move up 4-2.
Yeah, it works out well enough here for Foot. Leaving Sop trailing with the op. Does a nice job just baiting that extra little bit of attention, and usually Brock, even when he's under pressure with an Odin, somehow finds one, but this time can't really get that spray to go. Can't figure out where those tracers are coming from.
I think he was fully blinded up as well, so he couldn't even see the damn things. So ends up just holding down M1, hoping for any sort of contact that he can get. Just completely unfavored in that scenario, but Foot, another massive round for them here, and maybe that's enough to try to force out an early timeout from NRG. They're going to start feeling a bit more desperate as time goes on if Foot can continue to rack up these wins, because this is NRG's map pick.
For sure, and it's a map that where Foot has kind of struggled on. We haven't seen it in this event yet, but you know, so far this stage hasn't been their best map. And NRG, on the other hand, 2-0 so far here in Masters London on Lotus. So you got to feel like you got to do some damage. And again, NRG typically a team very good on the defender side. You know, you think about the combo of the Odin, you know, Kiko just going crazy, Mata very sturdy typically, but it's been a rough event for some of those players, especially Mata. He has really struggled compared to what we're used to seeing from him, particularly on the global stage. But in this Coinbase win condition timeout, I think, you know, maybe Bonkar just kind of reaffirming, try to take a little bit more space early, try to contest maybe a little bit earlier, maybe especially at C-Mound or something. But overall, they've had some okay reads. They just haven't been able to convert individually, so it could just be a timeout just as much to kind of reset their mental a little.
I mean, Bonkar talking about it on social media as well. The team not really ever having the chance to take a break. Starting to feel that pressure as the expectations continue to build up.
There.
Well, if there's any team that can thrive in those kind of scenarios.
That's what we often do say. Let's see if they can prove us right. We're a Foot. I'm going to be able to come out on top of this one, because if they take Lotus, then you start really favoring them to take this entire series. Overdrive and a Nightfall going to be available. Pit is available as well for Scuba. Curious if we just see that one off the rip, as they do manage to get a buy collected. Bond out over the top. Stop going to be revealed. The showstopper going to be sent, and that's going to be rewarded with 2. Massive value for Mata from beyond the grave. It was a good shutdown shot from Zeus, but it was a bit too late. That's the entry power now taken out of the hands of Foot.
And that's a showstopper denied from them in this round as well.
Swing in, and Ethan able to hold the door. Yetajay going to be taken down. It looks like Crystalli going to try his odds with this one. It's 4 bullets remaining. He will run out of them, as well as out of health. Scooping out, backfilling that space. Lob it on that sees to find no connection. Sociable and Crystalli. What are they going to be able to work here? It's Kiko backpedaling deeper in towards spawn. Giving up this space, NRG making the call to just play for a retake. They have the Steel Garden.
Yeah, and they have the flank. That's really what you're looking for.
Completely cover this site.
Yeah. Well, there isn't much util left here in the back pocket for Foot. Haunt just comes back online. You do have the Nightfall.
30 seconds left.
Gamble to invest it.
Planted.
Plant now in, NRG. Gonna start to make their move. Approach out, Sociable, maybe with a path to work his way out into the spawn. It's still gonna be risky though, because he just doesn't have the information, but could use that to avoid this Steel Garden.
Face your fear!
There's Nightfall. Okay, we'll give him that out. Sure as there's no one on that approach at the stair side. Noise now starting to be made. He's able to backpedal away. It's going to be Crystalli. That bandit in hand to try himself alive, but a glimpse. Spotted there, and Scuba tagged down to 5 HP. Swing at the corner, and Crystalli not quite watching for this though, but neither is Scuba! Sociable now at drop finds Kiko, and Crystalli gets himself a second.
Ooh, that's a backbreaker. NRG's economy is going to be in the dumps. Meanwhile, Foot is flush with cash. And that round, when you get that early advantage, that 2-for-1 on the showstopper, you take that rubble fight and you win it. But you can't convert off the back of it with a 3v2 on the retake with the Steel Garden in play. Just an unchecked angle costs you dearly.
And for Foot, I mean, seeing Crystalli play like this is a breath of fresh air, because while he has had good performances in this tournament thus far, that final map to have them not be able to immediately qualify forward, he was having a very rough go of it on Fracture. He's found his footing yet again.
But it's a huge relief here for Foot because now they're going to have a showstopper that they probably were wanting to get the orb for in the previous round.
Mata's going on a walkabout. Looks like this is widely prepared for, though. Mostly anticipating it from that A main side, but Pain Shell to try to lead the charge. Maybe the showstopper just invested off the back of that. Saab scouting forward yet again is able to find Ethan. Taking him down with that outlaw. And Foot may be starting to assess that this is the stack. They want to try to instill some doubt, make NRG think that they're going for this pivot play.
And it just comes down to Mata and Yedajay here. Oh, Yedajay, is he going to consider it?
For now, no. Starts to look at it, and Mata ends up pulling the trigger a little bit too quickly, and Yedajay just wins the fight. Mata now dead, the weapon gone, Scuba finished off. Sociable looks for a little bit more.
30 seconds left.
Looked like he was gonna re-tap that door, open it back up, and go out there for a brawl. Instead, we'll allow for Brock. Maybe coming towards him. Some noise made. Yedajay just keeping them boxed in. They're going to try to fight this one together, but he's able to get them separated now as the paranoia flies through. Kiko tucking into the corner. And Yedajay looking for the elimination. A solid shot there with that Sheriff. We'll put Yedajay down, stopping it from being a flawless, but Sop will get himself a second, and Foot will move up 6-2.
I just love the patience and the discipline you're seeing from Foot here on this attacker side. You know, really using their time wisely, not overcommitting to anything. Just a quick dip, take the kill, and out for Sop. Then Yedajay wins that huge battle on the extremities, knocks the, hero rifle out of the hands of NRG. Those contact fights, so important, but Foot has been so good at them. I mean, you think back to their opening game against Full Sense, where it was tons of contact fights. They were absolutely dominating that team.
Here goes Showstopper's going to be sent off the rip, and it's going to be Mata taking down, but Ethan Mata still able to find some kills. Trade there on the Zeus, Sop dead. Ethan getting some revenge. Spray and pray is rewarded. Cristali going to be tagged down to 10. Player advantage still going to be established. Looking like a very good reply round here from NRG. Find the win off this with the showstopper committed as well. You'll be feeling damn good about your chances as Paranoia is not going to be connecting, and Brock is going to be able to find him. Finishing the job, and now the spike straight on the other side of this wall. This looks nigh impossible. No ultimate available for Sociable to just try to pick this one up. No Seal Garden from Yedajay.
I mean, you almost have to wrap all the way around the map and try to come from a different angle. At least getting an orb out of it. Yedajay's laughing there.
Yeah, they're having a giggle about this. I think they know that they're in a pretty screwed position.
30 seconds left.
Let's see if they manage to work some magic. Smoke out again. There's the spam on the spike, but Sociable able to TP out. He's got it.
One enemy
But Brock's got the push forward, and once again, it's stuck on the other side of a door. Spam through, Yedajay will fall, and Brock will come away with 3 kills to get NRG the same on the board.
And it's huge here for NRG because it keeps their economy stabilized now. They were teetering on the edge once again. That's a big win for Mata there. Foot gambles for the showstopper, that they can use that to take control of A. And NRG just stepping ahead of it. It's a good idea. Sop once again sitting on the op, still has the overdrive.
Hasn't really had a great opportunity to try to commit that one, but Sop again is going to be taken out as Ethan is starting to find his number, and Mata gets a kill as well. Another key advantage found at the start of the round for NRG as they look to run this back. Now on the back foot, listening to Foot.
Bakıyorum soluna. Hobbit'ten ince cross olabilir belki. Ona pikleyebilirsin abi, bekliyorum ben. Sağıma bakın. Bakıyorum Flare'ye ben.
Trying to keep things cool, calm, and collected, and see if they can try to find the clutch here. Sociable Scaling, spotting Ethan, but unable to find that elimination. Meanwhile, it's going to be Kiko ready for the counter swing. Shutting down 2, looking for that third, and he will get it. A flawless round for NRG, who need to springboard their economy as they look to close out these final 2 rounds of the half, and immediately we're going to see a timeout called from Foot.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking the same. You know, Foot has a real opportunity here to make this potentially an 8-4 half. You're going to have some cash left here for a buy, and this is a good opportunity to recover the round. Definitely got some Kiko fans out here in London today, but yeah, they're just winning the Rebel fight. And I mean, it's just completely setting Foot back because they're having to fight these odd numbers advantages, which they did win 1 round like that, but they had already taken a lot of space by that point. So in the Coinbase win condition, I think just maybe talking about how you want to take that early aggression fight, how you want to control some of that early map space, you know, where you want the utility land, where you want your players to be placed, because SOP has been just getting destroyed with the operator in hand, just trying to swing out, and Ethan has been ready to receive every time.
And I thought that maybe we would just see Zeus, you know, tabling that showstopper for the longest time until that pit came into play, but committed it just a couple rounds ago, and Scuba still has not had to utilize this ultimate as they continue to try to run this one back. After giving up 6 rounds consecutively to Foot, to even make it to 5 or to tie it up would feel very good for NRG.
It was a good round to have some kind of idea for that ultimate for SOP to try to take this one over. See what they're going to do. They're fighting again, aggressive early, this time going deep.
The overdrive's going to be popping. Ethan is pushing forward, is still able to find one. Zeus will trade that back now to push in, and he's looking for a second kill, but cannot find the transfer. Meanwhile, Kiko and Brock going to be able to reply. 2 kills found off the Odin. Is J now having to try to clutch it out, and he cannot. Caught off guard by Kiko, and the aggressive play is immediately shut down. NRG 1 away from tying it up at the half.
Yeah, that's just that individual effort from the player who was arguably the best in Americas during stage 1, Brock. Even with 3 players getting hit by the haunt, Foot can't capitalize. They can't get the round. They get shut down again at that A Rebel fight. So what got drawn up was countered well by NRG and by Brock in particular. I mean, he's 1 away from a Steel Garden coming into this. Ethan's gonna have another Nightfall. J does have a Steel Garden. Cristalli 1 away from a Nightfall himself. So if you can get to this plant or just do this, grab the orb, pretty good chance to at least get into a post plant you would think is Foot, but Mata's pushed up so far. And Ethan hasn't seen anything over at B, but they're still thinking C right now, just off of that orb tap in the smoke. Mata's giving up a little bit of space. Cristalli's got an Odin here.
Trying to fight fire with fire. It's been a thorn in their side. As Prowler not going to get the spot. Mata, how much value can he get off this position? Ethan is there as well, just trying to play him in. There's the peak. He's able to find one, but a little bit of a wider swing out from Sop, and it's going to be Zeus able to collect that kill, but Zeus himself going to be taken low as the Nightfall now going to be invested over towards the B site. Going to try to pivot off the back of this one, immediately swarming their way forward, but that's exactly where the Odin is positioned, and there's going to be a Steel Garden in response. Sliding those up. Eventually is able to find that kill as Ethan will get taken down. C sent over. Scuba pushing his way forward, but behind the box is Sociable. Cleans up the kill. Brock and Kiko now try to duo clutch this one. Zeus going to be pushed out into the open, finished off Sop, dead. The spray and pray rewarded, just picking apart these low HP members. And Brock's Odin, it hits a bit harder. Another multi-kill round as NRG tie it up 6-6.
That's exactly what we've been looking for. The trademark Odin of Brock, lighting up the scoreboard. Couple big multi-kill rounds in a row to tie it up. Insane.
From dropping 6 straight over to Foot to then closing things out with 4 of their own. 6-6 is going to feel damn good for NRG considering how this had started. Bonus now going to be on Foot to try to find that opening pistol as we get ready to go ahead and throw it down, though, because we have another very special interview. So let's send things down to Frankie on the floor.
I'm delighted to be joined by Başak, who is yesterday's girlfriend. What's it like watching him here? Because you rushed from the airport to see this game.
Well, I am so proud to see him. I just came straight from the airport, so I am exhausted, but seeing him over there makes me so proud, so I am so happy for him.
Was it hard having to watch his earlier games from home?
Well, of course, because sometimes it gets more stressful. Watching from above is pretty bad, yeah.
And what kind of conversations do you have with him after a win or a loss?
Well, we talk, of course, but he's not a toxic person, so we try to calm ourselves and then keep our motivation pretty high.
And you've been together for 7 months. You actually met at a VALORANT event?
Yeah, at a VALORANT event, yeah.
Okay, and what did you bond over exactly?
He's very kind, and then he's very thoughtful, so everything is about him is perfect.
So you think that's something that helps his team as well? It's not just his skills in the game, it's actually that positive spirit he brings.
Yes. Yeah, he's a very positive person, so he doesn't let me to be a negative one. It's expects to the team, of course.
And what do you think it would mean to him and yourself to see him make it to the playoffs today?
Well, whatever he, wins or loses, it also makes me proud or whatever. But if they make it to playoffs, he will be so happy, so I will be so happy, so yeah.
You might have to book some more days off work. Başak, thank you so much for talking to me. Let's get back into the game.
I love seeing the support here at Masters London. Family members, loved ones showing up to root for their players up on that stage. They know how stressful this can be. They've seen them at their worst. They want to see them now at their best as we go into the second half. A big run back for NRG to make this 6-6, but Foot, they can find their form on this defender's side, still are in with a chance to take this map. Otherwise, gonna have to try to make it work on Haven.
And one key point here for Foot is that, like the desk was talking about, you're running a double duelist, so you're sacrificing either a Vice or a Viper. This time they sacrificed the Viper. And that means you got to be a little bit more proactive on the map. You got to look for those contact fights. Spot on to Sop. He's going to just hop his way out. But
up some space.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this trap setup from Foot not going to be rewarded with anything outside of B.
Yeah, they were looking to try to see if they could kind of do to NRG what NRG did to them on the first pistol. Paranoia at the ready.
That's going to be a big one as well. Sends it through. The player's going to be caught, but Mana is not. Swings in, eats a bit of damage, but trying to go for that quick reposition is Zeus, and he just cannot break the angle fast enough. Going to be chucked in, but Mana able to avoid that one as well as the spike now slowly creeping in towards B main.
Yeah, this was kind of the plan all along. If you couldn't make headway through C, have a backup plan, and actually just going to fake the rotate. It's going to be the spike pickup from Scuba. It's going to drift back in. Plenty of time. It's just will Foot give them the space.
Cristali spawning out Mata there. Oh, it's going to be sent, but
30 seconds
caught by that, has a counter haunt of his own. Clears the Prowler, now sends it in. Out behind them, the swing forward onto the side. Ethan's going to be dealt with. Sociable comes away with that elimination. Mata taken so very low. Puts a lot of this on the shoulders of Scuba, who's only going to be able to find the one. But will take the opening pistol the second half as they move up 7-6.
Yeah, really nice coordination here. Sociable, really nice paranoia timing. Hits a lot of players onto NRG. Even though it doesn't catch Mata, it completely stalls this hit out. Gives a little bit of hope here. Cristali, big win there, coming out of the water. And then they're just perfectly timed. They keep Mata pinned. They've got 2 to try to disrupt the player on site. They do just that. Very well thought out. Not any buy-up to speak of here at all for NRG, just classics. Scuba backed up by the paint shell. Ethan greets a Prowler. Sop gonna have the Marshal. A couple Bulldogs in there. He had a J with just a Sheriff. Stolly rocking the Spectre.
Knowing exactly where Ethan's going to be playing from, still wanting to reposition. Sociable doesn't want to take a chance. Get caught. Give over that gun. Zeus, though. Well, he's just going to swing in from behind. He's able to find 2 kills. Now a third as well, as that is a flawless round. Slow at the start, but swift at finish. Foot. Critical victory in that anti-eco. Not suffering any losses.
Yeah, that's really nice. You know you've got an effective crossfire setup with that door being open because, you know, Zeus feels comfortable to push out because he knows the players on C site can see his back. He can watch it, so he can go to disrupt. Again, good comms, good coordination. Foot really nicely. They're going to have a great bonus coming in here. Couple Bulldogs, a Judge upgrade for Yedajay. It's going to be Cristali with the Marshall this time. Sop goes for the Spectre. They're going to get aggressive here. Ethan pinned down.
Tuck away, not getting revealed, but there's the Prowler out, and Zeus will be able to hound him down. Elimination found, a potential weapon upgrade available should they rotate through that spot. But now, he's going to be cutting back across through Waterfall, trying to join in alongside Sop on this side of the map, but he cannot keep himself alive. Ends up falling to the wayside as Yedajay now stuck in tree. Thorns are trying to hold them at bay, and hearing some of this drift back towards A main.
He gets a glimpse, but they're going to try to use that against him.
Flashes out though. Tap of the door again, jumps the corner, will find some damage, but cannot get that kill. Kiko surviving with 14 HP. Showstopper going to be lobbed in. Nothing found there. Cristali going to be taken down. Scuba's able to find Zeus at to boot. And now it's just Sociable, who will get spammed to death. 3 players surviving, and NRG deny the bonus conversion. Decent fashion. Still some damage suffered, yes, but they hold on. Some critical weapons like that Odin.
Kind of seeing some of the changes here. That Judge not able to find that kill, whereas maybe in a previous patch it could have. That's a big difference maker there. Opens up a lot of extra space, but it's that little pause where NRG gets a glimpse. They see Yedajay in that door, and they try to use that against him. Even though Foot kind of outmaneuvering him a little bit, get the Showstopper out of the round, so that's not too bad in that regard.
I'm out of here.
Overall, I think they're have a decent read so far on how NRG wants to play the map. They've been in pretty good positions to at least do damage. Sop is the Sop op, and he is going to be sliding back into the C site, but
will widely be avoided. So taking the orb for Ethan, halfway to that Nightfall. Meanwhile, the approach coming through, and Zeus, it's been spotted. Big kill found for Kiko. Doesn't even give him the opportunity to try to respond. This is going to make for a very difficult retake now that they have that operator in hand. Out of the try to zone. Sop scaling forward. Smoke situated there for that one-way, and Mata just waiting patiently. Paranoia will fly through, but he's still able to shut down the Neon. Sop now dead. And Foot are going to have to start assessing the save. Especially now Sociable ends up falling as well.
Not ready yet.
But can they actually escape is going to be the question. NRG could go on the hunt. They do have the money behind this. And they are going to tie this up at 8-8, not allowing for Foot to run away with their map pick.
Yeah, just kind of a eyebrow-raising position to be in as a Raze when you're sitting on top of that box. You can be seen over the toxic screen if the timing's right, and it was. That just makes the map easy for NRG. And even though they pass over the operator to try to give some entry, Mata, who's looked pretty decent here so far today, 12-12 on the scoreboard, that's good enough. That's what you need out of your duelist, to be going even or slightly positive with the way that NRG likes to play with this very methodical style that they have. You'll take that. Brock and Kiko have been great once again, as they have been all throughout stage 1 in VCT. 2-3 split this time.
The buy now is just severely fractured. Sociable pushing up quite aggressively. Paint shells to fly. As Brock just spamming away.
Yeah, that Odin really denies any sort of aggressive push that you might have wanted to try to accomplish. Meanwhile, Ethan moving over in towards the front of B can open the door here and make this pretty challenging for Foot.
Looking for this crunch play. Paranoia is going to be sent out. Ethan going to be locked in position for now with the push forward, and Zeus able to barrel stuff with that Sheriff. Now the Showstopper immediately going to be invested. Doesn't come away with anything. Not sure where that one ended up landing.
Blind is dead.
Have to see it back either way. It's a 2-player advantage and some weapons upgraded into the hands of Foot.
Now you can just hold his foot. You're happy to see B here because you've got A and C, so you're going to be able to create these flanks. As long as you can deal with Brock's Odin.
Has been a problem. Zeus just going to be chucking that Phantom over to Sociable, getting it into healthier hands, swinging the corner, and Scuba able to find the one. And NRG just fight for it now. They breach their way back into the C site. Sop still with an operator. Can collect a different weapon. Hits the door.
Spike planted.
Trying to see if he can spot anything out, but it is just going to be a complete push to back site for NRG. How far do you go before you try to call this one off? They're ready for the spam. No way to get a safe defuse. Relay bolt going to be going through, and that's one hell of a way to get rid of that Odin, but now the op has to do it all. Fast lane going to be set up. Swap over onto the Phantom, the time starting to bleed away as he just will not be able to break this setup. Scuba gets himself a 3K and NRG get back into the lead.
Yeah, this is all about the mid-rounding here for NRG. The decision to keep pushing past the B site, absolutely beautiful, because you catch Foot right as they're setting up to start clearing angles with the fade. And instead you get 3 kills for nothing and you open up the C site for the plant. You keep pushing backspace, force Foot into a horrible retake. Even with a man advantage to boot. Beautiful call there. That is why Ethan is a 2-time world champion.
That was with some of the weaker weaponry. Let's see if Foot can tie things up. Now they get the spy back in, but of course the operator is lost. Fake of that Omen ult. Trying to keep Foot guessing, but Zeus up and over the top is still able to find one. Drops back over to safety. Will just bound his way over into the A site, but does end up eating quite a bit of damage. Pain Cell's now going to be sent, trying to slow down an approach from tree that is not to be. While Kiko is forward and stairs. Prowler, however, will immediately suss this out and have him rerouted. Meanwhile, the spike has still not been picked up. It's just now getting collected by Ethan. Says, okay, we've sacrificed 2 players on the A side of the map. C should be open.
Dropping spike.
Now Foot not reading into this though. I mean, with Kiko being so deep, there's so much to re-clear here on A that you don't really
still garden.
Yeah, and you don't really have the info. So it's going to be a post plant. It's going to be another odd man situation. This time NRG is going to get the steel guarded, and Sop does have his ult though here.
Exactly. And Yedajay watching for that flank, at least for the moment, but the timing is going to be found. Ethan, miraculous that he comes away with that one, and Mana manages to escape. Overdrive is in though, and Sop just runs down Mana. Brock practically having to backpedal away. The spray and pray already rewarded. Sociable going to be taken down. They have to fight this one forward. The wide swing coming in. Ethan able to find the one that Abuse now being stuck. He's trying to take down Crystalli, but Crystalli can just hold it. Foot tied up at 9-9.
Well, this round here for Foot, they decide to go on top of that box again with the raise, and it does catch NRG just enough off guard that you're able to get that opening kill onto the Viper. So now they don't have that wall to scale further forward. They try anyway with Kiko. He gets isolated in a position where he doesn't have any more util, no more smokes, no more TPs to get out of that stairs position. That was an all-in spot, and he couldn't connect. That gave Foot a massive advantage, and having that overdrive against Brock's ult. A nice cherry on top. A little bit of presence being shown here, a lot of bit of presence actually. Fowler, Boombot, Odin, Yedajay's in trouble.
That falls out, but the K damage going to be found. He's backpedaling away with that Spectre in hand. Mana, they're diving forward. The rest of the team locked away for the moment. He's over towards water, but double face into main, just looking to separate these players. Meanwhile, that's not a very deep TP. Sociable not landing where he meant to. Gives himself up on a silver platter. And now suddenly, it's a player advantage found for NRG. Mata trying to go on the exit. Flashbacks around the corner. Refights forward. Finds Yedajay, but cannot find Crystalli, but still keeps them in with key advantages.
Spike down B.
Spike now dropping. It's all on Crystalli, but look at Kiko's position, hearing this movement. And he's not going to be prepared for that angle. Kiko gets the final, and NRG, the first to make it to double digits.
Yeah, the The situational awareness here from NRG so good. When they get that player advantage and Kiko finds that kill over at B, he immediately just starts scaling into spawn, knowing that one way or another, it's probably going to catch Foot off guard. Either he can come in for the post plan if they're able to get established onto C, or if they need to get over to B, he's going to have a flank, or if they're going to have a situation like that where Crystalli has to wrap all the way a different direction. It's actually NRG's timeout?
Yeah, curious about this one. NRG going to be sending their second and final timeout of this map. Gonna try to shore some things up and make the rest of this run out. Okay, never mind. Just an issue with our overlay.
It is the foot.
This is
Okay.
the foot timeout after all.
Good. It is the foot timeout.
That makes a lot more sense, though. Bunkar has sometimes just thrown some...
Sure.
You know, questionable's not the right word. They usually work out.
Well, I mean, I get it if, like, it's a hero play that wins you the round, and therefore you're like, we shouldn't have won this, we need to talk. Like, the macro game isn't there. But in this case, I'm very happy with the macro game from NRG. They're really working the map nicely, and again, they're doing a good job of making it so any early fight, any early contact that Foot has been wanting to take, especially at C Mound, has widely been nullified, other than Ethan dying one time by himself. But outside of that, they've been working the map really nicely, you know, taking some of these aggressive pushes, maybe finding a kill, then taking a pause, things like that, that are making it really difficult for Foot to find their confidence, find some of those flank angles of their own, because they're often at man disadvantages. And that just means the map's so much harder for you to spread, so much harder for you to control. And so Foot probably just, I think, maybe talking a little bit about those extremities or some kind of different way to get a player in the back lines of NRG is what I would like to see. See if you can be a little bit disruptive, kind of throw them off their game. And they're going to be on an eco, though. It's just a bandit for Sop. Oh, no, going back over to the Classic, maybe. Sociable, the only one with any kind of buy to speak of.
And Scuba's just going for a Marshall. I mean, he knows that have all of them dead pretty much to any shot. Curious to see him not investing before at least the Outlaw here.
When you think about that buy in the previous round, right? They had a Judge and a Spectre. It was desperation to try to turn the tide. Instead, they're just digging the hole deeper.
And they're immediately re-clearing and scaling forward outside of A. Looks like Sop starting to become aware of this. Will lead the charge as they re-wrap around towards stairs and the site. Steel Garden from Yedajay still a world away, just now working his way through that B connector. Shot to the leg, Zeus gonna be taken low. Sees is there, the slide in though, and Soppy is all on his own. The nade perfectly placed as Zeus will fall. Solid shot though from Sociable. Will be able to find Mata, but can they get one of these guns is the question. Ooh, gets himself another. Yedajay just with a Classic needs to try to collect something, and he will be able to get that Vandal into hand. He's going to try to play this one out. Knows that if he can get the clutch, it's going to be monstrous. 10 bullets at the moment in this one. Swings out. Now down to 6. There's shorties in both players' hands, and Yedajay will not be able to be the hero that Foot so desperately need.
Well, it's not a bad idea, to be honest, from Foot. They're matching the rotations pretty nicely. They kind of get a situation where they have a shout at this. But again, just too much damage done early, and you got nothing but Classics, no armor. Means that some of those frontline players that you're going to throw into that fight are very squishy. And NRG able to capitalize, and they're going to have a showstopper here coming into this. Zeus one away from his. Crystalli does have the Nightfall, so some tools to work with. Mata backs up.
Oh my God.
What?
They had him seized.
Oh my God, in that corner. Look where that is.
Hell of a kill to be found. That's a gut punch from Foot. We're trying to prevent NRG from moving up to map point. Entry attempt there from Mata. He will get shut down, just fully blinded. Yedajay, at least able to trade back these raises. He's going to be under an immense amount of pressure. The blind, however, the Paranoid's connecting. And Sociable sets himself and Yedajay up for wild success. What was looking like a tragic start ends up being a brilliant finish as Foot Did not allow for NRG to make it to 12 yet.
So I think Mata got body blocked a bit by Ethan there as he was trying to set up for the blast pack entry with the showstopper. That seemed to throw everything off. Foot perfect though with their response, using that paranoia, using that Vice utility to slow that hit down. That's a huge turn here. Looked like it might be curtains for Foot. Now they've got some ults. Now they've got some big guns.
Yeah, with Zeus dead, means that they'll have to try to commit that showstopper in, so Soul has that in the back pocket.
That's a massive tide turn. Foot gonna be aggressive a little bit deeper towards A, but not gonna see much. Scuba's gonna tuck in. Meanwhile, Sociable, tough situation here. Obviously, you hope you could just TP out of this. Smokes up, and he's not going to stick around too long, it looks like.
Watch it get retagged by the Prowler. So a very good idea of where he ended up going. They get this orb, Steel Garden available for Brock. No overdrive this time for Sop. His paranoia will try to buy a bit of time. So he's now hearing a bit of this noise, but is it going to be a pump fake? Looks like the answer is going to be yes.
They have a pretty good, potentially anti-Steel Garden setup because you can open that door.
30 seconds left.
And you can pinch.
Out of charges.
But they're just taking long enough.
Nightfall going to be sent down. Scuba not quite going to get caught by that Sociable. Ends up getting taken out backside as Kiko finds a very solid headshot. Top now the closest one, and he's able to find two. Just trying to play for time, goes sliding in. It's a bit of an overheat. Time to plant now. No, not going to be afforded to them. And Zeus swings in from downtown, and he wins them the round. 11-11. Foot, they tie it up.
Absolutely beautiful. Sop the hero again for Foot. This double kill, absolutely disgusting, and it looked like the pause was going to work out for NRG. They caught Foot off guard. They weren't quite ready. Yeah, the time just not there. Beautiful reaction from Foot on the fly in the chaos.
See the panic on the coaching staff's face. I think they were saying, Sop, no, don't push. Slow down.
But he's feeling it. I mean, if he doesn't get caught up on the wall with that slide, I think maybe he gets a third there, but...
Could have done. For now, final timeout call for NRG for reals this time. As they are neck and neck alongside Foot. And the money, the economy, it has been whittled away at. You just invested that Steel Garden, your showstopper used just a couple rounds ago as well. So it's a pit and a from the shadows to try to get yourself up to map point to stop that from falling into Foot's hands.
Yeah, there's tools here available. We've already seen that Kiko willing to be aggressive with that from the shadows to maybe create some extra angles and things like that. So is there going to be like a set play in this round? It's kind of my curiosity. A lot of times you'll have players that'll go like in that space between B and C in the back, or even into the back of site or into stairs sometimes. There's a cute little TP you can maneuver where you find that stairs angle open on a timing and catch teams off guard. So, or they might just feel like, you know what? We've got Amada, he's got a judge. We might just be able to brute force our way through, but changing up some of that Vice util, moving it over towards B this round. Wanting to try to see if they can catch NRG with a different idea, but so far it's C all the way.
A pivotal exact. Let's go ahead and listen into NRG.
Look. No, I didn't hear. Walk away. We're gonna go back front B and pop B.
Okay.
Brock, I think you stay C.
All right, I hear you.
They have A-line, yeah?
They could have it.
Yeah,
They could have it.
No problem. I think it's fun. Ah, they don't. There's a guy fucking stairs.
Retrieving flash.
We're gonna start from here. I'm prowling and we're going.
Okay,
was there a wall on C? Was there a wall on C?
No. There's probably a wall.
Listen to me. Oh, Gio, TP across as soon as we Prowler and Omen flash vent. I'm going back.
There's two still C, guys. Two C.
Behind the box.
Here comes the exact entry from Mana. Getting right on top of Cristalli. He's able to find him with that judge, but the wall pop delays him even further. Meanwhile, TP from Kiko. He's arrived over towards the spawn.
Running low.
Gonna be looking for a backstab attempt here. and it could be absolutely monstrous. The meanwhile, this spike is brought around, the plant to come through, the pit as well invested into this. It's a pivotal one, and there it is. Kiko able to find Sop in transit, and he cleans up yet a J to boot. The 2v3, Zeus's presence noted, and Sociable will fall. And this is a gargantuan, nigh impossible task, and Zeus will have to just back away. NRG taking their time, assessing the situation. They make a quick pivot, and that will earn them map point.
Love the idea here. And they kind of suss it together right as they're thinking about making the execute that, wait a minute, we didn't pop the Vice wall yet. Okay, let's still see if we can at least get Mata 1, see if we can clear some space. You heard them talking about, hey, let's send the Paranoia in towards vents. It hits, it gets Mata the kill, it gets the Odin out of the equation. Even though he's traded quickly, that's thrown Foot off guard. They're trying to rotate, and it's a quick decision to pivot by Ethan to go over to the C site instead, use that TP that I was talking about in that space between the back of C and B, where Foot just completely disregards it. Nobody's looking for it.
And it's a great individual call from Mata, just asking for exactly what he needs to get that entry through. Yes, he ends up getting traded, but that's that tipping point. That's what just sets the rest of the round off kilter and allows for NRG to capitalize. So Foot now needing to push this into overtime. Otherwise, they're going to be that 0-1 deficit, and look at the very fast scale up. It's not a Judge, it's a Bulldog around the corner with Zeus holding on to a Vandal as well. Hearing that TP on the reposition, NRG will just slowly work their way out, but Scuba still looking to hold his own, finds himself his second kill, and Zeus is tagged to 10.
Oh, they got baited into that. What a read there from NRG.
He needs to go absolutely crazy, and he can find nothing. Just a lick of damage suffered by Scuba. Everybody else pristine. Nightfall now going to be sent out. Sociable to get caught by that. Has the Paranoia through, but now Paint Shell at his back. He is dead. Scuba finds a kill, and yet a J cannot find anything. A flawless finish to a very close map. NRG, they take the opener 13-11.
A bit labored, but once NRG got their foot underneath of them, they looked like the team we know they are.
And now Foot, their backs up against the wall, needing to fight their way out of the corner. Haven will have to be that staging ground, otherwise NRG might just take this 2-0.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Here we go again.
Wrong way.
I gotta be me.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they I shall be engraved alongside the greats.
Jen here with Bunker of Energy. Incredible macro from you guys, but just wanted to ask you, what is your read on Foot and their tendencies after Lotus?
We're just trying to keep it simple, honestly. They're a pretty straightforward team, and with that, they're just confident in their own game plan. They're confident in taking gunfights and these things, so we're trying to not overthink about that and just sticking to our thing, our protocols.
Right, keep it simple.
Keeping it simple, easier said than done. We did get to hear Bankar screaming, doing his iconic howl before the game starts.
His yahoos. I
Yes,
can't do it. My
yahoos.
voice will go off a yahoo.
Yeah, that's exclusively for Bonker there. But this was a highly competitive first map here. I think NRG ended up dropping more rounds than they probably should have, but they ended up clearing through in the end of Lotus.
Yeah, I think that compositionally, I think NRG have the much stronger composition. I think they have the better theory there. And I think that only scraping through at 13-11 there is a worrying sign, despite getting that map win. Like, this is a team that we expect to be going deep at this tournament, not scraping through the Swiss stage, not scraping through a map win on a Lotus where I think they were the heavy favorites.
Yeah, you also said that they were probably one of the better teams on Lotus, one of the best teams in this Swiss stage. And I think that Foot were able to kind of poke some holes through that throughout this match.
Well, one player that we were highlighting who's been performing fairly well, win or lose, is Scuba. So let's take a look at our HyperX reflex moment of today.
I think he's going to be happy about this one. Nice little judge cleanup there from Scuba. Not necessarily the most beautiful round of all time, but got them quickly.
Got the job done.
I mean, anything to guarantee that second round. We've seen Foot be very, what's the word? Dangerous in those kind of rounds previously, where they can win out force buys and whatnot.
It was the strange guns today, the Odin and the Judge, that was catching Foot off guard quite a lot in this series.
Yeah, definitely. And for NRG, we were talking about, you don't want to see them scraping by, but that's kind of what was happening, especially with their retakes, and also why it ended up being so close, Minnie.
Yeah, they were heavily advantaged in some of these retakes, and they just couldn't close them out. And I think that a team with the caliber of these players, the caliber of this team, losing 2v5s like this, not peeking together, not being able to out-aim Foot, to me, is slightly embarrassing coming out from NRG.
Yeah, and you see some hero round plays coming out from Foot as well, right? Being able to win out those rounds, and maybe we were needing to see a little bit more of that. But even this round in particular, NRG throwing a Visol into the mix where Crystalli is actually able to pick up a couple of kills.
Scuba's not even checking the back
here.
of the site. I don't really understand what is happening in some of these rounds, honestly.
Fundamentals slipping away from NRG there as well, and yeah, they've been able to close out the map, but I think, like you said, Minnie, there was moments of desperation coming out from them where Foot had made them so scared to a point that they were having to invest ultimates into rounds such as that.
And I could see a few Kiko fans here in the audience, and it looks like the fan buff is coming into a bit of an effect here.
Yeah, he's playing well once again, but I hope that it's like about everyone stepping up together. I think there is a little bit of better individual form here for NRG, but clearly some of the fundamentals are still missing. Like, this isn't the energy that we've been seeing in those deep runs. This isn't the energy we saw in that lower bracket run. There's still some problems, and I think there is a sigh of relief from the NRG fans coming out of that map.
Oh, definitely, and Foot must be kicking themselves a little bit here. Let's see what Coach Vlad has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Vlad of Foot, Vlad, I feel like Lotus could have gone either way. Why do you think it slipped away from you guys? And what are some aspects of your game from Lotus are you planning to continue on for Haven?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, it could have gone either way. Just 1 or 2 rounds, being more careful. We could have won the game, actually. On Haven, I don't think they stand a chance.
Oh, okay, I love the confidence from you. And for us, Haven awaits.
Oh, I love that confidence there. Foot is not dismayed after that first map loss. Sometimes some teams, when it's so close, they can not really mental reset as well. But it looks like Vlad is very happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Foot picked this map, but NRG are undefeated on this map so far. I believe it's 3-0, so there are no slouches there. But I do think that there are definitely weaknesses in NRG's game. I think that they are far too passive, especially on that defense side. They don't push out early on. They don't go for pushes out in the mid-round, and that is what Foot excels at on this map. I think they are a very good Haven team because it suits that Turkish aggressive style.
I don't know about you, Minnie, but I'm getting a little bit worried about this. Oh, we could have been able to close out that map. That seems to be happening to Foot so far throughout this event. But as you mentioned, NRG, flawless win rate on this map in Americas. 3-0, I believe it was. But looking at this agent select that we have up here, we're keeping an eye on Zeus and Sop. These have been the kind of stars of the show throughout this series. And then NRG, we're going to get to see Kiko on the Phoenix, which we've been ranting and raving about.
Yeah, but it's NRG starting on this defense, and as I said, I think they are way too passive when they play this map. They are flooding their rotations sideways. If Foot have a game plan here to fake out a little bit, that will catch NRG off guard. The other thing is that Foot could just go for their normal exec style and just overwhelm those sites, but NRG might be quick enough with the rotation. So that is the kind of chess match that I'm looking to see here. I want to see NRG pushing out a lot more though.
That is so interesting. Like you said, NRG is a really strong Haven, but even you see the gaps in the strategy there. Let's see what happens as we send to the second map. The destination is Haven.
Haven indeed, Foot have looked very strong on this map thus far, but as the desk was pointing out, NRG, no slouches either, have not suffered a loss on it yet. Will that continue, or can Foot push this the distance, send it all the way to a map 3 to settle on a fracture, determine who goes forward and who goes home? This needs to be a big one for the Turkish squad.
Yeah, I was really keyed in on this map if it was going to be picked by Foot in the draft because they've been so good on it here, especially in London, but in general, the NRG are really, really solid fundamentally, even though they might not be as aggressive as you'd like. You are going to get some damage in. Scuba, though, not going to stick around. The whole plan here, play for retake if you can't guess correctly on which side of the map they were going to try to rotate to. Are going to have that trip back there for Yedajay if they try to push into long, but maybe just a clear of it. Nope, they're just going to try to go through garage. Big push coming, and this paranoia could be brutal.
See how many it can connect on. Blaze wall going to be set up to try to escort them off some of those forward sight lines. Paranoia now sent out. Sop, however, taking that point contact, will be able to find the first. Ethan's going to be taken down. Mata able to find one, but Yedajay quickly trades it out. And Zeus trades it up. Foot very swiftly dispatch NRG. And they find another pistol win for themselves, starting off the map 1-0.
Yeah, just a rough situation to break through there for NRG. Great post-plant setups. You have all your util left still as a Foot, so can really slow them down. Keep those angles completely smothered. And absolutely really nice. Yep, just how you draw it up. Coach is trying to get him. Yep, keep it going, keep it going. We'll see. Looks like NRG just gonna try another aggressive long A push early, at least try and funnel some of these orbs into Kiko. Get that run it back available, maybe.
Yeah, just the second charge. Sop shifting over, makes a bit of noise here. Dropping down. Curveball could absolutely wreck him, and Kiko does have that one in hand. I suspect that this is going to be a deep drone forward to try to spot this out, but a three-player high-low. Just pyramiding this one, and that's going to be Sop eliminated. Now the curveball in, the headshot found. Zoo's going to be taken down. Paranoia connecting, Sociable just trying to spray and pray, holding down M1 in the blaze wall, however, ends up cutting them off. And that's going to be a stray shot being found as Kiko and Mono will both be eliminated. It's not recovered as Ethan just pushed up against the smoke, trying to utilize the right clicks, but eventually is going to be found. The key weaponry still going to be carried over as Foot now shift into position to try to get this plant going, and Scuba, see if he is going to be able to make this a little bit rougher around the edges for the Steam. Peek out, nothing found.
30 seconds.
Trying to play it quietly. Does get Yedajay. Stolly will be there for the counter swing. So damage found, a good round overall for NRG, but Foot still do manage to get the 2-0 start.
This could have gone a lot worse for Foot. The blaze wall there, man. I don't know.
A bit of miscoordination, perhaps.
Yeah, that paranoia hits so much. Maybe they just don't expect it to, and they're just trying to reset or something like that. But, oh, man, that could have gone so much worse for Foot. They're lucky to come out of that as unscathed as they did. And this is a glass cannon op for Mata early on. Very quick into this. Wants to try to establish that presence on this defender's side. Turn this ship around. This time around, though, NRG has been showing tons of presence early long A. This time just going to leave Brock to his own devices.
So was being done a lot yesterday by Full Sense, just trying to get that operator into Primy's hands as early as they possibly can. Whether or not Mata's going to be able to get that same amount of value for debate. Up to be witnessed as a swing in, and Brock will be the first to fall. Stop able to find it. He does get a little bit of damage in, but Mata now able to strike, finding him there from that connector side. Face forward, though, in the back sight. Zeus will clean one up. Mata just looking for timing as he does get ping revealed by the drone and has to give that space over. As Kiko now clearing the tripwire.
Going up.
Letting Foot know, yes, you are potentially being boxed in, but he's going to be rerouted back through B.
I think you already got to consider a save here as NRG. I don't think it's worth doing anything but looking for an exit, but maybe they're going to go.
The high-low in hell. The molly out. Curveball will try to find something. Zeus is going to be taken down. Scuba from out in heaven. Able to find 2 kills. Mata, maybe if you can continue to have them lined up. It's going to be Scuba! Who just goes nuclear! 4 kills found on the Cypher. NRG deny what was looking like an assured bonus conversion.
Man, oh man. Gotta eat my words here. This is crazy good stuff from Scuba. I thought this had no chance. But he's so clean with it. Oh my. Yeah.
And you gotta be just rolling over at the moment. If your foot, gotta start getting concerned because, oh boy, NRG, they have their confidence.
And now they've got the big guns. Got the Odin, they kept the op. It's a little bit of damage off that initial spray. B being thought about here, 4 foot.
They've got that run it back. Another critical tool to try to tie this up. Shock forward in case there's that trip here on FB main, but none to be found. One garage, one situated on the site.
Yeah, you're in a good position here as NRG. You've got an ult cycle in your favor. It's just can you get it to go before Foot gets into theirs. Scuba way on the other side of the map and Foot just being very cautious.
He's going to go unregistered. Mata again just pulling back to a deeper angle, but NRG are getting the read. Stacking this side as that smoke was bloom. Paranoia connecting on the nothing. They run it back now, going to be sent the curveball. However, gets turned away from Zeus. Will end up finding that snapback, and Mata just trying to go on a timing again. Ends up getting caught. Great shot to be found. Looking on that shock dart. Not going to be finding too much of anything as Zeus continuing to deliver. Finds a kill onto Ethan. The operator again is coming up shy of the mark here for Kiko, who's going to be forced away back around that corner. And this time, NRG will make the call. A 3v5, not going to be good enough. They backpedal away and go for the save as Foot will move up 3-1.
Now this is exactly some of the problems that the desk was talking about here, where because you're not taking aggressive early space, because you're playing so passive, playing for that quick retake off the back of the Phoenix ult, and you can't get anything out of it. Foot just really disciplined in these post plants, as we've seen on this map time and time again. Other than that bonus, they have looked really sharp. And they're gonna come away with all their guns. Only 3 left over for NRG, so starting things off on the right foot, and yeah, immediately Bonkar wants to talk this one over. And I think it's probably gonna be a little bit of what we're already seeing. You gotta establish a little bit more presence at long A. You gotta at least make them consider it so they just don't get sites for free like that. I get the idea, I do, where you're playing off of the Phoenix ult. You're like, okay, we've got that. We could try to hit them while they're trying to plant, see if we can catch them off guard with the timing, but probably got to be a little bit more proactive in the early part of the game, especially with that op there that can give you that early advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if Zeus is going to be snappy with these shots like he was in that previous round, then running back is not going to be good enough for that entry. So we're just having to fight forward, take that aggressive space early, as the retakes are not going to be nearly as reliable, especially now that that ult has been expended.
And I really want to give Zeus his flowers on Waylay. He has been really good at it, especially on this map. The way he pilots it, it's not just the shooting, it's the decision-making with the refracts and the timings on when he wants to go in, when he's going to get information, when he's pulling back, like all these things that he does really, really nicely that set Foot up for success in the big picture scheme of things.
He's been the most convincing one off the top of my head at this tournament so far.
Hands
down.
down.
As far as Waylay is concerned, and I mean, his Ray's also nothing to shake a stick at. Neural theft, the blades nearly there for NRG. But the overall ult cycle very much favors Foot at this point.
And you're one away here from a convergent paths. That could be what they're teeing up for here. Deep shock dart. Doesn't clear because the trip is in the corner. Does give you that convergent path though. Doesn't hit Scuba.
He's not going to be hitting anything. Saturating either, as he will be able to strike completely unawares. Our Foot finds an opening kill. The ping reveals the neural theft immediately gets invested. In the backside though, and Saab is able to find that kill, and Crystalli comes away with 2 eliminations. They should have been dead to rights. That's exactly Brock's thinking though. The spike is going to be planted, and that's Crystalli getting the spike in play. Mata now scaling forward, able to find one. Tailwinds over the side, avoids that damage from the garage side. 2-blade set. Crystalli able to find the quick scope in, but now a 1v1. Sociable in the reposition. I'm not sure that Brock had heard that one. He still thinks that he's in garage. Now needs to play it quietly himself. Smoke will fall, and Brock gets them over the line. A 3K on the Odin, and NRG will take another step towards tying this up.
It's a little bit messy, but they get there in the long run. The early round idea here, I think they knew exactly what Foot was going to be calling off that convergent pass because of that setup that Scuba has. Tucked into the corner, knows that that convergent pass is going to hit back sight, not on the plat. So he's able to just tuck in there, do some early damage. And it's Brock again, the hero with the Odin.
It's the same setup that Scuba had run in the previous round, but they never went to that side of the map. They didn't scout it, weren't conditioned for it at all. It ends up being brilliant. Now his own Hunter's Fury online. There was a consideration for a brief moment for that Outlaw, knowing that NRG are not going to be able to afford those full armors on the majority of the players, but Sop is just going to be dead off the rip.
Beautiful.
That's what we're talking about, trying to get that early space.
Get that early pick, too. A little bit of a change in the setup this time. Scuba further back. Other trip can be connected to between the boxes.
We'll get the spot out, Zeus. Needing to remove that. Util gets cleared. Spike can be brought forward. But Hunter's Fury going to be sent in response, just delaying, allowing for NRG to get completely corralled over on this side of the map. Final pulse not to be found. Swinging the window though, Yeta J finding one. The curveball going to be turned away from, but Kiko still able to plant his feet and find that elimination. Spike now in play. Cristali backpedaling out into that C-long cubby. Hunter's Fury can find value from here. Molly at his feet, Zeus having to reposition. Hunter's Fury going to be used early, but Zeus has the transfer. Push the ball up over the top though, ends up getting picked, and now Kiko brings this back into a 2v1. A single shock dart, all that he's got. The defuse being started. Scuba to play protect, peeks in though, and isolates it down. The retap, it's already held to half. He's waiting it out, swings it, wins it! And Cristali will pull up the Red Bull clutch to stave off NRG.
Oh boy. Thought for a moment there maybe NRG had got it done, but Foot able to gum up the works here at Garage. That really slows things down, and Zeus, what a position, but then a big answer back from Kiko. Some really nice individual moments on both sides of the coin. Cristali plays that very, very nicely. And a little bit of a, I'm not sure if they just guessed incorrectly there for NRG on which side of the alley he was on.
Yeah, ends up playing on the wrong side, gives that angle over. Kiko falls, and then from there, easy pickings. And now that Outlaw absolutely going to be online, but it's going to be Zeus just spraying into the smoke, finding one. Ethan now going to be taken down. One bullet still remaining in this one, will fire that off. That over to the corner, but now the neural tap's going to be invested. They try to make their exit, but Monarch cannot escape. Brock blinded up, bounds around the back of sight, but Zeus is already there. A flawless round for Foot to now start to snowball this even further. He's almost got another convergent pass.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of making it a little too easy here for Foot, because you've shown this exact same play a couple times where you're going to try to scale up long A with a lot of players, and this time Foot has an answer dialed in. They've got the util usage to get the reveals. They've got the spam early because they suspect that that could be the play, just like they saw in a previous eco. They are absolutely correct, so they are not fooled in the slightest. What is effectively a triple down from NRG on that strat.
Not sure if we lowered the lights, but Ethan's going to be asking for those to be made a little bit brighter at the moment. Has not been able to find any impact here. 0 and 7 on this Omen. A rough look of it.
After being so solid on Lotus there. This time tucked into the back of sight. Sop has the blades available. Op and Odin again.
Run it back though is going to be committed very early, and Foot say, okay, that's fine. We'll just let you come sprinting out. Ethan though, okay, will be able to find his first. Kill on to Cristali, and so far Scuba completely unnoted as well, tucked into this cubby. Seems like there is some suspicion from Sop. As he's going to go pushing forward to try to clear out this angle, and the blades will connect.
Spike planted.
Finds that kill, gets him into a 4v4 as the spike is going to be planted just from the shadows available for NRG.
Wait a moment.
As Yeta J laid on this lurk. Molly gonna be sent. He plants his feet though, has the immediate dink into the spray down. Kiko now eliminated. Getting some of this weaponry. Again for NRG, they need to find some value sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they're gonna have to go for a save. Yedajay just jumping around the corner quickly. Works his way out to safety. Ethan will be able to find a second, finds a third, finds a fourth. And now he's in for this one. Is Yedajay trying to hold the garage, and he doesn't manage to find Mata. What a way to come alive. 0 kills going into the round. He finds a 4K and gets NRG up to 3.
Oh, there you go. Somebody must have turned up the lights for Ethan on that one, because he is lights out there. Oh man, that fourth.
Oh God.
Whoa! He has had some nasty ones today. That's got to be frustrating. I mean, Foot reads this round really nicely. They've got a lot of the flanks covered. They're trying to really just hold the line in so many different of these spread angles that NRG's trying to take. And they win some of them. I mean, Yedajay there outdoing Kiko after he gets mollied off the position. Beautiful, but just got outdone by Ethan.
Virgin Path's gonna be dodged by one, but not by Brock. He tries to just hold his own. Meanwhile, the operator's still gonna be here and want a shot to be found. Stop gonna be taken down as he tries to updrive over top of the box. A little bit of spam in. Ethan getting whittled away. As Zeus says a nice little hello, and he manages to find 2. Mata dead. Kiko eliminated. Zeus looking for that 4th. He cannot find it, but the cleanup is there. And Foot, they answer right back. They shut down the heroics. They give themselves a 6-round win.
Now they're turning up the tempo. Now we're playing some Turkish Valorant. Getting in their faces, and that's exactly what Zeus wants. Disgusting.
It's a stray for that final kill.
I don't know what's going on.
Neither do we, Vlad. But we're doing our damnedest to try to follow the chaos.
I will find you.
If they're going to continue to replicate that, then NRG, they're not going to know what's going on either.
Hey, if you don't know what you're doing, then your opponent certainly doesn't either.
And
they knew
back,
exactly
though,
what they were doing.
and this could be a very deadly read. Checking around the top of the site, nothing going to be spotted there, and it's going to be Ethan dead. Is he ready for the follow-up, though? Cloudburst into the corner, the shorty going to be drawn out, covering fire is going to be good. Will just dive in, finding some damage as Brock is taken down to a sliver. That is an immense amount of value found here off the rip for Foot. The Outlaw will get carried over, but all players, full HP, full armor. And Scuba, I don't think he's going to be ready for this tuck position from Sociable. He is not. And now it's just Brock. Yeah. Will end up getting taken down as Foot secure a lead at the half with a chance to make this 9-3.
This is so fun to watch. I am such a fan of Sop on the Jet. He hasn't been lighting up the kill feed, but this right here, a great round because he causes so much distraction. It allows Zeus to rotate in, cover his back, and even though he gives his life for the cause, he wins the round basically single-handedly there. A little bit of help on the backside, sure, but he's buying all that time and space for Foot to come in, collect some kills, get the plant through.
Might be having 3 convergent paths rather in this opening half. Yedajay just going to be forced away, but gets that camera secured where he wants it, down to the sewers. Ethan trying to change things up. Swing in though, and he will have Zeus dead. Quick reposition with the TP. There's the paranoia. It's the connection, but there's no way to quickly scale off that, so Ethan gets out scot-free.
Nice little individual play. Foot though, I think, trying a different idea. Scuba's got the cam in there.
Will be heard.
That's the smoke too. Trying to bait him out in the patience.
Tapping it on a tempo here. As dive forward to the smoke and Sop will be eliminated immediately. That goes spiraling, and the neural theft gets the reveal. The spike not planted, now stranded. And it looks like NRG still yet some fight left in them as Cristali on that reload will be noted, but Yedajay out from window will keep his back protected. But realistically, what are you meant to do here? You would love to find some damage.
30 seconds
But they just
left.
have this completely locked down. Sends a shot right between his legs.
One enemy remaining.
Eventually, will get fished out as Kiko gets that elimination. Now it's just down to Yedajay to try to stop this from being a flawless. That'll just go for the save himself, and it looks like that is going to be the choice at the end of it. Now, does face back in the mid, and Brock is able to find it. Some flawless established, and NRG still with a chance to make this a 7-5.
Well, that's massive for giving themselves a really good chance into it, because they were looking poor in the economic sense. They were all down to less than 700 credits, so would have been a scrappy buy for anybody coming into it, but because they carry over all these guns, they get the flawless. They're going to come in with full armor, still have the op. It's going to be all rifles, full armor for Foot, who are flush with cash. A couple ults to consider. Kiko's run it back, Crystallis, Hunter's Fury. Both OMEN still have the TPs. Haven't seen anybody go for anything too creative with those, so maybe now's one of those rounds. There you go.
TP to hell. Brock's not watching this. Sociable's been completely on red. But there, the reveal ends up coming through. Brock turns back, finds that kill. Gets himself another stop, is going to be eliminated. He's taken low, but not taken down. But the volume of response here from Foot ends up looking pretty decent, but Zeus is down to 1. 2v3. Quick reposition, but Zeus is still able to find Mata.
A shot.
Now he's got that ult. Try to slow them down on this reapproach. They're very wary about that heaven position, hearing that Omen ult set. Ethan now going to start scaling his way forward.
Spike planted.
Molly ends up getting a bit of damage, but just a smattering found. J swinging out a little bit wider, taken lower, taken out. As Ethan will be able to find it now, it's going to have to be a 1 HP clutch from Zeus. Shots found, convergent path's going to be set. Swing, gets a shot, but it's eventually the spray from Kiko to deny the clutch. And what a monstrous one that it would have been, but NRG managed to scrape together 5 rounds.
Does Brock bounce a recon behind him there to catch the vision?
Might have done. The fact that he doesn't look back and he's unable to find that kill. It ends up being everything for NRG. So halftime break now. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Jen here with Crosstalia Foot. Now, what did you guys learn from the last Vitality series? What was the overriding takeaway?
Birkaç tane önemli clutch roundları kaybettik ve avantajlı roundlarda birazcık daha sakin kalmayı düşündük. Yani sakin kalmayı öğrendik. Birazcık daha avantajlı roundlarda beraber oynayıp onları kazanmaya çevirirsek maçları da kapatacağımızı düşünüyoruz.
So we lost a couple important clutch rounds, and we fell behind in some of the rounds where we were advantageous. So the main takeaway is that we're gonna try to calm down in the rounds where we have the upper hand, and we're gonna try to close out the game where we have the advantage.
All right, nice. Tighten up the game. Jen here with Scuba of Energy. Scuba, what have you guys developed in your game plan to kind of deal with the aggression and the fast tempo?
Just all week in practice, we've been working on fighting fire with fire, so it's going to be a slugfest out there today for sure.
Oh, sounds like a game. Thank you.
Now time to go into the second half. NRG doing damn well to run back 5 rounds. The pistol could be all that is separating them from a tied up scoreline and close out an anti-eco. Foot now certainly still feeling comfortable on this map, but the pressure is getting ramped up on them.
For sure, and Foot is a tremendous defender side team on this map. They play it really, really cleanly, but still, it can be an attacker-sided, favored map overall. So it's just a matter of, is Foot going to be able to maintain that pressure? Now that they've shown this map a couple times, is NRG going to have some ideas here to give themselves that slight edge? And especially if they get this pistol, then you start to think that this might just end in a 2-0.
Sop, lucky to be alive. Unable to find any damage in response to that, so just going to be tagged at 14 and has to back away. And that's just going to be a silent creep across towards C Long now. Pretty much all of NRG.
This is kind of where Foot's leaning a bit, though. We're going to have that cam for the early detection. So we can definitely make a meal of this potentially, but NRG, you just heard Scuba say it, they're ready for a fight, and instead it's just a collection of the orb. Ooh, they get the paranoia out too, that's huge.
A big bit of util now out of the hands of Sociable. Just going to be waiting for that next smoke to try to cycle up. He's able to hold his own for one, but Zeus is also going to be taken out, and that is a critical lead now for NRG in the pistol, which is going to double back over to C.
How'd you got 2 out of garage? Do you think at worst there's one more over here on C? Maybe considering B. Trip set up for Scuba. Spot there on the Cristalli, but Scuba can just hold the line on the backside.
And the Blaze Wall now situated.
30 seconds left.
Trying to just go pushing forward. I mean, Sop is making all of the noise in the world. He's interrupted this and maybe bought a little bit of time, but they end up not reading how far forward he is. Scuba's able to find Cristalli. Sop, he burnt to a crisp, but now it's down to Yeta J. The 1v2, and he gets it isolated, but Scuba is playing that high-low. Takes the kill, takes the round, and NRG one away from tying this up.
Oh, man. It gets darn close. Thank God for Scuba there. That's why you leave that player on that backside to keep track of things. Nice to have the Cypher available, and he's having a really solid map, 11 and 9 for the Sentinel player. Now you got a Guardian, Kiko, Marshall Mata, Brock just a ghost, and Ethan with that Bulldog, so trying to keep it a little bit extra saved for NRG. Gonna get another orb, so they're doing a good job in the macro.
Starting to inch out.
Oh.
1-2 peek, and Ethan will get eliminated. They're aware of that front left side presence of Zeus, but he just jumps across, utilizing that smoke to make a quick little exit. Still yet a chance here for Foot.
Both the bought-up guns are on this C side. They read this nicely.
Zeus now slotting aggressively forward in garage, and it looks like NRG just going to try to take this and end it at B yet again. Slow, methodical on this approach, and Foot gambling incorrectly on A, but near enough by. Trying to make a go of this as Mata goes up and over. That Marshall now going to be situated on the line. Check in towards that A connector. Zeus around the back, not given any sight lines yet, and the camera has not been toggled. So far, he's completely on red, and now he's able to strike. Kiko going to be taken down. Jump forward, shock dart going to be lobbed in. 2 players going to be revealed. Brock now eliminated Scuba. Able to find one. He's looking for more. He cannot get it. Mata, however, hip firing like a maniac. It's not enough. Foot just overwhelmed them. Zeus goes unread, unscouted, and Foot deny the anti-eco.
This is just an awkward post plant here for NRG. Stuck completely on site. The Marshall gets the value there. This is so well read.
He gets that kill on Kiko is when the camera spots him out, and it's already far too late.
Yeah, they're too aggressive. I mean, NRG just not ready for it. Brock thinking about the shock dart, thinking he had a little bit more time there too. Instead, he gets revealed and gets taken out for free. All these little timing moments for NRG, really off balance, but just all 4 players on B site like that is playing with fire, especially in an eco round, against an eco.
And while there is a decent bit of weaponry here, it can still be very rough as Sop unable to confirm the kill. The full armor keeping Mata alive. Still a chance to find some impact with that Guardian. Yeta J is hearing these footsteps. So he's going to try to hold this line. The cage now popped. Backpedals out. Another cage covering the retreat. Zeus at the ready to try to go for the peak. Drops down into this one, but the spray is just not going to be connecting. Ends up losing his life as the player advantage, but damage dealt. NRG still wanting to try to take this C side, push it to the back. Mata able to find one more before getting eliminated. And Yeta J and Cristalli.
Spike down, C.
Look to keep Foot in this, but Kiko, one of the hometown heroes, is going to try to deliver on a clutch, but tag the 14, the heal off the Blaze Wall. Immediately the repositioning is going to be coming through. The jump up into the window. But he doesn't push. He's completely unread for a moment, but now Sop quite well aware, and Cristali has been given the time to rotate all the way back through C long.
30 seconds left.
25 seconds. Not much more time to try to make a go of this, and he doesn't even want to make a lick of noise, so he's only got 8 bullets remaining in this magazine. With 15 seconds remaining, he'll work his way into the B site to try to get this plant enacted.
10 seconds left.
What a clutch this would be if he could pull it off, but he's going to have to commit to it now. A second to spare. Stop looking for the up and over, the cloudburst in. The shorty, not to deliver on the kill. It barely finds the damage. And Cristali, now unfavored. Has the recon, has the shock. If he could plant it perfectly at Kiko's feet. First he has to try to get the read. It's 2 bullets remaining. Tucks forward in front of that recon. The swing towards each other, the tap, trying to hold this defuse to have, and Kiko has the headshot! The Red Bull clutch as we just go blow for blow, back and forth.
Kiko has been one of the best players overall at this event in just about every sense you can imagine, and he's been phenomenal in the clutches too. And he's done it here again.
And it is a catastrophic misread from Sop. You're playing against the Phoenix. He's got util to heal himself back up.
I think he also might have expected him to be on the other side a little bit closer, a lot. Kiko just does ever so slightly well. That gives him that advantage. Now it's into the outlaw here for Mata. This is going to be one for Sociable too, so a lot of players too on NRG. Going to be one tap to that gun.
And not only does he get the clutch, but he also gets 3 more charges, so he's halfway to another run it back. Surprisingly, I would have been too shocked to see a timeout call after the back of that one from Foot. Coach is just saying you have to play together. For now, Foot will try to maintain this up, down, up, down. It's going to be good damage found, but NRG just finds 2 kills in reply here on this C site. Still pumping the brakes, though. Not looking to rush into a commitment. Zeus does manage to take quite a bit of forward space, but with just a classic in hand, it's going to be rough to try to find any sort of value. And Foot seemed to think that this is going to be a double back towards the A site.
Take flight. Just a long enough pause, and Foot doesn't see anything, but they haven't seen anything at A, and still considering that it could go that direction. Now they realize that certainly not. It's going to be another tough go of it. Sop with that Sheriff. Needs to find a ton of value, but maybe they're looking for the push out. They're kind of remembering some of the stuff that NRG did against them early on in Lotus. Maybe just end up going down to the spike.
Yeah, seems to be the game plan. No other real firepower here. No chance to try to hunt for some kills. This is going to allow for NRG to really start establishing this economy as they tie it up at 8-8. And Mata will still just be able to find Zeus. No credence lent to that potential angle of approach. The remaining 2 players can just go down to the spike safely. But what a window of opportunity given over to NRG. And if this ends up unfurling Foot on this map, if this ends up being a 2-0 for NRG, they are going to be kicking themselves.
Oh, that Kiko clutch will be the pivotal round. It will be the turning point, to say the least. Now maybe might be getting the Foot timeout. I just wanted to wait the eco out before they got into it. Wanted to go right into a rifle round. Some ults to toy with, some ideas here in the Coinbase win condition, but right now it just almost feels like you're giving NRG chances when you shouldn't. You know, you're playing really well, you get that eco win. And even going back to their attacker side, those last couple of rounds, you know, things go a little bit differently, and they can be in so far ahead of a position that, okay, well, you drop those couple of rounds, not as big of a deal, not as much of a concern, and now it's red alert.
And they're aware that this is going to be rough. You see that outlaw for Scuba. Sop is going to be getting the operator online, and he needs to be able to deliver with this.
We need to see a little bit more from Sop. I mean, he was electric on the Jet on this map and others, so Need to see him get that confidence back. You know, we saw the one round with some of the dancing, with some of the moves, but the style hasn't been there outside of that. Been a little bit of a muted presence. But Zeus, on the other end, has been outrageous. He has been incredible on that Waylay. He's going to need a little bit more of that magic, maybe, too. Get those duelists really frying. That's when Foot's at their best. Energy.
Get out of my way.
Considering if anybody had tried to make a push-up out a window there, Kiko checking for it. So just being really cautious in the early part of this round. Our NRG.
The 3-player stack here, though, but the operator is not a part of that equation.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments. If you can get the blades to go as Mata, you could be a difference maker here.
He's starting to scale down in the sewers. Checks that corner. He's going to be very much not favored. The paranoia is going to be denying that vision. Meanwhile, Zeus absolutely destroys them all! And what a call off the timeout. What a play from Zeus. Replay right the hell now. That is a fantastic trap.
Oh my God, the
saturate through. Right as Kiko pops the ult as well.
Unbelievable.
Perfect, perfect, mate, perfect.
Yeah, they checkmated him in that round. That is for sure. That's stellar. What a timely paranoia, too. I mean, completely makes it so Mata has no idea what's going on behind him. Beautiful. Beautiful. And an immediate counter timeout from Bonkar.
I mean, I think you just have to try to shrug that one off. It was just such a strong, well-thought-out setup. One that Foot shouldn't be able to get away with again.
No, no. I mean, it's maybe he's hearing something in the comms or who knows what. I mean, he's taken some timeouts that have kind of made us raise our eyebrows a little bit in terms of the timing of them, but they've been effective. He's been able to keep his team in it, so say what you will. He's done a pretty nice job. Probably talking about the ults here is my guess, because Foot is sitting on a lot of them. Talking about how to avoid maybe some kind of convergent paths, you know, Hunter's Fury trap play, or there's a lot that can go wrong with that.
I mean, you were the one who was looking like you were going to have the stack deck as NRG, but now you've committed 2 there. You lose the knives, you lose the run it back. So it does become a little bit more risky. Mata's still going to be sticking with this operator from the attacker side, and it might end up having a bit of a fight over it a long. His Foot now starting to lean towards that side of the map, maybe thinking that NRG aren't going to try to go C twice.
Yeah, look at the crunch that Foot's setting up for. Oh my God.
I'm amazed that he didn't get shot at all.
I am the same.
Never mind.
Oh, there he goes.
He has absolutely been wrecked, and now he's down to 18. Scale forward allows for Sop to also get on that deep line now, and that's got a good amount of control. Being said, though, flash over the top of that cage. J now going to be paranoid. Pops another. He is in a very invested position, fully blinded up, and not able to find a kill. Hunter's Fury, however, from Crystalli sends it from downtown. He'll be able to get the finisher on Kiko before he can try to get the heals through. Mata holding that connector side, finds the kill. The tag coming in, the paranoia connecting. Sociable able to find Mata, but Sop going to be traded out. Zeus going to be good for the one elimination, but now it's going to be Sociable to try to clutch it, and they have the neural depth reveal. Going to be revealed again. He needs to push forward. He doesn't just hold back. And that just feels like frantic desperation, giving NRG a very easy kill. They tie it up 9-9. The timeout's working for both sides.
Still, it's a great call to make a fast pivot to C off of Mata seeing so much over on the other side of the map. And they know that if they can get in there, hold the line, it's going to be tough, even with that Hunter's Fury. You know, the same problem now for Foot. They just invested 2 big ults, and they lost the round. So it's just back and forth here. Neither team able to capitalize off of those advantages.
The round and the operator. TP forward. Ethan able to find Zeus before he can make his exit. Sop's only going to be good for 1. Cannot hit that transfer. The takedown Brock just puts him at 55. Good rotation though from Foot. Trying to get their ducks in a row. As this attack will continue, the drone to lead the way forward. Sociable to tuck inside of the smoke here. But NRG, they're going to backpedal.
Yeah, just that one player is enough. You know, with 2 kills already, if there's anybody else on A, you're playing with fire. that means that there's a possibility that they've already rotated in. So I think this is absolutely a really nice call. Again, Ethan does have his ult.
Looking for a B finish again. Needs to clear the space, but smoke going up. Blaze wall, A connector side. Spike now to be planted. Dolly should play this one quietly. Thought maybe he would go for the double shock dart, but you say Sociable in and around the back with that teleport. There's a camera, but no longer. Sociable is able to find Scuba. And suddenly, it's Foot that have the numbers advantage. Slow on this approach. Recon sent to backside. Kiko unscouted by that. Finds Yeta J. Time now starting to bleed away as Cristali has to try to clutch it. The push coming in. Finds the first. Trying to go for the defuse stick, but the time is just going to be gone. Ethan has him outdone. And Cristali will have to backpedal out. NRG establish a one-round lead, now up to double digits.
And it's the foundational pillar of NRG here. Ethan able to get this round. A nice little counterplay to that push-up that we've been seeing from Zeus. Takes down one. Patient enough with Sociable. A little bit of an error there with the positioning to give Sociable the first after the TP, but able to recover and make the most of it. And then a nice smoke there to make it just untenable for the stick.
And not too far separated, but final call for Foot. Now disadvantaged, broke. So they try to figure out what they can do to get back into this game. They have the knives. Yes, they have that neural theft available. They need this. It will be a thrifty to go if they want to tie this up and stop NRG from running away with this. They need SOP to deliver.
Yes. I really want to see some kind of big explosive play here. You know, Foot's been good off the back of their timeouts. They've had a lot of really good shouts into these rounds. So what's the answer going to be here? I wouldn't expect some kind of long A play because they've been trying that a lot. It feels like you'd be dipping into that well a little bit too much, but at the same time with the Blade Storm, it's a great angle, a great opportunity. You know, if NRG commits to that fight themselves to maybe do some serious damage, it's like maybe a B push out or could just sit and wait. It's like they're gonna really spread the map here. Maybe a crunch towards mid.
Could just be a walkabout from SOP. Double peek from Garage, trying to isolate a pick.
Standing ahead.
Paranoia sent very early as Sociables, trying to take some space. Cage gonna be popped. Won't get a reveal off that one, and they are very suspicious about his location. TP's out. It's gonna be a smattering of damage suffered by that shock dart. Another smoke gonna be cycled in. Spada here at backside instantly. He's able to dispatch Cristali, and that's the Vandal now on the floor. Swing out though, SOP able to find one. Needs a hell of a lot more! Comes away with 3! Hasn't been able to recover the weapon, and Scuba so close to death. Neural theft now. Invested. Right click attempt, no. One to the back of the head. And they know exactly where Scuba's at. SOP. What a way to rally back into this round. Weapons recovered and on for an ace. And Scuba will look to try to pull off a Red Bull clutch. The crowd starting to cheer for it, wanting to see this ace confirmed. The reposition. And it's gonna be able to shut it down. Scuba isolating, finding more damage. Yeta J now tagged up. It's still 20 seconds to play with. They will just set up a high-low, and the Mastercard Thrifty will be found.
Just ridiculous. We've been waiting for SOP to come alive. And this is an unbelievable Blade Storm. Nice tee up there with the Saturate. That right there is gorgeous. Just simply stunning.
If there's one way to get the blood pumping, that certainly is it.
Now, where to set up shop?
This is far from over. The money still there for this buy. No outlaw for the half armor punish. As NRG gonna look to try to make this very aggressive.
Look at the fast rotates here, though.
They're just stacking this one up, and Energy immediately have to pump the brakes. Call a cancel on this push.
I love this, though, leaving Brock behind. Probably leaves an extra player over here for Foot, potentially, but they have kind of read into this nicely. This is good macro.
I have the spike.
Putting the 3 back over to CB. A couple SMGs, though, going to be in NRG's hands, so they have them pondering. Perhaps he is going to be a little bit more tenable.
Mata out onto the jet. The up and over from Mata. Not able to find a punish quite just yet. Will force a reposition. Tailwing over into the corner. Spike gets planted and Sop ends up getting pound. Zeus now eliminated the duelist down. NRG looking to steal this one away. Yenajay scales forward. Is able to find Ethan. Opens up the side a little bit more for them, but the counter spam is going to be brutal. As the shock dart into the corner, ends up taking them low, but Crystalli just doesn't have anything else. Util gone, but Mata out of bullets, peeks in, ends up losing his life, but Kiko now the run it back. Want to be immediately invested, immediately shut down as Crystalli finds a headshot, the push forward, Kiko eliminated. And Crystalli tried to do it all, finds the first. But the time again, it's just being bought, it's being drained, and Crystalli has to make his exit. NRG persevere through the round, and they once again take the lead.
I mean, I'm still thinking back to what Scuba said in the interview before the match today about how they just want to brawl. You know, we know that Foot's going to bring that fast tempo, that aggressive style, and we just have to match it, and they do here, just barely, but they do. Able to hold the line on the backside.
Slugfest was the term that he used.
It's like, it was that.
This is a mud fight.
That hey, you can have a slugfest in the mud.
That's true.
This is gonna be fun.
Oh man.
Again, now look at the buy. This time, not with those knives to try to rely on.
Right.
2 sheriffs alongside these vandals.
I mean, both teams' economy not quite stabilized. Even NRG has to buy down to a Bulldog to get full armor for Ethan.
And Walkabout not going to be able to find anything. The drone just going to be cleared by Mata. It's typical positioning for the start of the round, so this doesn't give any real information over to Foot yet.
They're trying to show a little bit of a different look because they've been giving up some of the sewer space early to NRG. Foot maneuvers. Sop down in there. Try to see if they could catch NRG sleeping. Trying to push and try to, you know, open up the space for those rotates. Instead, NRG just cut sound. They just want to slip on through towards C. Drone will give it away, but oh, are they going to be ready for this fast reposition?
Well, the smoke is pretty delayed, so they're already going to be able to scale forward. That camera again situated. But does Scuba tap it is the question. Zeus has maybe slipped the net. Yes, he's managed to work his way forward into the garage.
Spike planted.
Detection on the 1. So attention can be tied to this angle, and Scuba's just going to be looking to hold this line. But Mata now going to be caught. Anticipating that counter swing, but not from Scuba's position. So he ends up falling. The flash connecting the neural theft going to be invested. Player positions now revealed as Ethan holds them back with that paranoia. Kiko taking point is going to be good for 1, but will get traded out. Scuba now going to spam down. Sociable able to find that kill. Sop cleaning up Ethan now into the 1v1. The tap, and Brock is going to be waiting for that confirmation. The hold up to half. And now can try to play the time, but Sop hits the headshot. The defuse is in. And Foot tie it 11-11.
Oh, what a hero. Couple big rounds here. Foot still in this. Tie it back up. This is just, again, absolutely scrappy. Just trades back and forth. I mean, you got to give both teams credit in that regard where everybody's in a position where they could follow up off of each other. And so it's really well coordinated on both sides. NRG saying, hey, ease up. But the problem for NRG is the money. That round right there was a big deal in that regard. Mata does have his Blade Storm. Is it his turn to give us an incredible performance like we saw from Sop? He's just pushing up towards A.
Kiko, though, he's already forward in the garage, and yeah, Crystalli's going to be taken down. Mata has just opened up the site. The spike now be scooped up, and the interception from Kiko is completely unanticipated. NRG playing a gorgeous map at Zeus. He's made noise around the back. They're just going to look to multi-face to take him down, and they will be able to do just that. Sociable cannot line up the shots, and Sop now needs to be the hero again.
That was a ghost.
He's reading the pivot. Does he know? Kiko setting up this blaze wall, could have made his way into the site. He's got to try to clear it out, and he cannot. It is a Mastercard thrifty. As NRG,
Match point.
they get themselves to match point. They break the bank of Foot.
This is madness. They're all over the map. They're just pushing individually. This is an ISO call. Look at this. He outduels him with a ghost. Insane stuff from NRG. And yeah, Vlad knows that one.
The faith is starting to dwindle. The hope being crushed. They need a thrifty of their own if they want to push this into overtime.
Double outlaws, 3 players, going to be one tap to those. Absolutely frightening, but Foot going for an early hit and not going to find any contact.
They're immediately going to start rotating off of that. Spike still drop back towards the spawn. NRG not needing to commit to anything quite just yet.
Well, NRG anticipated a push out. They just didn't guess the right angle. They were thinking maybe a mid push, something like that. Looking for something a little bit different. Foot just goes for something a little bit more standard.
Kiko is one away from having that run it back.
I was just curious if Zeus was going to take a peek at that.
Feels like this is going to have to be a wombo combo play, that convergent paths alongside the Hunter's Fury to try to shut this down. NRG, though, still keeping their push disguised. Some noise made out in the mid. Tripwire going to be cleared by the shock dart.
Just trying to create as much confusion, as many question marks on the map as they can.
Going to be sent. Sop to be spotted.
30
Hunter's
seconds
Fury is going to be called in. Crystalli trying to peel back some of this pressure. Scuba lurking forward. Sociable there on the corner. Able to find a little bit of damage.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, Yedijay, the push out of garage. He looks for a little bit more, but now sees another player has to backpedal away. The turn of the flash. Sociable able to find one. Kiko going to be shut down. The spray and pray from Yedijay is able to find Scuba. And Foot managed to persevere. This map, this series is not over yet. London, strap in, because we're going to overtime.
And we're getting our first one here, Masters London. Our first overtime of the event. Hard to imagine it took this long, but
10 seconds left.
this is exactly what you wanted to see. Foot just mirroring the rotation so nicely. NRG trying to do everything they could, but to create a confusion on the map. But that clear of that trip kind of gave away the script a little bit, maybe. That's okay, because got a couple opportunities. It's going to be Foot starting on that attacker side. Both teams going to have 7 in that regard, so slightly favored. Mata, glass cannon. Shock dart misses. Brock going to have to re-clear with the drone. Going to see the waylay. That's a lot of info, because generally where Zeus is, there's going to be some more members behind it. Drone as well.
They are stacked up. This is going to be an absolute mess of a brawl, and it's one that NRG are coming on top of. Sop and Suits immediately dispatched as they get eliminated. And now Foot going to be scrambling, scratching their heads, wondering where in the hell they can find success on this map.
What a setup there. Having that extra layer with the tripwire completely nullifies that hit. Now you're going to have to play for retake, it seems. Don't anticipate that Kiko's going to want to take a fight, other than just make sure they don't push, they don't take any extra space.
But how do you try to fan out from here? Still 2 away from a Hunter's Fury. Deep angle not going to be great. The tripwire will alert the initial start of this flank. Still have another one set up over at C Long, so it seems like with that in mind, they're going to just try to play within the site itself, take these fights up close and personal. The 3-player approach from Garage. Paranoia going to be sent out. Yedijay blinded up, but not at risk. You can turn a curveball. You could find success, but Crystalli able to find one. Touchback. Yedijay comes away with 2.
Remaining.
Sociable finds a shot, and now it is all down to Brock to try to find this opening around, and he cannot! The 3v5 to convert it, and Foot now are up to map point.
Patience pays dividends here. That's his own smoke. That's really nicely thought out by Sociable to give him a little bit of an extra angle and an escape valve there so he can continue to do damage. And he does just that. And it's going to be a quick pump. The brakes have been pressed. And RG going to quickly take some time to talk this through. You only get one here in overtime, and they immediately want to make sure that this attacker side round is going to be something that'll at least keep this overtime alive.
Oh, and what a map this has turned out to be. NRG with a timeout looking to try to get that reset. Spoiler alert, looks like SOP gonna be going for the same thing here. That glass cannon operator currently in hand. Yetajay with an Odin. They want this to end. They want to take a breather, to go to Fracture. And try to close it from here, but for NRG, they need to rally back into this. Get themselves up to 15. They want to close this in 2-0 fashion.
Well, it's been a lot of different looks that NRG has shown on their attacker side, so a little tough to kind of guess initially, but Foot gonna hedge their bets a little bit, putting the Cypher util across A, B, and Garage. So they're trying to see if they can garner a little bit of information. NRG trying to see if there's anything. Nothing at long A, and they're walking maybe into a trap.
Gonna fall back here.
Oh, Zeus, he's gonna have to strike very quickly here, but he's gonna be taken down. Monta's able to find one, but Yetajay with that Odin, able to deliver 2 kills. Backpedals away off that blind. Meanwhile, SOP just checking forward. Still has that operator, gets himself into a rough position, but will be able to jump back. And Akiko, he's gonna jump up into the garage. And suddenly, it's a 2v4 with Brock down to 30, putting an immense amount of weight and pressure on the shoulders of Scuba. And Crystalli could just win it right here.
Spike down B.
The headshot found in Brock now. One of the best players for this team during stage 1. Has to do it all. He finds the first, but eats more damage for health. This should be him dead, and it is. Sociable will find it, but close out Haven, 14-12. And that means we are going the distance. We are going to Fracture.
This was a hell of a map. It came damn close. But it's Foot who's gonna show the resilience against one of the most resilient teams we have in Valorant. The young upstarts force a Fracture, keep their chances for playoffs alive.
An incredible map here, an incredible series, and Fracture should deliver as well, so do not go anywhere.
Give me that funky beat, y'all.
I know.
And it goes like this. Straight from the underground. And it goes like this. Straight from the underground.
I know.
Baby, I know you hear me. Baby, I know you hear me.
We have our first overtime at Masters London with Foot bringing it to the full series. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Victoria, joined by Minnie and Billy. And Foot survive another map.
Yeah, and there's off a hero round here. Like we saw on Lotus, those post plants coming in strong from Foot. It seems like when they're in those 3v5s, in those heavy disadvantages, you can't count them out. They're able to set up nice crossfires and get nice kills going on. I do have to question once again, though, NRG fundamentally shouldn't be losing 5v3s as a world champion.
Well, I mean, Billy has an argument for this.
I do.
With Foot.
Oh, yeah.
The Foot believer?
Yeah, I am the Foot believer, but I think that you could definitely see the preparation coming into Haven. They're probably actually not super happy the fact that it ended up going to overtime, because we saw how great they looked on that map previously, but I think the fact that they were able to close it out when the pressure got to that much, you know, we'd heard from Vlad previously about how, oh, we should be winning this map, we're not quite being able to close them out, but this time, finally being able to close that out, hoping to go into this third map confident.
Now, Sop was a little bit quiet in the earlier part of this map, and he ended up stepping it back up. And Crystalli is another player that also was super impactful.
Yeah, it seems like every time he's on Haven, he's performing well. Some good clutches there for him. Here we see some nice executes on the A side of the map from Foot in this game. I had criticized NRG's defense, that it was often way too passive, and I think that Foot did a great job punishing that by going towards that A site and execing there, because if you get the advantage there at all, or even go even, that A side of the map is so easy to post plant, and there we saw a nice little waylay ult, Sop dash combo there to also open it up.
Yeah, definitely. Very explosive team coming into this, and Zeus having such a great performance as we've already highlighted. It's really nice to see that full confidence coming in from him. And what I really liked from Foot's game plan coming into today was no sort of overextensions, right? We've seen so many times where there's maybe moments where they need to be a little bit more disciplined, although I will say there was a round that Sop had where he shouldn't have done the things that he did. I think it was like a 2v1 where he jumped up with a shorty against Kiko, and then they ended up losing it. So I think coming into this last map, if they can kind of find that balance of overextending when they need to and being proactive and gathering that space on their attack, but then also just taking it back a little bit and remembering those protocols and being able to have that kind of discipline.
Now, you mentioned this is Crystalli's map, but Zeus absolutely on form.
Yeah, in EMEA, he was playing a lot of Phoenix. It wasn't going so well, but they managed to find the waylay, and the waylay for him has been phenomenal every time he plays it. And it's just beautiful to see. He's been up there with Sop. We said that Sop had a bit of a quieter game. It doesn't matter this time around, because at this event, Zeus has been performing. It's not just been the Sop show. Zeus has been up there with him every time.
And let's not forget, Zeus was part of this roster from kickoff last year, so he's been there from this older generation of Foot to this new era of Foot. And I think the way that he's been able to settle in and also have a greater performance, I think, ever since the arrival of Sop, we're really seeing that confidence come through from him. 262 ACS on that waylay. It's been really impressive for him to come onto this global stage and have the performance that he's been having.
What I really like is you were pointing out the very different styles these two teams have approached to this, but it has been neck and neck every single round for both maps.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, once again, I'm criticizing NRG on that defense side for doing a lot of flood rotations rather than pushing out. Again, on Fracture, that's something I'm also going to be critical of. They like to play some kind of flood style once again, and I don't think that the map theory wants you to do that. I think that it suits Foot's style of play a lot more, in the sense that it's all about pushing out and being proactive. Holding these sites is extremely hard, and so going onto this map, that is what I'm also looking at once again for NRG's defense.
I think for Foot's defense specifically, because that's the side that they'll be starting on, I'm looking at how they're going to make improvements in comparison to how their game against Vitality went. They only managed to win 4 rounds on the defense there. However, in saying that, the defensive protocols that they had against Full Sense in the very opening series was really good. As we mentioned, taking control of those extremities, Sop and Zeus being the star kind of players in terms of that, but then also Yetije being such a great site anchor.
I think what it was is that Foot are very aggressive on defensive Fracture, like I love, but Vitality had the read. They just sat back and wait for it. I think that it's about FUT not being so one-dimensional about those push-outs. I think it is the way to play the map. It's just that you can't just do it so obviously.
Yeah, don't just be taking A main space. Give us some bridge crunches and things like this. Not just pushing out of one avenue, but actually gathering that and just denying information from NRG as much as possible. You don't want them to be getting into these post-plant situations.
It is also a map where that Jet, I do think, has its weaknesses. When you want to push out on this map, you want to have those ray satchels, you want to have that neon stun, you want to have ways to trap people in. And the Jet doesn't provide that. And so to me, it ends up being about Sop's individual form. If he's just pushing out, he's going to need to win aim duels. And then the last map is a little bit quieter. He cannot be quiet on this map.
Well, because of how competitive it is right now, every single player is going to be needing to step up for Fracture.
Yeah, exactly. Zeus swapping, well, he's not swapped, but he's on the Raze right now. I'd love to see him honestly play the Waylay on this map, but he has been decent on the Raze.
Yeah, I have to agree. And then when we look over towards NRG's side, we're going to see Mada picking up that Waylay. I'm intrigued to see how that looks. We also see Brock being on this Brimstone. Now, this is an agent that he's been having to pick up across a couple of maps. Of course, we're very much used to this man on your screen right now being on that Sova, being on that Odin, but has started picking up the Brimstone, the Vise, and whatnot more recently.
The attack side for the Waylay, it's strange that he's not got too much support here, but look out for him dashing into tower, and then if there's nobody there, he can continue to go onto the site and they don't have to use much utility. If there's any danger in tower, he can just saturate right back, refract right back out.
And on the opposing side, it is usually Yetajay that is being a little rat in tower. We saw it so many times in their series and on Fracture so far throughout this.
I think Kiko on the Phoenix, this is the map that Phoenixes love. You've got 4 orbs on the map to farm. Kiko has been farming as well as a player. I hope that he's able to get a lot of ults on this half. He could be the defining factor about going into this playoff.
Yes, that's right. This is for playoffs. This is a do or die situation here. This is the last life for these teams to move on. So FUT or NRG, they really want this NRG. Reigning champs, so much experience. You have so many expectations of them. Mitty, you've been a little bit more critical of them, but as you should be for a team that's already won a huge trophy versus a Turkish team who's really trying to win it all for the very first time. Now, fast, aggressive teams, they work well with momentum. So is FUT going to carry forward in this map, or is it going to be NRG continuing into playoffs as we send it back to our casters?
A third and final map to determine it all. It's best to simplify it, to boil it down, a best of one to determine who moves forward and who makes their early exit from Masters London. FUT pushed to the brink to manage to make it the Fracture. But will that momentum build-up be enough to carry them forward? They've been good in the pistols. Let's see if that continues or if NRG can still come out on top.
Looks like, again, FUT looking for the north side crunch. Throw out the haunt, but there's nobody there, so they immediately turn their attention back over.
Zeus looking for that clearance here, but a bit of damage going to be found, but he cannot take down Ethan. Meanwhile, the push forward into Canteen is looking strong. NRG able to find Cristali and Sociable, and Sop will be able to find some kills. Sop off camera, coming away with 2. Does get tagged up. Hot hands layer down onto the floor. Kiko able to get some healing in. Meanwhile, Sop, though, rescaling, and the spike is going to be ushered toward the north side. He will look to make this an A-site plant, but he'll be able to get the spot out. Kiko now picked apart, and it's just Scuba with 16 health, doubling back through Arcade. And this just looks nigh impossible. I mean, Yetajay completely untouched. 2 players would go down to a single shot from the Sheriff, but how are you meant to isolate? And you're just so outnumbered. Finds the first, and will get some damage in, but cannot get the follow-up. FUT will find another opening pistol.
This is going to be one that maybe NRG ends up kicking themselves about a little bit. They just keep pushing through. And Sociable, Sop holding both sides here. Canteen and Jen. They say, no, we know you guys like to get aggressive. We are perfectly poised to push back. They do more than that. Huge, huge win here for FUT. The defender side, I think, a little bit wanting against Vitality compared to what we saw against Full Sense, but I think you got to kind of take some of those lessons you learned from Full Sense and just take some fights.
Looking for that up and over. Yedajay ringing out a shot. Position going to be known. Cage pop to push forward though, and Kiko not clearing out that back corner of the site. The spike now going to be on the floor. Sociable looking for a little bit more. Will end up falling, but it's just Ethan dead. As Yedajay will find himself 3 and Foot get a very clean anti-eco.
Exactly what you needed. Some pretty quick rotations over. Hold of the line on the site. So Foot well poised to do some more damage potentially on this bonus. They're going to be carrying a lot over. Tremendous work there by Sociable with the Bulldog. And Yedajay, so good. He just always seems to come up with these big multi-kill rounds when Foot needs them. That one right there just really clean.
It's another really strong start for Sociable as well on Fracture. Trying to get that orbital strike online very quickly.
Good point.
Seems like NRG wary of a potential Southside crunch. Yedajay is going to go on a walkabout. He's going to continue to scale forward. Slotted here against the wall. Toggles the camera. Is able to spot it out. And they're not going to have the read at all! As Yedajay finds 3. The Neural Theft spotting out the 2 remaining players. But Foot now so well favored to convert this bonus. Cristali pushing forward. The tripwire in position. Is Kiko going to be one away from a run it back? He can find one more kill. Might feel like he has to commit it, that he can commit it into this round to try to get the conversion, but he will not be able to find that elimination. Scuba trying to isolate them and pick them apart, but he cannot. 3-0 start from Foot, and it looks like that momentum has indeed carried forward.
Well, he does it again. Another massive ulti kill for Yedajay. And they just don't quite read off of that cam. He's got so many tricky setups. You know, the desk was talking about, Billy was talking about how annoying he is in tower, but this one catches him off guard as he slots forward. And he's so annoying on that Cypher. Every piece of util, you never know if there's going to be him or somebody else playing off of it. Now you can go into the Outlaw for Sop. They're going to buy a little bit of time there. Quick haunts exchange, so Cook going to be pretty well aware, and they're going to be quickly rotating up on the north side.
A quick spawn out, double dash up in a tower. It's a very fast wraparound for Mata.
There.
As Cage will drop, Ethan going to be spotted in the corner. Tagged up, Cristali just holding down M1, trying to find that elimination, but it's going to be Yedajay just running and gunning to find the enemy IGL. Spike brought forward onto the site, but no closer to really getting this plant enacted. They're going to try to commit for it now, but the players are just getting picked apart. Planted in the corner, as Brock will just be able to find 2 kills with a right click. A little bit of damage to try to slow down this balloon of the economy, but it's still going to be that 4-0 start in NRG. We might be looking at another early timeout call from Bunkar on the other side.
Yeah, I would think so. This is just really good stuff from Foot. They're so fast to rotate. They're so fluid on this map, and that's exactly what Fracture needs. That's what defenders need to do. One of the things I kind of was worried about with
Bambino.
Yeah.
Feeling confident that they have the read.
Absolutely. But one of the things that some teams kind of rely on in this map is like holding the line with the Cypher and the Brim and doing things like that. And I think Foot got a little too passive, gave maybe Vitality a little bit too much respect, like what we're seeing here. Making those early reads, making those aggressive push outs to try to get info quick. They're doing it again here. Deep haunt at tree. This time, NRG. And so try to confuse them by going to the other side off of that. See if they can find any purchase, but Trip here. Set up for Yedajay to give them a little bit of extra info. Mata calling it out. Kiko already has his ult, so doesn't need the orb.
Stop at the moment. Staring in towards halls. As there's the tripwire cleared. Yedajay trying to keep him protected. Sop's just going to be tucked into the corner now, scouted out, spotted. Slips the net though. He updrafts up over the top towards Dish side. Meanwhile, it's just going to be a 1-for-1 as Yedajay does get taken down, but Sop is rewarded. The snap back on the ultimate. He found Kiko, but Scuba will be able to find Zeus. Intercepts him now, swapping the weapons as the spike gets planted. Ooh. That wasn't even a snapback. Either way. Cristali picked apart. It's just going to be 3 players strong over in halls. As this is pretty much impossible to break. I mean, if you had the orbital strike now, feel pretty decent about the odds, but needs to be able to find that first kill, and he cannot. Mata will be able to find that 3K. The operator able to be carried forward, and this was a big all-in gamble from NRG that ends up paying off.
But it almost doesn't. What a play here from Sop. I mean, yes, NRG gets the round. Nice work by Mata to lock down the post plant, but that maneuver there to deal with the Phoenix ult, dude. Oh my God. That was incredible movement from Sop.
It felt like that was going to be the round-winning play, but
yeah,
NRG still able to persevere. Their own orbital strike now going to be online, as well as a Nightfall.
And Mata's one away from a convergent path. But with all this pressure Foot's been creating, making it a little bit difficult to find that early orb quickly. Rethink of ideas. Of course, with that op there as well, you can always look to that to just give you that ult and have it for the post plant potentially. Here they go.
Nightfall just going to be connecting onto the one. Yetajay backpedaling deeper into Canteen. Spawn clears out the rest of the site. Kiko eating a bit of spam early. He'll be able to get himself healed back up. Meanwhile, Scuba dance around over towards that bench side, but it's going to be Kiko coming away with 2 kills. Associable Yetajay both going to be taken down. Cristali able to find the one, but nothing more. The 2v4 now. Spike still in tower. And Kiko already halfway to another run it back.
Love that.
Stop just trying to get deeper out onto this angle. Find anything that he can. Does he have a corner to tuck in? No, he does not. He's going to be burned to a crisp. What a read, whether it's Brock, whether it's Ethan making the call, either way, that secures the round win. NRG able to find 2 in a row.
It's just incredible. They're able to just barely find that open space. It's hard as the defenders. You got to talk about how proactive you have to be, but it is Fracture, so you end up not always being able to cover all your bases. And NRG sniffs out the open space, starts dissecting players, removing them from the round one by one. Should be a little bit of time here to maybe consider going hunting, if you so choose. There's a little bit of money here, but a couple players pretty low on the side of Foot. Sop only at 150 credits, but does have the Blade Storm, so he's A-okay.
He got these 2 charges from a showstopper. Feels like NRG just taking the measured play to not try to eventually funnel some more over to him. One around to be found. And Sociable just dead from behind.
Nice positioning there from Kiko. That's a great job. We've seen some really good reads on where some of these teams want to position themselves for their ults, and the other team has the counter quickly to try to deal with it. So some really good preparation being shown. Blade Storm is going to go. Once again, looking for some kind of pressure. I mean, this has been their kind of go-to plan here early.
Scuba far enough around that corner to not get spotted if this north side swing does continue. Pulls off the camera for now, but now we'll have the spot out as the cam gets cleared. We have to know that he's going to be on that arcade side, but seems like Foot off the back of that haunt, sussing out that this is going to be another A hit coming in. So he's going to be chucked out. Cristali unable to clear that Prowler fast enough, but Sop arriving, has the tailwind away. Convergent paths ends up getting sent. Mata goes diving forward. From up and over the top, Sop cannot deliver a single kill. Only a tiny lick of damage on to Kiko. Zeus has arrived on the scene. Spike stuck on site, paint shell. Gonna be good to get a good amount of damage and pushes Brock out into the open, but he narrowly is able to find that elimination. That means that Zeus now down to 30. Tries to create some pressure around the back, but it's gonna be Scuba on this flank now arriving. Finding the first, Sociable with a tap, and he will quickly fall thereafter. Scuba finds the final 2 in NRG. 1 round away from tying things up.
And I wouldn't be too surprised now to see a timeout from Foot. We never did see one from NRG. They held it close to the vest. You've got to be kidding me, Mata. That is ridiculous. The no-scope blinded up. Gets the kill anyway. And then Scuba pressured early in the round and just uses that against his opponents to slowly work his way through to have the dagger to seal the round. And indeed, it will be Foot's timeout now in our Coinbase win condition. I think you just got to stop going dish so much. I mean, it's just been too much of that where they're trying to get those early crunches. You know, Foot had a lot of success with this, especially against Full Sense, but also a little bit against Vitality, where you're able to catch that, you know, first player out a little bit, maybe get that quick pick, or at least force them back to make the quick rotations. And they try to do that here, but the fact that Sop doesn't get any value out of that Blade Storm, really brutal in terms of finding a win condition for that round.
Yeah, and I think a big part of this is just trying to pick the players up a little bit more here. Clearly have cooled off a bit. Zeus, I mean, not expecting him to have the same level of impact with his raise as he was having on the Waylay. He's looked very, very strong on that. But him at 4 kills, right there with him. And then Crystalli again with a bit of a soft start into this map in particular. There's a lot of things that you want to just try to key up, tune up, and fix going into this next round. Otherwise, NRG, they're going to be breaking your economy again and tying up the scoreline. Granted, you are starting from this defender side. There's still a lot to try to tally, as Mata's going to be able to continue with these operators for quite some time. There's plenty of cash available to NRG, and Kiko nearly has that next run it back.
Yeah, it's a pivotal round for Foot. Showstopper in there. You get a buy-in. And get this to go. You're going to give yourself a really good shout at an even or positive half. But if you don't, NRG might just start streaking once again. This time they're aggressive on the south side. I like this. I like this a lot more. Look at this deep trip on B, too, from Yedajay over at Gen.
Oh, face forward, and Sop will just immediately find that kill. Trip is now going to be cleared. Mata checking back that operator at the ready. Still, no prowlers. Try to face in this. They nearly line up. Crystalli lucky to not be taken down at the same time. The Haunt now going to be invested, but they are already well aware of what is waiting them on the other side. Kiko, however, going to be found. The neural theft immediately chucked out. Seeing these players retreating back through the spawn, and Social's going to try to find the catch, and he does. Brock dead. The spike now dropped. Scuba has to be careful on this recovery. Will be able to find the spike, but you still have Crystalli tucked back on the A site. Takes his way up and over the top, and seems like they're trying to assess which way they should go, but it's just going to be down 6 feet under. There's Mata now spotted, trying to clear this corner. The shot will whiff. Refracts back around the corner, but Yedajay has him outdone. The headshot found the operator, going to be lost, and Foot able to maintain a lead.
That's huge. Really nice timeout call here. Going to get that early pick onto Ethan, who's just not quite ready for that full push out. And Yedajay having a laugh over that one. And here's the crazy thing, didn't need to use the showstopper there as Foot. So you still got that in your back pocket.
Crystalli gets one away from that Nightfall.
Yeah, really nice round from Crystalli. Great hedging of your bets there as Foot, saying, okay, we've got control over B. Let's send one to A because we're giving up a little bit of space into mid towards our spawn. And that works a treat. Over up onto the north side. So now NRG saying, okay, we know you're not doing those dish pushes anymore.
We heard the tap of the door, but does give it the space. Orbit collected. Crystalli now with a Nightfall online. Yedajay trying to watch the camera, has a tiny little gap to peek through, but Blazewall is going to be set up as well.
I think they're going to try to pop the trip over on Mata's side and then set up for the execute. Try to see if they can pull some players. Or they might just change directions if he just gets enough space.
For now, it's a massive scale forward in the tower. Yedajay. Curveball goes in a little bit behind him, but still can't get the vision out, so will end up getting picked apart. He go out in front of this Molly. The rest of the team going to be held back by it for the moment.
Find you.
So it'll be the Haunt. Start things off first, but the clear comes in. Tap of the plant. Nightfall at the ready. Ethan, however, playing front gen. Very much catches them off guard. It looks like Sop at the same time and taking damage. She's down to 30. Nightfall going to be sent. Kiko will end up getting marked. Not quite enough of a spacing to be able to avoid that. The chuck forward though. Ethan dead. Paint shell now out. Saturate will be able to connect, slowing them down a little bit, and Kiko still trying to find his way out of this corner. The curveball going to be sent through, but blinds himself up, but it's going to be the covering fire out from tower. They're trying to keep him in this round, and Scuba will be able to find Sop. NRG rally right back into this one as operators are going to be collected. One round away from tying this up.
Yeah, and it's just a really good counter read here from Ethan, doing a nice job at the beginning of the round, understanding that the methodology has changed for Foot, so we can change ours. Using that Phoenix really nicely to clear some space as Kiko That's huge there. Talked about what a problem Yedijay can be. To eliminate him early from that B site makes it oh so much easier.
They're going to be carrying this double operator forward.
Oh my.
No, that there isn't going to be one on the other side. So can give them some very favorable opening duels.
In fact, just a stinger for Yedijay. Couldn't even buy up here. So this is going to get potentially a little weird.
Scuba will have Mana able to quickly turn back around, but it's a little bit of a delayed reaction, and Sop is actually able to find Mana. Finds a further away player, and now Scuba frantically trying to find something that he can get. Manages to find the one kill, but Zeus will trade it back up. That puts Foot now in a key advantage position. C's gonna be out, Crystalli isolated, taken down off the decay. Yedijay, however, still here with that stinger. He's able to finish the job, swaps over to the Classic, eventually will be fished out as Brock finds that elimination. Now the orbital strike available for him, as the spike will get planted.
Spike planted.
Launching smoke.
This guy Smoke down, just trying to slot his way out towards main, and he's able to win the fight versus Zeus as well. Tap now, called in the orbital strike. Pushing Sociable off of that plant. The molly gonna be layered in as well. Just no chance, no way to even try to hold this one a half.
Smoke's down.
This guy Smoke cleared. Ethan getting the spot, the tap. He's anticipating this rewrap. Takes down Brock. And now into the 1v1. The defuse being stuck. Can he just hold the completion? He absolutely can! A Red Bull clutch! Has Foot get up to 6, and he somehow manages to survive.
That is so unbelievably well played there by Sociable. That smoke positioning, so good. Reminds me of what Forsaken did on Sunset the other year. You put it just a little bit in front of you, and it makes it a lot harder for the opponents to guess where you're at. And he even gives himself an angle to play around the side. That's gotta feel good.
The tension buildup and the relief, but it has still been some back and forth. I'm sure the coaching staff would love to see some consecutive round wins to close out this half. NRG still with an opportunity to try to tie this up. We still are gonna have money widely for another buy.
And
win or lose this round.
He gets one away from the convergent pass there. Sociable will have his ult though.
They slow things down. Scuba tucked over bench. Can try to get the up and over with this jet.
So tempting to just try to wait out Scuba there to see if he'll maybe push around the other side. Instead, they do end up clearing the trip. Are they going to try to take the zip here? Or are they just going to hold Zeus in the back to watch for him?
He's just going to be waiting to try to intercept that flank. They have a solid enough read on his position, but they still need to be able to try to hold the line here at the A side. Saturate going to be chucked in, Sop able to tuck back, dodges that one out of the orbital strike. Locks off Ethan for the moment. Cloudburst down. They fill this space. 40 seconds remaining. It's going to be Zeus now. Here within the side of Paint Chill at the ready. Could just chuck it into the corner. He would find an immense amount of value. But it's going to be Sop. Able to come away with one. Zeus now back towards Sands. Finds Kiko. Sociable finds Ethan. And Scuba can't find anything. A flawless round to chain together another one. And Foot, they get up to 7. Now looking for an 8 and 4 half.
Yeah, just the stall and coordination here from Foot. So nice. Sociable again. Doesn't need to light up the kill feed, but he uses his ult to allow a reposition to just completely thwart this attack. And then NRG's left guessing where they're going to be on site. And the reaction from Foot. So clean. So you still have just enough for most of a buy. Scuba only on a Guardian. Now you're going more of a default here for Foot. A little bit of a push out from Sop. But everybody else just trying to hold it be, just kind of guessing that this is how NRG is going to react. But Mana strikes from behind.
A bit of a bait there.
I know it.
Zeus trying to push forward. Meanwhile, Sociable not ready to get off the iPad. Mana takes it out of his hands. An amazing start to this round here for NRG, who very much need this round win. Zip across to the south side from Crystalli. Yedijay trying to push forward through that cage. And will be able to find one. Scuba eliminated. But as that smoke will fall, so too shall Yedijay as Sop's the last one. A 1v3. Looks for Ethan, finds it. Let's work down the 12 health. Now the 1v2, the reposition. Kiko wrapping around through Canteen. The Molotov there to buy some time. A shout out to a squad that could not qualify, and Sop widely feeling like this round is likely going to be done, and it is. Kiko is able to get NRG up to 5.
Maybe a little shout out to Alfier. It's his birthday, so that could be it. But
could be.
Ooh, what a back and forth. But again, really solid defender side stuff from Foot.
I mean, after a 4-0 start, you got to be feeling decent about that 1-4 NRG, but this needs to be an immaculate defense. If Foot could find another pistol, that might just be curtains.
I saw that Hazza was co-streaming today, so I had to come and say hello. How's it going up here?
Yeah, it's good. You know, it's a little bit more relaxed than being on the broadcast, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, don't get too comfortable. We need you back in VCT EMEA. I'll be asking you about that after we finish this interview, because right now I need to ask you who you think is going to win, because I was saying I feel like mentally it's going to be really tough for NRG right now.
See, this is the problem that I've got, Frankie, because I've got NRG in my pick'ems, and I've got a Foot jersey with my name on it behind you here. So whichever way you flip it, I'm a bit of a fraud. But I think since we're in London, got to go with the EMEA team.
Oh, you don't want to go for the team that's got the British player on it?
I'm sorry, Kiko. I guess I'm going for...
We're all sorry, Kiko, but you know what? There are some big fans of Kiko in the audience, and they're actually booing you right now, Hazza. What do you have to say to your newfound enemies?
You know, not everyone can be loved. I'll stick with Foot.
And you have such a lovely, kind, generous face, but inside this man, heart of steel. Let's head back into the game.
He's going for Foot, and Foot right now are going for broke. They're looking to lock up this win over our reigning champions of NRG. Found themselves in 3rd place at Master Santiago, and now we're staring down the barrel of potential elimination, being denied access to the playoffs.
Still a shout here, still some hope, but it's going to take a really good defender side. Foot have positioned themselves to go into that playoffs, to join Vitality. As an EMEA team, 2 would make it if they can do it. Regional pride, but definitely the pride of this young team, this young squad that came together and has shocked the world here. And this Fracture first half, I am giving it a very high mark. So can this attacker side match? Because if it can, they will be moving on here at Masters London for sure. Just a little creep up, just using that cyber cage. Kiko
fans right back to the chat. Trying to spur him on here, but it's going to be Scuba. He's able to find the opening value, but that paint shell gets lobbed in right at his feet, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. Right to the rope though, and Yeta J going to be struck down. Ethan with that frenzy going to be favored every day. And now Crystalli gone as well. A 2v4. The Sociable not quite slipping the net. Brock has every idea, every understanding of this potentiality, but still will not be able to win out that fight. So now brought back into a 2v3.
Zeus just trying to group up.
They're just going to slip through and go plant this on A. NRG can continue with the pack mentality, play together, stay stacked up, try to get that retake going, but they will not be able to prevent the plant from coming through.
I dropped the spike.
And they're going to drop it over. This is taking a while though. So now
they're realizing it.
Yep.
And this is still very slow. Zeus is in an all-in angle. No blast packs to try to make a quick exit. He has to find value here. It's going to be a little bit of a high-low, but Zeus still able to find 2 in that fight. 3 overall in the round. Sociable tapping the plant. Running out of time now. Has to drop down, go for the commitment. No, we'll just plant this up over the top.
10 seconds left.
But no Molly, no smoke. So Sheriff on the other side. And Sociable to peek in. Tagged. One more tap is all it'll take. And he needs a headshot. Staying planted in this position. And he wins it out! Mata expecting that he climbed the stairs. He just stays tucked away, and Foot are able to find their second pistol on this map, now up 8-5.
Just unbelievable that they win this. 2vx situation, and Zeus says, I'm going to stick around. There's maybe sociable calls for it either way, and it is the perfect read.
It's in the name. Zeus is doing God's work in that moment to be able to come away with those kills. Also gets himself halfway to a showstopper.
It's unbelievable. What a turn for Foot. Now it's going to take even more for NRG to dig back into this. We've seen an eco here today, so maybe NRG has something in store. Sop taps the orb to see if there's any kind of response, but NRG just gamble stacks. So they are happy, be a little bit patient, just looking for kind of a crunch play there off the back of the C's, it looks like. Instead, over to the A side. Now for NRG, the real question is try to find a way to dive the spike or see if you can do some damage. Just the classics, so no buy up. I'm gonna clear the trip, so Foot gonna be pretty well aware.
Smoke's down.
There's even a secondary trip here, so we'll get confirmation.
Plenty of footsteps gonna be heard again.
Catch them.
Deep angle established for Zeus. And this will be more than enough to delay. They realize that this Hall's angle is gonna be stacked, so they will now just take the rope across and die on that dish side. Not look to give over anything additional. 2 Foot on this round, but Sop, he's like, well, I've got a Marshall. And he's got a hip fire to come away with 1 elimination, so Ethan gonna be taken down. Scuba, maybe with an opportunity to catch Yeta J off guard. Yeta J, no, surprise. And will get eliminated here, but the rest of NRG dead to the spike. 3 players surviving. Phantom the Bulldog gonna be carried over, but they cannot recover that Spectre.
Okay, now we're into the real meat and potatoes here for NRG. If they're gonna start turning this around, absolutely cannot afford to give over another bonus. Foot's been really good at converting those, especially on this map, but if my memory serves me correctly, I think they converted both bonuses against Vitality, still ended up dropping, but here today, I think they seem like they're in a little bit better form, a little more confident, a little bit better read, a bit better pulse.
Yep, loss of Vitality widely came down to giving over that 4v2.
Cage triggered.
They're not looking to make the same mistakes. Meanwhile, the crunch coming through on this north side.
Launching smoke.
Smoke's going to be exchanged, but space still widely is given up. Just Brock over on that sand side, but not liking what they aren't seeing. So we'll just go ahead and make a quick pivot across towards Kiko's campus. He's situated, sat here on B.
Oh, Yeta J.
Oh, Ethan. Wise to it. This man's to find the wall bang. Meanwhile, Tripwire, they're going to try to hold them back. This little glimpse, they're on to Sam. As Zeus trying to scale forward, place this one quietly, and Kiko cannot hold down the sights. Another spike can get planted.
It's a huge find. Still have Prowler, still have C's, still have a Molly.
Now going to be cycled in again. There's that Molly, not going to go deep enough, but Mono will. Peeks out, is able to find the one stop, going to be traded out now. Zeus striking from Jen, gets himself a second. Another paint shell built up, tossed into the corner to give Ethan no hope, no recourse.
1 enemy
Will fall, however. Suddenly it starts becoming a hell of a lot more possible. Looking for the hold there. Gets it up to half, but Ethan cannot get the drag across. Zeus perseveres, and it's another bonus conversion for Foot.
They are so good at this map. The positioning they're taking, the way that they're gonna flank out over towards Jen here for Zeus. And that big crucial kill onto Kiko to get the space. Nobody confirmed on the Prowler on the entry, not much information given over to NRG. And it's gonna be finally a timeout taken here for NRG on this map.
Yeah, amazingly, this is the first one. Having both here for this defender side, maybe it can end up being a boon for them, but they're gonna be calling this ahead of a thrifty attempt. As we take a look at the Coinbase win condition, the cash is not there. Meanwhile, there's a hell of a lot of it available to Foot. They nearly have a showstopper as well as that orbital strike online.
Yeah, I mean, now is the time for some trickery, for some kind of misdirections from NRG. Maybe throw some close-range guns into the mix, see if you can bait them into going up in a tower, and maybe Scuba could do something, or who knows what exactly is going to be talked about here. But Vitality was able to make the comeback themselves after being in a similar situation where they lost 2 bonuses. A little bit different affair, but a little bit different scoreline. But NRG, again, keyword for them has always been resilience. Is that going to be enough here against a Foot squad who's already shown they have some of their own on Haven?
And for NRG, I mean, it feels like they just need to find a gap, a way to weasel their way into the doorway. If they can get that, I know that they are very capable of breaking through. We know that Foot absolutely can crumble under that sort of pressure. For the moment, they are looking damn favored here. As Mata, that saturate, will get a catch on the one, faces in, eats an immense amount of damage. It's just going to be a fract around the corner where there's a paint shell ready and waiting. Zeus again, able to find that kill, will get sniped out of the sky by Frog, but Zop goes forward, finding revenge for his fallen teammate. A scrappy affair, but one that Foot comes out on top of. Now Scuba and Kiko both at Sands to try to pull off a 2v3 with just Sheriffs. And still that Molotov at the ready for Sociable. Yeah. Peek out, Scuba, whittle away, down to 10 health. Kiko again needing to deliver. They want to pull off what would be an absolute miracle, but it's 1 apiece. It's 11 rounds for Foot, and it's a 6-round deficit for NRG.
We know more than we did before.
It's so scary right now. NRG is so massively on the back foot, gonna be coming into a bye. Sop, love the aggression there. Deal with that player at the point of the attack. That gun unrecoverable, no problem at all. They can just cover that doorway, and there are those 2 ults. Showstopper, orbital strike. Do have some answers. Mata's gonna scoop up the operator. But is that gonna be enough here for NRG to start turning the tide? Fast beat crunch set.
Showstopper out, Mata dead. No refract magic there. Is absolutely out into the open. Scuba now will be able to find the timing. It's occasional fall. Looks for that second kill, but Sop is able to hold his own, pops the blades immediately. Kiko with a running back, sprinting forward, trying to find anything that he can, but it's going to be an off shot from the flank. Jump forward, Ethan dead, and Zeus with another 3-piece. And a chance at the 4th. As Kiko will hold his own for 1. Have to be a 4K as well for him. And he's not going to look to try to play it out. We'll just try to retain the weapon, but Foot now advance forward up to match point. NRG are going to need 7 rounds in a row just to push this to overtime.
They're feeling it, man. This time they're just gonna go B the whole way. They're given a little bit of breathing room at Arcade. And that's more than enough, and you've got to pump the brakes again as NRG. You try to go for the operator, but there's no escape valve there, no refract set up by the time the showstopper's coming through. NRG just has...
Come on, one more. Come on.
It's so weird because I hear big time voice.
You have to imagine how cathartic this will be. An organization that hadn't seen the global stage in well over a year. Now, a win away from getting themselves into a playoffs with a very young squad and taking down the current reigning world champions of NRG in the process. What an achievement this looks to be. A bye can be scraped together, but you still have that orbital strike in the back pocket of Sociable. Nearly the Nightfall online for Crystalli. This has to be perfection. This has to be miraculous, frankly, for NRG to get back into this map.
No, it's gonna take everything that they can muster. The best we've ever seen from them if they can. But it is a long, long road to get there. And you're gonna have to go through so much. Alt cycles, Great game planning, great execution, the confidence flowing. Zeus has been incredible these last 2 maps. Absolutely brilliant performances on the Rays and the Waylay. And he has been knocking it out of the park with these big multi-kill rounds.
Well, that's not the way you want to be seeing this started. A botch job on the util. And now a deep camera placed in halls that cannot be cleared at the moment. And Foot will continue to scale forward. NRG, still 3 players saddled over on the opposite side of the map.
Take
The
it
block
down.
on the peak is able to find one. Zeus dead.
Smoke's down.
Smoke to be called in. The quick pivot back through the defender spawn. Now arriving is Kiko, as well as Scuba. Get over here, try to counteract this, and stop again! He's fearlessly trying to take position, but this time it's a massive overstep as Kiko. From rope will be able to find the kill, and it feels like Foot end up absolutely overcooking this one. The neural depth will be committed. Crystalli able to find another kill to get some damage in to weaken the buy, but the defuse is there, and NRG managed to hold on by a thread.
Yeah, just a nice recovery here for NRG when things looked like it might get a little bit weird because of the early misstep with the util, but Brock, the quick one and done. Ethan, the reposition there to counter Sop's movement. Able to just sit behind those smokes, looking for that extra player. You know, there's been a lot of crunches, so he's got to be aware that maybe that's where they're going to come from. Still, though, no ults invested for Foot. They're going to have a healthy buy still coming into this. A little bit extra money in the tank even. Op does get forked over, though, to Mata. So he's going to have his ult. Brock with the orbital strike. So a lot to work with now for NRG, who seems to be playing a little bit more of a give and then fight back at the point of attack kind of style.
Whereas that previous round was nothing but give from Foot.
Right.
Getting a bit too overconfident, a bit too overzealous. Looks like now some restraint being shown. Just going back to defaulting. Triple push to secure the orbit dish. Get Zeus halfway to another showstopper. Mod at the same time, wondering where he should reposition to.
Should be able to lean B now as NRG. Prowler did not connect with anything, and Kiko's taken a ton of space. So I think they've got a pretty decent read. Just going to come down to execution.
Angle check into the arcade side. Nothing going to be spotted, so Sociable can just join in with them. Smokes at the ready. Now going to be called down. Mata. Convergent paths. If he sends that, might just connect onto damn near everyone, and it will. That slows things up, but now he's going to make his exit. Orbital strike going to be called in and stop again. Going to be cooked as Brock has his own there. Check in towards main. Yetijay dead. And Mata, he's able to find another. It's going to be a Boombot kill for the tournament for that one, but the round still going over into the hands of NRG, and this time there are ults committed into this. Sociable can pull off one ungodly clutch.
Got the
Swap of
spike.
the gun, the spike going to be recovered. And that first point of contact, and then Scuba as well. Able to force him away.
Time.
The time is just not going to be there, so Sociable will just try to hold on to this gun. NRG sticking around for a little bit longer. Moving their way up to 7, 5 more to go as Kiko trying to find this kill. He will not. Sociable, the last survivor.
I was curious. Don't want to think about the timeout just yet as Foot. You still have some more room for mistakes before you have to call another timeout to talk about things. You're going to have most of a buy here. Sociable only going to be able to go over to the Guardian, so going to hand that gun over to one of his teammates. Let's see what they want to do this time. Just a nice little wombo combo there.
You're dead.
Right off the rip, they run it back to gain space. Foot, maybe gonna have to push the tempo, but look at this layering of the Cypher util from Scuba.
That's a good amount of information gained. Clear that tripwire. Meanwhile, the exec getting ready to come through. Scuba trying to pace forward into halls. A little botch there on the blast packs. They get slowed up, and Ethan is able to find 2. Just spraying into the smoke. The spike now stranded in this round. Looking very much lost. The cage will fall. Yetijay now spotted, none the wiser about this swing. Kiko will have him dead. Sociable.
Gotcha.
Once again, they try to hold onto the weapon, but this time it is just the Guardian. The economy whittled away at, and this is a massive opening for NRG to try to get back into this map.
It's gonna have to be an eco here on the next round for Foot. So Sociable again looking to save this gun. And they are maybe on their way to doing the unthinkable. So you would expect that we're going to get at least to 9 here for NRG, potentially, barring a
30 seconds
crazy
left.
Thrifty from Foot. I'm just curious when that timeout is going to come through. That's the real big question now. Is
it feels like it has to be after this round.
Yeah, I mean, NRG now really starting to get some wind underneath their sails.
It's just a matter of, do you call it ahead of a Thrifty attempt, or do you try to just call it for the buy? Either way.
10 seconds left.
Not this round, then the next.
Love that.
Social Bull, yep, at least just getting another ult charge, 3 away from having that orbital strike online. But NRG, given this wiggle room, given this opportunity, now it's just 4 more rounds to go to push this into another overtime.
I mean, I love those extra layers of trips. It just makes it so easy. Throw the smokes up, start spamming through. And yeah, a little bit of a oopsies on the blast packs from Zeus. It's been incredible. Now we're gonna have that Guardian, another one able to be bought in. Sop going with the Marshal, couple Sheriffs, Cristali, no armor. I wouldn't expect you want to invest the ults here. Maybe you get, ooh.
Cheeky. Most amount of damage, but
still scary.
goes in and okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, Guardian, bit higher penetration compared to that Vandal. Will be able to find a bit more damage in exchange. Ethan just gonna be backpedaling away as Stop making sure that Pain Shell is not gonna clear him. But also decides to take the orb for himself. He passed this over to Zeus. He would have had that showstopper online.
Could just be thinking a round ahead here, maybe. Let's see what they want to do, but NRG has got the strong side read.
As they check back through this holes, they pop the door, they scale forward and haunt out as well towards the spawn.
Yeah, they know.
This is going to give them a very good idea. So Ethan looking like he's going to go for the pivot and just leave Mata on an angle.
Look at Yedajay though. Let's see.
Oh, the up and over right in front of Brock, and he's going to take that one damn easily. Kill found, right to the rope. Keiko unable to find the catch there. Two-minster escape, but now they're going to be pinned in as Keiko quickly sits down two. That Marshall not going to be able to do a damn thing here. Keiko considers going for the push, but doesn't want to give him the chance, doesn't want to give him that freebie, that weapon.
Last player standing.
Now he has been found, and it's just down to Yedajay to try to stop this from being a flawless, and he will be able to do so, but he can't find the follow-up. Keiko gets the 3K, and NRG get 3 rounds away.
I think this is where that timeout has to come through for Foot. You've got 3 big ults, so whatever the coaches have drawn up for this situation, it's going to be called in here. You'd expect some kind of set idea off the start. So as NRG, this disruption can continue. The way that they've been mirroring, they've been matching Foot, they've been guessing correctly kind of where they want to end up, especially with that Cypher util. Scuba's done a really nice job these last couple of rounds of being in the right place at the right time to completely stymie Foot from getting anything going into these rounds. So more of that. They're really getting a good read now onto this map. I mean, they're pushing for space, and they're making quick rotations off of that information.
I mean, like you said, it's 3 ultimates to try to work with. A Nightfall available for Ethan on the other side. They'll run it back, 1 charge away from Keiko after that 3K in the previous round. But if you cannot get this one to go as Foot, if you commit everything into this, you're draining all of your ults, your bank account as well, and you are opening the door for NRG to run this all the way back into overtime. 4 rounds in a row, already given over. 3 more to make Foot's worst nightmares come true.
I mean, they've already faced this pressure, and Foot stood tall on Haven. Now another gut check against a team that has faced many of these before and come through. See what they can do. A little bit of a delayed hit here towards Dish. The haunt, though, does get cleared, so there's going to be awareness that this is an A crunch. At least that's the initial thought.
Power checking. That is a big brain use of that Nightfall. Goes out, and the one in reply finds absolutely no one. It's Mana! Snipe Zeus out of the sky. Sup is dead. Ethan
Down A.
is able to find a second. And the nightmare becomes reality.
Enemy remaining.
As Foot cannot find a damn thing.
I mean, do you consider the save here? I think you have to, but there's so much time. Let's get
He'll
one.
be able to find the one. Need at least 3 more before he'd be willing to commit an orbital strike into this. So I think in the end, this is going to have to be the save. I'd love to have anything other than
30
that
seconds
Guardian
left.
to cling to, but everything is just a world away, out of reach. Bodyguarded by NRG. We're not looking to give him a single pixel to take a shot at.
No, there's just no hope. No chance. Checking for the
10
flank.
seconds left.
And now they're going to go on this hunt. Finds the first. Decides to plant his feet. We'll get a bit of that regen armor back in. Already has the ult. NRG should want to try to take this gun out of his hands. Looks like Sociable will be allowed to survive, to pass a warning message on to the rest of his team. But NRG are continuing to run this back as the economy again gets shattered. There's another ult, another 2 ultimates get committed into this round to no avail.
This is kind of telegraphed here by Foot. There's a deep haunt early, and Ethan clears it and immediately just takes a timing on the Nightfall. That forces out the Nightfall from Foot. Doesn't hit anything. Whereas Ethan hits almost the whole team, and then they can just position themselves to shut this down. Kiko going out early, but delayed. The haunt going to keep him at bay, clear the trip.
Get out of my
Scuba
way.
again.
They shell a tower, but plenty of players nearby enough to run it back. Rush forward, but it's just going to be a tuck down into the sewers here. Kiko trying to see if he can catch anyone in transit, but he cannot. The ult expires, all players of Foot now joining together. Drifting back towards halls, where it is just Ethan to try to hold this line.
God, you got to be careful with the sound cues.
C's at the ready. Looks like Scuba maybe looking to rotate and join him. Ethan will reposition. The door is shut. And Ethan plays over towards that dish side, but now the noise is going to be made. Stomping their way forward. The blast pack entry again going to be denied, as well as Scuba snipes up out of the sky.
Cage triggered.
Sociable only able to find the one, and Scuba still watching this angle. Medichate does
30
manage
seconds
to
left.
skirt his way across. A tuck in to drop, but mollied into the open, and Sociable again, the last one standing. The Molotov forward to try to cut them off on this approach.
Enemy down.
He's able to find one, but the defuse is going to be stuck in surely. He does not commit the ultimate to this one. Held to half, the op shot going wide. Gets the dink, but cannot secure the elimination. NRG will find the defuse and find themselves 1 round away from pushing this to overtime.
Just a brilliant hold here from Scuba and Ethan. It's Scuba tracing him through the sky. Man's out there shooting clay pigeons. And that has got the fans here fired up. A lot of Kiko fans in the audience want to see this go to overtime. You wouldn't have thought this was possible. 6 rounds ago, it felt all but assured. And here we are, 1 more chance. Mata has a convergent pass. Everybody else 1 or 2 away for NRG for some of the important ones. Just a
for a trap play here on a Brock. Wow, they will be able to pick him apart. That Odin not able to find much damage. Now the neural depth to be committed. The spot out here on the rotations. 3 players on this A side of the map, and immediately Foot with the backpedal.
Gonna fall back here.
Work their way over to B. Mana, lone player here, quickly being joined by Scuba. And again, that convergent path's available. Could just absolutely cook them here. Tower, but he doesn't manage to find that jump shot.
Oh my God.
Into the convergent paths. He wants to go for the re-peek. He wants to try to find a kill. The Cloudburst expiring. Mana able to find one. Sociable dead. Stop now having the trade. The player advantage, but barely that is up. Survives with 2 HP. The operator now in hand, staring at the canteen. He's got Scuba. Zeus has the spray down! And out of nowhere, but will close it! Overtime denied! They eliminate the reigning world champions of NRG, and Foot advance to the playoffs!
What a moment here for the young Turkish squad to take down NRG, to send themselves into the playoffs, tooth and nail the whole way. And it took the very last round of regulation, but they are moving on. And NRG showed us once again, they are resilient as hell, but it just wasn't enough this time.
These players continue to be class on NRG, but commiserations. Losing out on playoffs is going to feel like a massive blow. But you know that after a brief break, we are going to see these guys back on the grind, and in all likelihood, back on the global stage. They will be hungry for Shanghai, but for now, Foot are starving for a Masters London trophy.
What a feast here today for Zeus. Absolutely incredible, absolutely instrumental on those last 2 maps to get them over the line, and then fitting that in that last round it's him to secure it.
Yeah, quieted the whole run back there for NRG, but it is none other than Zeus to absolutely silence their hopes, their dreams of pushing that into overtime. A momentous win for this team, for the coaching staff. And a big sigh of relief, you have to suspect.
Oh yeah.
But a day off and a draw, but let's go ahead and throw it down for the Verizon post-match interview.
Breathing a sigh of relief for the boys from Foot right now. I'm going to take Crossley once he's taken this photo. We've also got Scarlett translating because Crossley has never done an international winners interview before. Crossley, first of all, closing maps and series out for Foot has been a bit of an issue in EMEA, and today you nearly went to overtime again. How did you manage to win the series in the end?
Yani aslında zordu bizim için. Sonda çünkü adamlar 5 tane round ardı, 5 mi 6 mı arda round aldılar. En son IGL'imiz baktık yavaş oyun işlemiyor, hızlı oyuna çevirdik. Zeus da 2-3 tane vurdu, kazandık. Güzel oldu yani. Bu kadar.
Well, it was really difficult for us at the end because they won 5 or 6 rounds in a row, and at the end our IGL made the call that the slow play was not working, so we changed it around and made it into a fast play. And then Zeus, he obviously got a couple or even more kills, and then that's how it ended.
I mean, Zeus was on fire through the whole series. I want to ask about Haven though. That OT win on a force buy, that's how you got to OT, I should say. Do you think without that you wouldn't have won this series in terms of the third map as well? Because it mentally reset NRG.
Ya bir de çevirir misin?
Haven'da da OT'yi kazanmayı başardınız ve force buy yapıp aslında OT'ye sürüklediniz o oyunu.
Evet.
Yani o force buy'la beraber gelmese o galibiyet sizce bu şekilde sonuçlanmayacak mıydı? Haven nasıl kapatıldı? Özetle bu.
Büyük ihtimal orada onu kazanamasak kaybederdik. Orada herkes ekstra oyun yaptı. Ben anlamadım ne olduğunu. Sop'un bir tane kılıcı var Eko'da, bıçaklarıyla aldı. O round ateşledi, yani o round sayesinde o haritayı kazandık. Sonrasında da Fracture'da kazandık. Bitti. Sop sayesinde.
The game definitely wouldn't have turned out this way had we not won that round. Especially Sop had a round where he had a clutch with a knife. So he basically fired us up into a victory, and obviously we won Fracture as well. It is basically all on Sop.
All on top, I don't think so. I have to disagree with you there. It was absolutely a stunning team effort from Foot. Congratulations. Thank you so much for talking to me. Thank you guys for watching. Stick around, more Valorant coming soon.
what a win for Foot. They finally broke the EMEA curse, taking down NRG today. And we have two coaches with us. We love them. We love watching them. It's Vlad and Bambino. We saw you guys holding each other. That must have been really stressful coming into this. Now, Foot coming into this tournament, I think it's fair to say some consider you the underdog or the dark horse, especially compared to your EMEA teams coming in like Vitality and Heretics. How did you feel coming into this tournament? And how do you feel now that you qualified to playoffs, Vlad?
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for the kind words. I believe we were the dark horses, not the underdogs.
Okay, dark horse, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, to begin with, like, everybody expected so much from Full Sense. I mean, we got kind of lucky with the map veto and everything. We already discussed all about it, but...
Lucky or outsmarted?
No, I mean, like, I don't think we tried to outsmart them, but they kind of make us outsmart them, right? Because I didn't feel like it. But Energy is a champion of Valorant for a reason. We suffered. But it's a good feeling, I guess, making it into playoffs.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And Bambino, I want to ask you, you have a twin brother, big time. Of course, he's a coach as well. And he said you guys used to argue about play style. And he always used to argue that faster Valorant is better. Now that you guys are adopting a faster play style, the question is, would you like to admit that your brother was right all along?
I will never admit he's right in anything. But what I will say is I do believe that playing the best Valorant for your team is what matters. And I think this is the team that wants to play fast, but no, big time's never right.
I guess, Bambino, from your perspective as well, you've had quite the time in EMEA when you consider the teams that you've been on previously. How does it feel now to be able to make it to a playoffs, especially with this roster too, having so many rookies at their first global event?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, you know, like, truly after, you know, I did 3 years in Koi, and that was 3 unsuccessful years, right? And, you know, I was starting to doubt myself. I was starting to think, am I the problem? Is this ever going to happen? You know, and I was lucky enough to be given a chance on this team, you know, and I'm very, very grateful for that. Grateful for the org, grateful for the owners for taking a chance on me. And it just feels amazing. I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else. The guys are all great.
Well, you've been there from the very start of kickoff. So I guess, Vlad, from your perspective, coming in from stage 1, how have you managed to turn this Foot team around?
I mean, of course, it wasn't easy. We had only 1.5 weeks of prep time till stage 1. And of course, Bambino and I, we put a lot of work in that sequence. And then, you know, like till 4 or 5 days ago, before the first official, 2 of the players didn't even were in Berlin with us. You know, it was really hard spacing to fill every gap in the season, but we overcome everything. We just overcome everything.
You absolutely did. And I think it's fair to say also, based on your reactions coming out of that, Energy is definitely one of the big guys to take down. And now that you've done it, now that you're in playoffs, looking forward, are you feeling like you're in a good place now, or it's just going to get that much harder?
Of course, like, playoffs is going to be more harder than this. I don't expect any easy way to make it into finals. But I think, like, overall, what we learn from this game will be the defining factor of either we win or lose.
All right, fair enough. And Bambino, you're one of the few representatives here, the regional representatives here in London. Do you have any message for all the London and the English fans watching today, and, you know, maybe those support Foot?
You know, keep coming, keep watching. You know, get on the streams. Come here in the crowd. We have a Brit. And not only that, the guys are just super likable. They're the sweetest kids ever. Support EMEA. We're not a weak region. And
yeah, it's you gotta prove it.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, if you guys get that trophy, it'll be the first in a long, long, long time. Yeah. And then you can put in big time space. Well, congratulations so much, guys. We're very excited to see you go into playoffs. With that, we are gonna go on a very quick break. When we come back, it's gonna be Global Esports versus XLG, which will be very exciting as well.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too? No, I'm...
With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with the VALORANT Champions Tour, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
This edition of This Is How Frankie Ward Likes to Have Fun in London. You are welcome. We're about to play Pop-Off, and this is how we predict who is going to win the next series, because to use prediction chickens would blow the budget. So on my left, I have got Arthur. He's going to be representing XLG. On my right, I've got Tyler representing Global Esports. All the boys need to do is basically hop these bellows, pump the bellows with their feet, and then it's going to pump up the balloon, and whichever balloon pops first is the one that's going to predict the winner. So basically, boys, no pressure. You ready to pop off?
Let's go, bro.
Okay, ready?
Hell yeah, let's go.
All right, do Stoke-on-Trent proud, boys. Let's pop off in 3, 2, 1. Oh. The technique on Global Esports side has something to be decided. I'm stepping back from XLG because Arby is absolutely pumping those brakes right now. I don't understand why this is not popping. This is... Oh, wow. Well, I think, guys, it's proof that size doesn't matter, because you were distinctly smaller and yet you still exploded. So congratulations to Global Esports, because apparently Tyler thinks you're winning. You'll have to stick around though to find out if that's the case.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Victoria, joined by Billy and Minnie. We just had a fantastic first matchup today, sending Foot into playoffs. But now it's time for the next match. It's going to be XLG and GE taking the stage with a playoff spot on the line. The very last spot, in fact. And you guys, this is very interesting, this matchup. When it happened yesterday, the draw show, Autumn looked displeased, actually. He's like, wait, they know us really, really well. In fact, all of these players have played in the same region for a while.
Yeah, also I heard that there were scrim partners too, so a lot of like shared history here, a lot of familiarity and comfort, it seems. I think the key thing I would highlight here is that Crystal facing a lot of his former teammates there on the third row down, 2024 Ascension winners with XLG there.
Yeah, I really love this story we have, because you have players that have either played with each other or played against each other. You have Udatan and Noman obviously losing to some of their teammates now, but then also some of the people that they're going up against in that China Ascension 2024. And then of course you have that infamous FPX roster that managed to go to every single global event. So lots of familiarity across the stage here.
What's really interesting as well is the 3 players from Global Esports playing at VCT CN are the ones popping up off at this tournament. Autumn, Crystal, and Yudotan. All 3 of them absolutely performing here. Now, we wanted to learn a bit more about this history between the players, so we sent Jen Lee to catch up with Happyway. Let's see what she found out.
Jen here with Happyway of XLG. Happyway, you will not believe what Crystal told me. You need to trash talk, so talk to us about what you think of GE.
I think Crystal just a normal player because I already showed him in skirmish. Yeah. His firepower. I think no man battling him.
Oh, okay. No man's better than Crystal, all right? I love this trash talk. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Oh, I love to hear it from Happyway. Talking a little bit trash about Crystal. How dare he? But I think he can afford to. He was the savior for XLG, especially on Split, where he was massive.
Yeah, he was he was taking over the server on a different level in this game. It was like 1v9. He was just doing everything for this team. If he wasn't on this server, XLG wouldn't have been here. I said it before, I think that Happyway has been the best player in the Chinese league for the past 2 years. He is the person that I've been most impressed with time and time again.
Not only that, he has been the consistent member for XLG. When we think about their performance at these global events, he's always putting up crazy numbers. Maybe not quite as crazy as almost 400 ACS in a single map, but I think that just goes to show and highlight to us about how much he was carrying them through that series against DRG yesterday.
And XLG definitely want to prove themselves this tournament. In Master Santiago, they did get grouped without winning a match. And I know this is something we talked about. This is not how XLG want to be remembered. But this time around, they found a bit of form. And of course, the question is, can they make it out of groups this time?
Well, I think the fact that they're playing against opponents that they got some comfort in, they've got some history in, I think that was the narrative we had yesterday. That they looked a lot less nervous playing against a team that they understood. And I hope that that shared history might actually benefit XLG, because of course there's been some nerves there. There's been a little bit of, you know, Wendler said it yesterday, not performing to the same level as domestically. So hopefully today is different. Well, today is the same as their game before.
No, well, they've definitely done better. I mean, they got grouped at Santiago with not a single map win. So at least this time around, they've been able to win a series. And the fact that they had to send DRG home, though, is a little bit sad because, of course, that was a regional matchup that we must not forget. And I think we need to remember that XLG have made playoffs before back in Champs, but that was because they were China's first seed. At least this time, they'd be doing it on their own accord.
But they need to start believing it themselves. I've heard those Raga answers in those interviews saying that he didn't think they're going to get to playoffs. Like, to me, that is crazy. If I'm a coach there, I'm having a word, because that is criminal to be so self-deprecating coming into this match.
Gotta shake it out of him. Like, stop it! Stop that! You're gonna make it! Now, Heavyweight talked a little trash about Crystal. It's a little bit funny because Crystal has been one of the overperformers for Global Esports, especially on the Killjoy and Sova. But let's talk a bit about his agent pool here.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that obviously GE like to play a lot of different comps, a lot of different agents, but to me, Crystal is shining every single time he's playing that Killjoy specifically. I think obviously at this tournament, he's probably going to still be playing a lot of different things. Like, look here, his lurks on Killjoy, that pro, it was phenomenal for their match win against Full Sense. That's why they got so many rounds so easily. So in the future, maybe this is something they need to look into, maybe making it a bit more simple. Pat on that fade, Crystal maybe as a Sentinel lurker. Having to play so many different roles, it's really difficult to coach.
It's
like,
crazy.
If you're an entry player, like we saw Patman playing Waylay Op.
Yep.
Like, that to me is crazy. The carry's supposed to learn all these different skill sets as a player.
I think for me, when it comes to Crystal, it's nice to see the unexpected players stepping up, right? When we saw the roster coming into this event, I was looking at Autumn, I was looking at Patman, because those are the players with the global experience. Yet it seems to be Crystal that's coming up live on a stage such as this, which is really, really nice to see.
Yeah, we're seeing a personality come out of Crystal that we haven't really seen even on the Pacific stages, where he is a lot more comfortable. So let's see what he had to say to Jen ahead of this match.
Jen here with Crystal of GE. Crystal, you know your opponents so well. Identify XLG's weaknesses for us.
I mean, their firepower, they have two good guys like Happyway and Rarga, and three guys who have not good aim, so we will see what will happen.
The three players are their weaknesses?
I mean, yeah, for me, yeah.
Okay, okay, I like this trash talk. All right, Crystal, good luck today.
I can't believe he's saying that. I mean, he was teammates with basically most of their team right now, so I guess it's fair to say. And I wonder who will be doing this 1v1 skirmish going into this for the map veto, and see, you know, who's gonna walk the talk that they keep throwing at each other. So let's see what happens in this 1v1 showdown.
Okay, we get Crystal versus Hathaway. That's quite exciting, especially considering the amount of smack that Crystal was talking. Although we have mentioned the operator in the skirmish, not a big fan. It looks as though Crystal is trying out a variation of weapons in this 1 minute.
Crystal is eating it right now. Hathaway might have been right. Oh, there we go. Crystal returning a shot there. This is
No, that's unacceptable. Discount that shot. Don't like that. But yeah, I think one thing for Crystal for me is that with his familiarity with the players on the server, like when I was watching Pat in Pacific, it seemed like every round he was getting reads against HyperX. I wonder if there is any of those tendencies that Crystal will notice from the players. Obviously, it's a long time ago, but you there's things in logic that you can kind of break down and understand, and I'm hoping that he can be one of those players today being very vocal, or at least maybe on his lurks, maybe he's got a little bit more confidence today.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point about matchups between players who are familiar with each other. Now, with these results, XLG gets the map veto advantage here. Let's see what they've landed on.
Alright, welcome guys. Let's do the map veto for GE versus XLG. XLG won the skirmish, so they are picking their side.
Team B.
Alright, XLG picks Team B, which means GE banning the first map.
Fracture.
Fracture is banned. And what is your map ban? XLG.
We want Pearl.
Pearl is also banned. Now GE is picking the first map.
Haven.
Haven. And the site for Haven, please.
Attack.
Alright, and your map pick?
Lotus.
Okay, Lotus, and the site for Lotus, please.
Attack.
Okay. We have Ascent, Breeze, and Secretlab. GE banning first.
Oh, sorry, we'll ban Split.
You ban Split, okay. And last two maps are Ascent and Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
Okay, the sider is Breeze, GE is picking the side.
Defense.
Okay, quick recap. We start with Haven, XLG attacks. Then we have Lotus, GE attacks, and if we go to the decider map, which is Breeze, GE defense. Everything correct? Alright, good luck guys.
Yeah, I think the big thing from that veto is XLG getting their home map of Lotus. That is the map that they have been phenomenal on. So GE clearly coming in with a plan because they're not banning it today and letting them go to that map.
And quick predictions.
2-1
GE.
Oh,
so
we are in the GE bus right now. I like to hear, but for XLG, this is unfinished business. It's a chance to prove that they can finally deliver on the global stage. And for Global Esports, this is history. This is India's finest at their first ever Masters, and loving every second of it. We got old teammates, old friendships, and everything on the line. Let's see who wants it more. We are about to find out who will be surviving another day here at Masters London.
我觉得首先在赛区内，我们通过自己的实力争取到了这个国际赛来之不易的名额。我们来这里训练得很刻苦，然后所有人都在用心的去调整自己的心态，自己的这个心态的那些就是上场的那些感觉感受，让自己处于一个自信，然后全力以赴，然后去操作去秀的这个状态。
XLG, they will persevere!
I mean, XLG was my previous team, I win with them Ascensions. When I was in XLG, I played with Rarga, Happyway and who I was coach, so right now I face versus them again.
我觉得是我们的梦想一直在驱动我们向前走，去争胜，去专注每一回合，才是推动我们一局一局持续去争胜，全力相信自己的动力。
For us, it's good matchup because like it's Chinese region. It's like same as Apex. They like to fight.
下一场比赛，我想带着 DRG 的愿景，非常自信，全力以赴去争夺这比赛的胜利。
Good luck, guys, and I will destroy you today.
London, we will keep going.
Fighting for the final spot in the playoffs. It's XLG versus Global Esports.
XLG started modestly as a group of friends in a PC cafe deep in northern China, far from the lights of Shanghai. Like a flower in the desert, they survive time and time again through Ascension. They're back at a Masters where they could finally qualify to playoffs. But their opponents today is Global Esports, an Indian org making a historical run through Pacific. And even today in London is a record broken. But while they're new to the international stage, they are far from new to XLG. They know each other so well, Billy.
Yeah, let's not forget, Crystal lifted that Ascension trophy in China back in 2024 with Happyway, with Raga, and now they sit on the opposite side. So many familiar names that know and probably love each other from those days back in that region. And now they face off one another, and one of them will have to eliminate the other.
Yeah, and getting right back into this map, Vito, as we said before, GE decided to ban that Fracture, letting XLG go to Lotus. But first map of Haven, it's been a little bit iffy for GE here. Not sure what composition they're going to end up with here. Probably something new. That's what they love to do.
And remember, something that I had said on the opening day when GE first played was that this is a team that relies on crazy composition changes. We've seen it within their own region, and I'm curious how that anti-stratting works here. They played on one of the late games yesterday, and I said this intensity of this event might mean that there are moments where this struggles.
Yeah, XLG on that Haven struggled against DRG before. They were in many advantageous positions into the post-plants especially, and could not convert at all. So GE have seen that and thought, we can do this. This is an easy map for us.
This is a huge day for both of these teams. Right now, there's only one playoffs spot left, and you can feel how much each of these teams want it. XLG want to go the distance to prove that VCT China is nothing to smirk at. We got Shanghai around the corner in Champions for our next event. And of course, this Indian org of Global Esports has never gone this far before. And if they make it to playoffs, it's going to be absolutely incredible. I'm telling you guys, they're going to make top 4 if they pass through today.
Yeah, I think both teams have a lot to prove here. Both, you know, not familiar with playoffs. XLG only going there once, and it was because they were the first seed of China.
It would be a new experience, actually, after today for either of these teams. And let's see what agents are going to be pulling out. We know Frost likes to make lots of different comps per map.
Oh, it's the same kind of comp they're running Pacifics, the double Sentinel here. Very strange composition, not seen very much on this map. I think that there are holes here if XLG expected this to come through, especially towards that A site. I want to see XLG taking the map from GE, making the space feel really passive, and then throwing in some fakes. GE don't have a lot of information here. They're going to rely on big bunker setups.
Yeah, for sure. I think having that double Sentinel approach is going to be really interesting for them starting out. I believe that this is the first deadlock that we get to see in the event as well. Kind of an underutilized Sentinel these days, but can also be used in a kind of initiating way to be able to set up the rest of his players.
Now to take us through the final Swiss match, we are graced by Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you, Victoria. Yes, indeed. One last spot in playoffs up for grabs, and it's going to be history made today on the London stage. For Global Esports, I think it's fair to say they're coming in looking hot, but XLG looking to right the wrongs that have been done to their region. They've sent DRG home, and now, as they said, they look to carry forward their ideas. Do it for the boys they've sent back home. A start here from XLG on the attack side of Haven, and already wasting no time. You heard it from Crystal in the interview. They love to fight, and this time the fights are going XLG's way. Even with Patman fighting that, he's so low to 2v1.
Oh, the man of the moment. So many clutches coming through yesterday. Almost an argument to just put him on Killjoy on every single map with what we've seen Crystal do on that specific agent, but this is going to be a tough one. On the other side, Happyway has been unstoppable, but a little bit shaky for both of them in that fight. It will be a pistol round for XLG to start. And something you mentioned, like having to carry on the sort of your I guess the weight of your brother after eliminating them. That was the case for both teams. Both teams had to go through a regional team to get there. So I'm almost looking at this as don't waste it. You had to send someone else home that, well, we talk about those friendships in GE as well, the relation that they have to Full Sense. And now you come in with a different relation, hearing these guys are scrim partners. They play each other a lot, so
I want to see one of them maybe have a few extra ideas of how to beat the other, because that's where they will have practiced everything.
Scrim partners, previous teammates, what half of the players in this game used to play together in some form or the other, going across teams. So
that Ascension game had a lot of the players.
So it's definitely somewhere that they're familiar with the bodies on the opposite side of the stage. XLG have the pistol. Ooh, very strong start from Happyway. This little spam through the door and a very awkward fight afterwards. Okay. But the weapons now on everybody else for XLG. We don't expect to see them lose all too much. Nice bait by Patman. Pretends to jump out of the window to draw in the fight. Good flash though. Udaton has his vision back and they're looking to fight this together. Arga has to be careful. Doesn't know there's a player quite as close as he is, and this is getting costly already. Still, the numbers there for XLG. They don't want to lose anybody else, and it's a guessing game as to where Crystal is at this stage of the game.
There'll be a rifle retrieved. The SMGs are not really the worry at this point. And yeah, Crystal, if he can get one, it would be huge, honestly.
30 seconds left.
Just remove some of that additional weaponry. Winning here should be impossible. The damage, not so much, especially if he waits for somebody to go for the plant. I like the check. Oh, no, I don't. I don't like the check. It was half check by OMEN, but eventually he will go back. 2-0 for XLG, an important conversion. Now they'll look to build into this map, because I have a feeling the reason that GE might have taken us here was after witnessing their display on this map versus DRG, which I'll be honest was very surprising from my side, because I thought they'd go into that match maybe not heavily favored, but at least like even competing on maps that they feel a little bit less confident on.
Well, yeah, I think we saw it in the rest of the series as well, where it was a much closer affair. But that first map, I started to question everything I knew. XLG, in my mind, they were coming in as favorites. I think they made less mistakes in their opening games, but DRG trashed them. It was 13-4 when it comes to Haven. Already, 2 on the board. It's a strong start. XLG take down Udaton as well. This is not going that poorly till Autumn shows up to the site. A double kill, a triple kill, in fact, before he finally falls. And yet still, we're into a 2v2.
It was the run it back, one of those kills that was traded out, and especially considering some of the weaknesses in play. A plant for long, eventually. I think Leo's letting go a little bit too early, and now he's kind of stuck in a horrible position. They know exactly where he is, and Harvey just patient, now knowing where the last man is standing because of the ping. I'm not sure what went on there from the side of XOG. Maybe trying to bait someone in, but it didn't look like that. You don't normally stick it all the way to the very end and then let go if you're baiting.
No, it's certainly a strange strategy. I don't know what they were expecting to come their way and around with no ults and limited utility on the other side, but maybe just conscious of a quick re-aggression, some deadlock util, the net, the shocks, who knows? Who knows? Or maybe they just stopped defusing a little bit too early, or stopped planting a little bit too early. Either way, a 2-1 scoreline. Early half goes as it should, but now XLG come in. They put all their credits into this round. This is a full buy for the attack side with very little margin for error, but that can be said on both sides. If we are going to have a lights out start to this half, this will be the round that decides it.
I've seen this flash an awful lot if you watch EMEA. The GX doing it every single round, but gets you that additional little bit of space. Normally we'd come into a game and be highlighting the duelist players, talking about the fiery side of this matchup. But I'll say that the players I want to highlight in this game are all currently playing Sentinel. It was Autumn who will flex later on, and Happyway that, to be honest, to get them through Split, had to drop 35 kills.
For GE in both games, Crystal has been solid. He's had at least one map where he looks like the best player on the server, and it doesn't even look close. Keep your eyes on him as this game goes on. Patman with the early aggression down C-Long. He's been embedded for quite a while, and he's found himself the pick now. C-Long no longer in the hands of XLG. They look to fight deep towards the spawn, and Rarga's taking a double, but they don't think there's more here. They weren't ready for Abby! 3 under his belt already, and Leo won't last long. GE looked like they were in trouble there, like they were backed against the wall, but they came out swinging.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Like you see the fight forward from Raga, and they're able to take out both players. They go, okay, well there was no re-swing. I guess Harvey just a little bit further behind on the rotation, but I almost wonder if they think he was baiting at that point just because of the gap that came in, but it worked perfectly. Harvey then still had to hit all of the shots, and that's exactly what he does. Hunter's Fury online. Opponent's economy completely reset. And well, in this round, other than some pistols and a stinger, not much to play with at all.
Yeah, they're going to sit back and wait. XLG thinking maybe there was some A aggression coming up. The smoke down on shore, it's going to deny them even if they crossed over having any kind of fight in favor. Move towards the B site, and I think this is a good round for some experimentation. You really have to get an idea of what GE are doing with their Sentinel utility when they have so much. But the problem is they have so much. They can just keep changing up those positions. And the main problem will be Crystal. It's a very unusual comp to play against on this map. And those sensors are going to punish Noman every time he wants to dash in to take space if he chooses the wrong site.
Defeated. Nice shot from Harvey. He's not necessarily been the highlight player individually, but he's had a great start to this game. And mainly that's because they've had so many other highlight players individually.
I got the spike.
Getting through. It's going to be awkward there. You even mentioned it. He tries to go over the utility that was blocking him, walks into more utility. A nasty setup. And for Patman just lurking around the edge of the smoke. They saw, okay, they've got all this utility. At least it's probably clear. And it wasn't. 3-2, a flawless round. And a huge start from GE because they have just built up a hell of a lot of credits after some much closer rounds.
Fair play to Patman there as well. I mean, Lysor ripped his head off with that stinger, or at least his helmet, but manages to find the correction just in time, walks out of there with 3 kills, and although the round probably wouldn't get out of control even if he does lose that fight, it's an extra weapon carried forward and less chances for XLG to do damage. A 2-0 start for that attack side, but XLG now lose the lead. GE seem to have complete control. Credits come back online, big buy coming in, 1 away from a run it back, 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. XLG have no shortage of opportunities in this round, but they're going to go very directly to the B site. No utility waiting for them there, but instead there are bodies, a barricade of bodies, and they're finding nothing but picks. Rarga's taken out of the ult, but he's right in the middle of the open. An easy conversion for Javi. And a 2v5, this buy round, it's going nowhere.
Yeah, I like that now they put the wall down as well.
It's like, almost died to that spam.
Yeah, as if it wasn't problematic enough. The B site, execution not working, and starting to see the same troubles again. A composition, you look at the Jet Phoenix and you go, okay, on the attack, that should be deadly. It should be where you get the majority of your rounds. Right now, they are struggling to not even get rounds, get kills. Happy Way still alive, though.
I know
That's why you always be careful picking up against him. Incredible individual ability, but we're asking a lot here.
The ult used, it'll give them indication that they can plant on B, sure. But from here, Happy Way has to have a lot of confidence. Leo's 41 HP. I mean, my guy is in trouble, but he has a Hunter's Fury. Happy Way needs to take down some players and buy time, but now the hat comes off the head on the other side, and they know all about this man. It's a bit shaky, and it'll finish that way as well. Patman with a double to put GE on double the rounds of XLG. A pistol gave them a leg up, but they've fallen flat on their face ever since.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be a microscope put onto some of the players in this game, because it's a very weird scenario, because I think that Raga has been someone that you look regionally, he is fantastic. Like, he is someone that always seems to step up. When it gets to the international stage, it's looked very different, to the point where I think a lot of the time, a lot of these like top 15, top 20 lists, he normally made it, and then nowadays, probably not so much. And I think looking at the Coinbase win condition, he is someone I need to see more from, especially on this Phoenix on the attack. Like, they're going to be feeding him orbs. They're going to be setting him up with no man taking space, so I can forgive a little bit more because he's diving headfirst into all of the utility. But if the follow-up is not there, this Phoenix is kind of wasted. You need to be getting kills to earn those extra orbs to get another running back to get more kills. It all feeds into itself. And the rest of the utility that we've seen hasn't really done anything just yet.
It's definitely the right moment for a timeout. XLG, when it comes to these buy rounds, like we said, they're not just losing the rounds, they're losing them in a fairly dominant fashion. even if you look at the timeline, Diffuse in round 6, great. It was 4v2, 5v2 even. And they were given the space by GE.
Wow.
This was somewhere where the defense came in and said, let's secure the win, instead of just trying to crush them into dust early on. And if XLG are being given no opportunities to get back in, they've got to start creating some.
Yeah, it's early days. I think the pistol gave them that extra bit of a buffer. But I can definitely understand why the Voya wants to have a little chat with the team. They've already witnessed this get out of control versus their regional rivals in DRG, and I think we put GE on a slightly higher pedestal. Immediate. I was about to say,
Did you not realize?
if he had stuck that would have been one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life, but he didn't. Raga already with the trade though, and actually Happyway's found enough that it starts to get a little dangerous until Yudatan finds a double. Even still, these weaker weapons have put them into a 2v2 again. Patman is already walking behind though. The second they go for the plant, this is a problem. I don't think there's any way that Raga can react to this, and now Happyway's left in an awkward spot once again, blinded up as he tries to retreat. There was no hope.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? The camera timing on short, when it's activated, didn't catch Patman. He got a timing, and the fact that there's a trip behind, but he's an Omen. So he can easily just teleport past that. It's exactly what they go for. And GE find themselves wrapping up behind very quickly. Despite that, a small blip on the radar is what cost them the round, but they came in with weaknesses. They had Stingers and a Bandit, and they made that look really good. If they got the plant in there as well, Rarga has the ult and a rifle having been recovered. They can go take short, fight back into the site with ease, go deep into the spawn. There's so many options for them, but GE recovered that nicely. That is good, though, to see a little spark of life from XLG on the low buy rounds. All they have to do is bring that same energy into the full buys.
Yeah, I think my only worry is we have seen a bit of that already with like some of the earlier low buys, that they can do damage. It's just, do they now go back to maybe some of the slower, more default rounds? They need to get rid of some of that utility. And wow, Yudatan has at least been caught. I didn't even think he'd get away with one. Unfortunately, that's another sort of cursed moment for WS Leo. He is 1-7, and that Hunter's Fury is not going to play a part in this round.
Well, Rarga used his flashes up to get a little bit of control towards Garage, trying to cause problems for that defense, create question marks on the map. And for now, at least, GE's response is to play much more passive, cover off these angles. They have to watch the walkthrough in the window. They have to be careful of the wraparound on B. And as a result, whenever the fight comes in, they're not going to be in the best position to do anything about it. You look towards this A site, Autumn is completely isolated. He's got 2 trips though, covering long, and a camera watching for the short walk up. If he gets one and gets out, his job is done, and there's an easy reveal. The second trip, not expected, but Happyway converts, and Lysor's there for another. Now XLG are heating up, and the A site plant is locked in.
They found the weaker site. And while they know exactly where Crystal is as well, we get to see one of those crazy clutch moments for him so far. And with the amount of credits that they currently have, I wouldn't be mad to see him go for this.
No escape.
His previous team facing off against him, but with no spams being found. In fact, they're only found the other way. Lysor to close things out with a triple. And a third round found for XLG after the pause.
Yeah, great opening pick as well, sending a player up top box and one down a little bit lower makes it almost impossible for an AWP to get a pick and get out of there, regardless of who they're playing. On the Neon even more so, with that little prime time to get ready for the sprint. Yudatan found his pick, but he got punished immediately. XLG get control off of that, then hit a lighter A site and shred every defender that was trying to flood back through. Very nice round from the attack side. And again, just showing us that they can get the work done when it comes to those buy rounds. They don't use everything either, coming through here with the Hunter's Fury. Still that Blade Storm in the back pocket.
I think my only worry so far is that even going into the late round there, not a lot of that utility is being broken. Now, of course, that kind of came through because their Sova got eliminated immediately. So that they are going to start doing that and maybe just go for a more direct take. Already destroying what was thrown down by Crystal, but he's still doing a lot to delay them.
A second player further back is Javi. Won't last very long, and Crystal falls after one. XLG This is something that was mentioned on the desk, gaps, weaknesses towards this A site. And XLG been running into numbers there, and it doesn't even seem to matter. Definitely feels like the attack have cracked the code to getting the spike planted, and now in the post plant. Hunter's Fury is there, but it's on the site. It's not likely to be used, and they've lost Happy Way. And all coming in on the back lines means they fight forward, and OMEN brings the heat for the triple. At this point, the off being saved is probably the best outcome, but he's got to be quick. 30 HP, a stray shot to take him down. Okay, Uniton makes it out, AWP is saved, but XLG, they are closing this gap round by round.
Yeah, we're starting to see some of those individuals come online. I think OMEN's definitely had some quieter series throughout the tournament so far, but the fact that he's heating up, the dash into enemies and managing to get a double kill, it puts them one away from their opponents. And for the defense, they are going to be able to keep that operator in hand and get a rebuy into the next round. But I wonder what is the moment that maybe we see a pause on their side, because if the momentum starts to flip, or more so if they've just found the gap, that weaker side, because even with the Sentinel in play and some clear knowledge that it would be a push into that A site, they definitely suffered. Instead, though, they're just going to stack up that side of the map.
Cover going out. G are looking for a bit of control early with that operator. The smoke makes it a bit more annoying for them. It still seems like they'll get some control. For XLG, a different approach. The A side had been working, GE come up with a solution, and now the other side of the map gets pressured. Let's listen in with XLG on this push.
Get in backside first. Go backside there. Drive the call. I know exactly where. Okay, guys. Guys, I go playing open. Nice, guys. 2B fight. Get the open come. FCT. They're both B. Wait, they don't have a small, guys. I play OT. Both B players. I play OT, guys. I run already. Go hard. Go hard. Don't let them save up. You all have up. No, let me pick. Chill. Saving. It's okay. He ran A. 100%.
Well, you might have a couple of picks for Crystal and Uniton in the end, but that only confirms that they saved their rifles for XLG, showing that that A site isn't the only one they know how to get into. A very direct play from them in this round, and it's working. I like the fact that they go for deeper aggression as well, sensing that it wasn't being as well defended. No smokes called in the end, playing post-plant. This is looking like a much more well-rounded XLG attack side.
Yeah, I think especially the fact that they are just now getting more aggressive and challenging for some of those post-plant control. I think when you have a composition like this, if you sit passive, you just don't really have the utility on those duelists to buy additional time. But just being disruptive, and I'm starting to notice that a lot of what G is trying to do on the defense, rather than actually playing into those retakes, which in some of the earlier rounds was actually working for them, they're making hero plays to try and save a teammate that's isolated. Like Patman especially, I think this has been a bit of a flaw at times in his game where he wants to try and win the round and sometimes ends up being the one to throw it away. But it was a gamble to try and make a play to help out his teammate on the site, rather than almost lean into some of those retakes.
Yeah, we saw him run out of garage. He's at another direct play from XLG. This time more numbers and utility waiting for them. Hunter's Fury still draws first blood, and Crystal's thinking about emerging from that smoke, but he'll never make it close. Rarka Spanman through, great flash on backside, and crumbling is the current state of the defensive side. The jump over is even going to be potentially heard, and yes, Happyway did.
Nope, no,
right? Okay. Oh, either way, he gets it right in the end. The AWP of Uniton again, should be denied the ability to save. XLG wanted to stop him last time, and a couple of picks later they gave up, but this time the net is already cast so wide. Happyway is sat on the A side. He's about to have a freebie, you have to think. Uniton is clearing it though.
Fair play.
He hits the shot. All right, fair enough. He's earned that up.
Yeah, he's been trying to be in the right place at the right time over the last couple of rounds, but he's never been in position, and unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time once more. Cleaning up on that XLG side, and I have to say, I'm not sure what was said in the pause, be it to be that little bit more aggressive, be more direct, but Havoya has definitely made a difference, because I think after round 6 he took the pause, round 7 was an eco, and then from then onwards they've won every single round.
Well, one more to play for after a 5-round streak from GE. Their lead has been taken over by XLG, and there's a chance that they could be trailing at the halftime, fighting to be even Stevens. We move into the next, and that's a little pixel angle for Crystal with huge value. Larga down, and that's one part of their site pushes dealt with, and the other part has an operator yet. Has found the opening. Bladestorm back pocket and Patman down.
Yeah, an immediate response. Jump over the top, but Autumn not able to find anything. Operator going to be swinging in. It's not even needed. They are winning every single battle on the XLG side, and Crystal's ult is available, but it's one that only really works with reduced numbers. He's going to try and throw it in just to clear the backside, but there was nobody there, leaving everybody with knowledge of where he is, and an easy closeout in the end for WS Leo. 7-5 from the position they were at. XLG have climbed right back into this game.
This has been an excellent resurgence from XLG. Like I said, 5 and 2 down. They dug deep. They found solutions across the map. They played a clean game, and individuals are starting to heat up and look confident. It definitely seems like GE could be in danger, and you know what? It is a good day to be an XLG fan, at least here in half number 1. There is plenty more Valorant to come, but you know, speaking about XLG having a good old time, we're gonna go down to the stage where we've got a very special interview standing by. We've got someone called Laxi, XLG's mascot.
Laxi, you look stunning. Thank you very much, Heffa. Laxi is here, our XLG mascot. She's here to tell us more about the new map that's gonna be revealed on June 21st. What can you tell us, Laxi? I did not know you could do that on a map. That is insane. I'm more excited than ever. Can you tell us anything about what inspired this map, Laxi? Wow. Literally mark it in your calendars right now, June 21st. We've got an epic show match on the cards before the grand finals. Laxi, are you going to be playing in the match? Laxi's got a hair appointment, but it's fine because she'll be watching from the makeup chair. Thank you so much, Laxi. Thank you so much, XLG fans. Let's get back into the game.
Did you book it together, Tom?
Yeah, I actually also have the hair appointment that day.
Oh, okay. You're both going for the dye. Which team's colors are you going to get in?
Blue.
My favorite team. All right, 7-5. XLG, they've got the lead at the halftime. An impressive streak matching what GE put forward with 5 rounds of their own. Now the lead is theirs and a chance to take it to GE on their own map pick. Remember, Global Esports wanted to take Haven into the map pool, perhaps thinking that it was a weakness for XLG, who struggled against their regional rivals. But you know what? A lot has changed in a very short period of time. XLG looking like they came here to play. They're not far away from winning.
Yeah, unfortunately for GE, it does seem like they're a little bit cursed with their map choices. It happened yesterday. They were able to turn the series around, but for their sake, you got to hope that they've come in with a solid attack side. It's been a rough start to the game for Autumn, someone who was lights out in their series yesterday, but there's still a second half to be played. And the defensive side of this comp can be very difficult. Already, Raga caught. The same can be said for OMEN, but he had support on the site. Lysor trying to hold the line, but running out of bullets, and well, I didn't have any friends to play with. 2 stand. Can they turn this pistol?
Happyway has been very impressive so far, but Patman's quick to put him in his place, leaving Leo 1 versus 4. You know, it's definitely not in his favor. The deadlock wall certainly doesn't help out. I would say the trip behind, but they certainly already know where he is. That'll be a cleanup for GE and a chance to put things level at 7-7 if they can win the Anti-Eco.
Yeah, that's the thing. It'll be both teams having a pistol, both teams winning 5 rounds in a row. Talking about them being scrim partners playing against each other regularly, it almost seems like this one's been mapped out, but I also do go in looking at GE on the attack. Like, you kind of expect having that double senti to maybe help you out on the defensive side. But I also do think that a lot of deadlock compositions have potential on the attack, at least to clear angles, make things that little bit more awkward, not leave you with safe space to stand in. So I definitely want to see what ideas they have. It will, however, put a lot of pressure onto Yudotan. Over on that Neon, it's going to have to be that hard entry for the majority of rounds, and at least in this one, a bit of a slower paced default. Of course, maybe even expecting there to be a stack, which there is. Although I will say at the moment, Autumn is walking directly into it. Of course, he's normally your lurk player, so this is kind of what you want from him.
It's a good thing the wall was in the way there.
It didn't look like it was, but you know.
No, it didn't, but pretty sure I saw a man get shot in the head and not go down. Autumn finds himself one, does some damage, loses a Marshall. It is what it is. If anything, confirmation for the rest of the squad that the seaside is the right way to go. The spike can make it there. He's been sprinting ever since he went down. It's just now making it towards the site. Deep position from Patman. This is a big risk, but he should fly under the radar. You never really expect someone to be embedded in a round like this, and it means plenty of kills coming up for Patman.
Yeah, he also had nothing to lose. I think that's the best thing about it. They kill him, they get a ghost. He's at least delayed them a little bit, and he can give the information over. He even threw down a deeper smoke to go like, okay, yeah, you need to play into this site from here. And instead, he's able to farm them up. 7-7, level once again. And for GE, it's not the greatest of bonus rounds, but Patman getting that many additional kills means he can now invest into a Vandal. They will, of course, be coming up against 5 rifles on the other side, though.
Yeah, but you take a look at what GE have to work with for the next. I mean, the money is stacked very high after a light buy in the previous. Oh, Patman! He might have had a big play in the previous round, but this one amounts to nothing. Great response from Leo. And XLG have the man advantage to work with. Good stun, but there's a second layer to this defense. Rarga was standing by, and that's completely caught Yudotan off guard. Rarga with another, and the Molly buying more time, allowing them to break this wall, or at least have it decently broken. Oh, this is a problem.
They've done so much damage, though. Harvey is desperately low, but even still, the bullet's not connecting. Not able to get the gun, though. And Harvey is just trying to run for the hills. I think realizing that, yeah, you know what, on 4 HP, planting pretty much anywhere on that site would have been an immediate death sentence. I think, though, he was hoping that maybe they rotate away. That's all he really has, is the element of surprise. And if they just wait and play this together on the XLG side,
30 seconds left.
There is no element of surprise, because at some point he has to plant. And it even seems like they're beginning to make the rotation. Maybe he was hoping for a little bit earlier. They are very close by.
Planted.
Yeah, the drone gets around in time, so they're not even worried about the gong. They know exactly where he is. And now, well, now it is exactly pinpoint with a reveal up top. They know he hasn't gone to mid. They got there in time to fill in that space. The dots connected. Javi is going to have a sensational performance, and he almost had a shot fired at each player. Luckily, they didn't land. XLG are back in the lead.
Yeah, not bad for a bonus round, but I also think it wasn't really the weapons that you expected to do the damage in the bonus round. Patman with one of the only rifles fighting alone, and then Yudotan doing the same. It was definitely a bit of a, I guess, disjointed, more surprise factor style round out from GE, which you can kind of expect in those low buys, but now they come in with the full investment. Raga will, however, have that run it back online. Definitely still yet to see the level we know we can from Raga on this Phoenix. But with them being in the lead, I don't think it matters so much.
Standing ahead. With them being in the lead, even without seeing it, exactly. The chance for him to have his moment. Doesn't feel too far away. For GE, it's going to have to be great usage of this double sentinel comp while on the attack. It can be hard at times, but was certainly a period where the double sentinels looked better on the attack side than on the defense across a lot of the regions. Whether they can make it work is a different story.
Cage triggered.
Autumn's going to be spotted outside of A. They have no notion that no man's in this spot. That cage is going to go down very soon, and he could have himself a freebie. He wasn't peeking.
He's He's just holding the control. Oh, okay. It was a reaction shot from Autumn. Like, you see the swing come out to maybe try and get an individual fight, and Autumn's managed to get the kill, and we even had our own third-person observer for that one, in the form of Harvey. Even still, though, they're walking into what is the Senti setup. The spike on that side, and still spread across the map is the rest of GE. A chance to maybe try and respond over the top of this. Plant not coming in just yet, but immediate double kills up for the Global Esports side. Raga's ult not likely to do too much in this moment, as he was blocked out by all of the utility, and then he's caught in the back by Crystal anyway, who closes it with 3. A flawless round for GE into their attack side buy. And guess what? We're level again.
That was a really nice play by Crystal. He decides to play much further behind the pack, deeper into Garage. And the response a lot of the time from that backside has been to put the paranoia through. Lysor fires the paranoia. I think it catches 2 or 3 players, but it doesn't catch Crystal. So once he goes to TP, the man in Garage has clear sight lines on him, takes him down. And that avoided what could have been a really nice fight back from Lysor up on that plat. Instead, 8-8. XLG challenged and forced down to pistols. This should be Global Esports taking themselves the lead.
Yeah. Well, that's going to help. I was going to say they've always been pretty good in these rounds, but when you have that mid-trap and lose a player so early on A, there has to be that little itch scratching your brain that you need to rotate off of this mid-control. But now, though, they are sticking around, and there is potential for an isolated fight.
Cage triggered.
Looking at Patman as the one, because he does, like, even in low buys, Patman, I feel like he likes to make some audacious plays, but for now, at least, oh no, they're running back.
Yeah, they've gone to the players on A. A space has been taken there, but the problem is the spike has to make it across already. 1 pickup for XLG. This early push getting them in a really nice position. Crystal's made it out. Wall behind as well, just to contain. And a 4v3 from this spot doesn't look too bad for GE.
30 seconds
Got
left.
a bit scary, and Argo will heal up a little bit. Happy Ways managed to find 1. Even damage here would be nice, but we're starting to see the step up of Autumn. Okay, Patman. Both of these players are in a bit of a shaky spot, but never mind. Autumn there to save the day. After a very slow start to the game as well, he's now level. And GE find themselves back in the lead again.
Yeah, that's 4-1 in this half for XLG. It was a solid start, as we said, with the 2-0 up on the pistol. But they took a while to get into that first half. 5-round streak from GE that they had to fight back through. Now, GE get another very successful early half. This time, the pistol added to the equation. And if this keeps on going, XLG are going to run out of time, out of runway very, very quickly. Calling for a timeout here. We're going to take a moment.
Well, you remember what happened in the last half. He took a timeout, they played 1 eco round, and then they won 5 rounds in a row. So
yeah, it's the eco. Yeah, you're right.
I would say Voya's pause so far in this series have been pretty good. Obviously, it is only the first of the lot. And for the second, he kind of needs to have the same amount of impact, but this time it's going into a buy round. You've got the operator that will be coming up for No Man as well. You're going to have the rifles on the remainder. My one worry is, even though there's a Hunter's Fury on both sides, I'm looking at that deadlock ult. I feel like on attack especially, you can, even if you don't hit anyone, you can clear a ridiculous amount of angles with that ultimate. And especially if you are running like a, I don't know, a solo Cypher setup, which we have seen in quite a lot of rounds, double duelist aggress somewhere, solo Cypher. If that Cypher gets caught, you're almost screwed off rip.
Oh, let's see if XLG have
Over there.
figured this one out here on the defense. Flash in the pan, winning the 3rd round, but that's how you expect that early half to go. Anti-eco is all they've got under their belt. An immediate idea from Crystal to pop the ultimate, closing the distance towards this A site. Target selection here, it's going down below. That's a perfect hit. Rarger's going to be caught. Let's listen into this chaos.
Guys. Kill, can you plant? Get ready.
Get this Cypher.
Kill, get.
Omen TP somewhere.
Kill, can you plant?
Yeah.
Find you, kill.
Miss fine. Left for long, guys.
Guys, listen,
Long and short plan.
Guys, I have flash,
I can watch Heaven on camera, okay?
Yeah, I vote you guys. I
have Heaven on cam. I have CT also. I have the stun. They're not come out yet. Probably gonna save.
Yeah, they save.
Yeah, go take on.
They had money.
You don't pick, don't pick.
Right, this is kind of exactly what I was talking about, isn't it? They get the opener with that ultimate, they get into the post plant. Now, I will say, this time they actually went into the heavier stack site, but because 2 players were isolated out and it was only 1 player in, there was no chance for breaking that ult. I also, there's one small detail that I really like from Crystal, and that is he did not buy a rifle this round. Because I see so many players running in with that deadlock ult, and they just get shot in the face. And so you've just thrown away credits. He goes, I know I'm going to do that. I know I'm going to run straight in. I'm just going to buy a stinger. And then, if I get a guy, I can take his gun. It's given them a little economic boost. It's given them an opener. And well, they're going to try and take the guns away. And there is Crystal with that rifle, who's going to manage to take down Noman with the AWP.
It's funny saying the guy's in the middle of the board right now, Crystal, but his impact in every map is tangible, and then sometimes he just pops up with like close to a 30 bomb. Like,
yeah.
This is such a valuable player to have. Thinking back to yesterday, it was the Pearl up against Full Sense, right, where he managed to flank like 4 players in 1 round. This guy has been a menace.
Well, it's funny as well, because for him, this game is personal. When he was on XLG, of course, in the Tier 2, the import rule is 2. When you get to Tier 1, it goes down to 1. And that meant they had to make a choice between him and Raga.
I must wait a moment.
They chose Raga. So now he has the chance to send them packing himself, send the players, send the org that didn't decide to keep him, and what a happy way. Under serious pressure here, but he is going to survive.
One of the 2 rifles for XLG, but they've pushed him off the site. He'll be ready for the retake, although sporting a few scars from that earlier battle. And here we go. Wall broken. Drone going in. Flank going to be attempted as well by Noman. Updraft used already to get over the trip. This is dangerous. Everybody from G is focused on the site. They have no idea that Noman's here. He updrafted just as they stepped out of range. But now there's a smoke down on long. He can't fight through that, and so the fight on backside is... It's completely easy for GE. Everything going their way until it's down to just Noman! And Crystal bails them out again. 40 HP in it. That flank had the potential to change the game, but they got just enough done before he arrived.
Give me the Crystal replay right now. Give me what he was doing in that moment. Oh, if I saw that across the stage, I'd be so mad. I do like the adaptation from GE. I think they started to realize that they were completely trapped. Thank you for that replay. My man is having a great time and climbing up that board. 11 to 8. This attack side has started to run away like the first half, but it hasn't stopped. That's the difference. And while being their map choice, expectation was that it would go in the direction of GE, but it didn't look that way. Okay, TP from Patman caught. Raga's gonna immediately just send his ult through, caught by the stun.
Nice.
Made sure that didn't go any further.
Again, it feels like every round Crystal has that high impact. Life Thor, what a shot! And he almost corrected as well.
Exactly where you are.
GE find themselves a man down, facing into the operator. It's only going to get worse, and now Blade Storm's activated. Noman is not losing this round, not if he has anything to say about it. Leo, it's easy, as can be.
Spike down
37 health on Javi. Managed to avoid the spray from Leo, but the shot from Noman's a different story. 11 for GE, but now 9 for XLG. The gap is closing slowly.
Yeah, not too far behind, and a faster pace attempt in that round initially from GE. It felt like when that didn't go to plan, the backup plan was just to try and retreat back into the B site, and it looked like XLG from start to finish were well aware, especially after the run it back. Even if you get caught, you cleared out a lot of that space. The operator of Noman finally able to find a couple of targets as well. And again, we're going to see that pressure put towards C from them. They're going to know early that it isn't this side of the map. It's just how early did G decide to go the other way? Or are they going to walk back into this operator?
Right here.
Thankfully, I don't think anyone's rounding that corner before the drone clears it. And the op shot fired gives the game away. 2 players spotted. XLG no, actually 3. They know that Sova was close as well, but they're not ready for Uniton to just walk in.
What?
I'm so perplexed. They had so much information. They saw him step forward when last they looked, and moments later, they're blindsided by a man that told them he was coming. Good stun too. Lysor dodges it, and well,
There was no follow-up.
I'm not sure what the idea was there, but well, styling on him hasn't worked out. The flank has though.
Yeah, no, a great round from Uniton. I will say, the fact that it seemed like he also knew 2 players were there and just went for it. There was no teammate anywhere even remotely close. That was just him. Like, look at the map. It's mental that he just went, all right, I'm just going to win this round for the
Also knew
team.
there was an op there. Like, that is I completely agree. A crazy repeat to go for.
That is literally a man who doesn't give a damn. Like, that is what I've just witnessed. And, well, you know, he's having a good laugh about it because he has just won them the round. That's got to be infuriating as well for XLG. You have the right setup to stop him, and you just get wrecked.
Oh, there's no table strong enough to survive the bash that it's getting after that one. For XLG. Oh, no, the barrel pointing through for Autumn. He's been sold down the river, and that's at least going to be the man advantage for XLG in a crucial round. Ult used by GE. They get space, they find the C site, but XLG are waiting as well. They still have a camera for when they go for the retake. What they won't have is Rarga.
Eventually. Happyway's not in a bad position, but it definitely seems like they know there could be a player here. Even still, though, Leo's done well. Trade back as well, putting it into a more advantageous position. A singular kill will get Harvey his ult, but they are being flanked again. Of course, all of that side utility is gone. Wow. Well, so is Uniton as well. Harvey needs a clutch for the ages, but he's already managed to. He's being revealed and flanked, but the fight in front's a little bit ahead. Also gets the loss, but finally Noman strikes from the back. That 1v4 shouldn't have even been close. Well, you know, he makes it look pretty good.
This time the flank from Noman works out. Thankfully, he didn't have 2 targets to deal with. 12 to 10 and 2 chances. Again, though, with how this started for XLG, I love the setup they went for. Happyway's so smart to just tuck in. Here's some utility being placed, but doesn't jump the gun, waits for his teammate to take a fight, and then he's there to catch the player who's trying to trade onto his buddy. Very nicely done.
I love the change in emotions immediately. It was very close. It was very close from Harvey, but they are, again, it is only down to 2 rounds. This half especially has felt very good.
Outlaw. Look at the outlaw buy from Uniton. It's nasty. He's just been wall banged through that wall on long down to 55, but he's going to be able to one-shot hit anybody except for Lysor.
And Happyway has no shields. So I guess clearly the credits on the other side of it have really been brought low just by the amount of damage that was done by Harvey in the last round. Even still, though, G set up with multiple ultimates, but they're just waiting. Especially with this double duelist, you expect aggression. You expect someone eventually to have to go looking for information. Come on, there it was. But they didn't quite manage to catch the kill.
It's only a matter of time before someone faces Uniton. The spike making it back to the C side. Here comes the peak off the back of the Hunter's Fury. They're trying to force players out of position, and they've done that. But Crystal was the one to fall. A nice shot by Noman, and that's immediately got G to cancel this push and look elsewhere. But meeting up with Autumn might not be the play. Well, that's an awkward reveal. They're not fully pushed up short. That's good information from Leo to have, I suppose.
20 seconds left. Time ticking down. Raga in position, but he's lost his teammate. Now he's the only one remaining on this site, but he gets support from above. Shutting it down, at least for now. 10 seconds for the remaining players of G to get in, and they find both kills. Noman, he maybe just needs to survive. In fact, he does. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get away. Patman catches him. G will close their map choice just about and go in with a lead for the second.
A 13 to 10. Well, it was a close matchup in the end. XLG came through. They started to heat up after a bit of a slow start, but now only embers remain of what could have been a strong opening. Over to map 2, Lotus, after the break.
me.
You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too? No, I'm...
With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with the VALORANT Champions Tour, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Important that we all take a moment to just cleanse our chakras as we get tense watching our favorite teams here at VALORANT Masters London. So these guys have volunteered to show you guys how it's done. We're going to drink as fast as possible down the line. Starting with you, sir, in 3, 2, 1, drink that water. Just to clarify, it is water. You're meant to drink it, not a wet t-shirt competition. That's it. Brilliant, okay. Just one side slightly stronger than the other. Keep going. Chug, 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 chug. No. Yes. Now, this gentleman started drinking before literally the most professional drinking I've ever seen of water. Oh, and this is also smooth. I'm loving the windbreak. Oh, okay, I spoke too soon. I'm so sorry, I jinxed you. Yes. Let's go, Fnatic fans. Let's do what your team couldn't and win here at Masters London. Sorry, Fnatic fans, I love you. There we go. This is like a slow, steady, nervous drink. It was nearly flawless, but not quite. I'll call that one a thrifty. And here we go, Pine Grove. Oh, wow. There are no winners here at the hydration station. There's only healthy habits, but if I had to crown a winner, it would be this gentleman. Let's get back into the game.
Jen here with Frost of Global Esports. Congratulations, Frost. Back and forth, but you guys took the map. What are you planning to emphasize when you head back there?
We need to listen to each other a little bit more. We had about 4 ults there for a couple rounds on attack, and everyone had like a different idea, and none of the ults were going to work together. So I think they just need to like hone in on one idea, follow the plan, and we should be fine.
Okay, I'm going to let you go. Thank you, and go tell them. Listen.
probably a little bit stressful for Global Esports throughout that map there. But at this point, game plan's been set. It looks like Global was really prepared for this, but at times, you know, little small mistakes cost them rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I love how Frost is never happy. That is how I like my coaches, because there's always room to improve. So I love that attitude from him. I think that GE had that double Senti comp, and it's what I would call a checkmate comp. If you don't know how to play against it, it's miserable. And I don't think XLG had the great plans today. They weren't taking map control. They weren't faking out the Sentinels. They weren't breaking the utility. There was a nice timeout that came in later from Havoya, but it was essentially just a very simple, let's just go A and try and win there. And that worked, but yeah, I think that tough loss for XLG.
Yeah, thankfully that timeout that came in though kind of helped them even up at the half towards that half there. And then at the end, I think, yeah, it's one of those ones where you're looking at Global Esports and you're starting to look at the individuals here now stepping up when it really matters most, you know, considering that elimination is on the line today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, XLG did have good timeouts, but overall, Global Esports reading that much better. And there's a player that we've been talking about a lot. It's Patman. Yesterday, we're like, we need to put out the Pat signal, but it sounds like he's come and, you know, put on his Pat suit and he's ready to go.
Yeah, he was a key player in a lot of these holds, I feel like. Of course, they had the Sentinel utility on the extremities, and then he was just running around, doing his thing, flooding into these sites, anchoring really well. And that's the Pat I love to see.
It's a good sign that Pat is turning up, because I think that as much as it's great that kind of these other players that we've highlighted, Crystal and Yudatan and the likes, I think that Global Esports just feel like a completely different team when you actually have the more experienced players, such as Patman, being able to show up on the stage.
Yeah, it helps so much. You know, together he's sharing the calling with the IGL Javi, and I think this is what we want to see. You know, how they communicate together.
Yeah, I think we've been highlighting players that we don't usually see on GE stepping up. If you have Crystal stepping up, Yudatan stepping up, Ultim doing his thing, and then Patman playing like he was in Pacific, this team has got firepower and danger if they win today going into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, that's why some of us have them going to top 4. I think this is definitely, I mean, jokes aside, I do think this is one of the dark horse teams of the tournament. And again, while some of them are on the global stage for the very first time, a lot of the players have a lot of experience. And it's just so interesting now that we're seeing how these two teams who are so familiar with each other are reading each other. And now with Lotus on the horizon, I'm very curious how this is going to be panning out. The last time Global Esports played Lotus, the last 2 times, wasn't great. It was against HyperX though, so maybe there's a case for that.
Yeah, HyperX pretty good at Lotus, so I'll give them a free pass. But the interesting thing was GE were playing the exact same composition XLG were playing.
Yeah, they yoinked it.
Yoinking the triple Senti comp.
They literally yoinked it.
So you could tell that they are scrim partners and they were practicing it. Didn't really work out. But I do want to hear what the XLG coach has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Coach Havoya of XLG. Havoya, 10-13 was the score line. What was supposed to happen on Haven for you guys that kind of didn't happen?
I think we gave too much control for the Cypher because he was solo taking a lot of zones, same as Patman when he was playing Omen. I think we should take a little bit more deep space in defense. And overall, we just maybe panic in the crucial situation, but I think we are doing much better than yesterday. So let's see how Lotus goes.
All right, thank you so much, and let's head back to the server.
Okay, would you guys agree with that? They're doing much better than yesterday? Because that's what Coach
Yeah, I mean, I also really agreed with his reads there. Like, it seems like Havoya is always giving good answers. It's just that maybe sometimes the execution in the server isn't there. On that defense, they should have been taking a lot of space. The attack side there didn't have lots of utility. So I think that there's always a little bit of perception coming out from him. It's just whether the team can execute on it or not.
Well, we were talking about Lotus just now, and you were saying that Global Esports, the last time they played this, they were lifting XLG's comp. Didn't work out. Do you think this is going to come back out again today? Because again, when you're playing like a team, like XLG is a very different team than HyperX on Lotus.
GE, I don't know. I can never guess what they're going to come up with. The fact that they've played the comp knows that they should know some of the weaknesses. Yeah. They did lose 13-4 though, so maybe they really do know the weaknesses.
GE. I think they've changed composition like 3 times on this single map alone, never mind what they changed from week to week. And that's what I was kind of talking about as we went into that last agent select, is how sustainable is that, especially at a global event. And it looks as though they are going to steer away from the triple Sentinel mini and instead going for that double full duelist.
Yoinking the HyperX comp instead. Losing the HyperX. Yeah, we'll just play that comp. They lost 13-4 playing XLG's comp when HyperX were running this composition. So maybe it's going to be a very HyperX heavy strategy from them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see those anti-strats come through. We've spoken about how great they are in doing that, but I think Autumn being on the Jet is a key component for me. We spoke to him yesterday about transitioning from that Sentinel mindset into something like an entry. We saw it on the Phoenix yesterday. We're seeing it on the Jet today.
I'm not sure how GE are going to go around the map and breaking all this utility. Their composition is all in. So maybe the strategy is just ignore the walls, dive over them, and get in the face of XLG.
Well, it seems to be working really so far, especially on Haven. We saw rounds like that getting in their face and catching them off guard, even though they do know each other so well. Well, Global Esports is one map away to qualifying to playoffs. Let's see if XLG can bring it back as we send it back to our casters.
Thank you, Victoria. XLG certainly putting on a better face when it comes to Haven, and now they come to a map where, well, we've seen them challenge NRG not too long ago. They didn't win it, but it was a very close affair. I think my hopes are definitely high that we can get a third map out of this one.
Yeah, I definitely expect it. GE are trying to choose a HyperX comp to beat a comp that they were running. And I've learned in life trying to copy HyperX is a gamble and a half. We'll see if it works out for them. Through the smoke they go, and what Heavyweight has just met almost the entirety of the opposing team. One player has just been stuck behind the wall, by the way, all the way back towards the spawn, and they are still looking to fight even further forward. Lysor is waiting. But now that he's seen the aggression, that's where GE decide to go back.
Well, GE are now looking to fight in water, but that net could be huge. They've got so many. XLG should walk out of here with a lot of kills, and in fact, they very much do. A 1-0 start for the defensive side. And again, this is where they were putting on a very good show up against NRG on the defense. So starting out with a pistol, definitely a good sign.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you go back to even before playing against NRG, and regionally, once they started playing this comp, I think it was 3 different appearances. They lost 9 rounds total. So I think it was a 13-2, a 13-0, a 13-7. So this is a composition that teams in China, at least, will have been trying to beat and failing. And sure, GE obviously will have come in, and they know their scrim partner, they know the comp, they know what's coming. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have the ability to beat it. Already, though. A 5 Spectre buy. It means that, I'd say at least on the A site, there's some vulnerabilities in this weapon's range, but on the rest of the map, on B and C, you can play a lot of close angles. And of course, in this round, they're not up against much.
Well, yeah, those Spectres are going to shred anybody that they come up against, as long as they can get those first shots off. Nice paranoia. There's not going to be much a chance for Yuditon to even make it out alive. That said, he survives a little longer, gets traded out on. Not bad damage if they can get a few more. That looks questionable. Okay, Javi's done well. Oh, Javi's done very well. He was caught there by the net, and Crystal now has a chance. Still just a classic to work with, and OMEN will get him in the end. But you know, Tom, when you come in with 5 Spectres, you don't want to be getting out with just 2.
Yeah, no, you kind of expect that to almost come home as a relatively clean round when your opponents had nothing to play with. But it was just Harvey at the back of the site that made that one incredibly costly. It means there's not going to be a lot to play with here, other than, of course, the bounds of utility that are available for XLG. And I will say, going into this map, something that does excite me is seeing Autumn back on the Duelist. I think over the last couple of days, that has been where he truly shines. Already some aggressive space taken, a bit of a shaky fight initially, and in fact, Lysor has been able to bring this back to, I was going to say, an even scenario, but eventually Patman caught him.
Now with 2 pistols left to try to take these fights on such a big map as well, it's going to be hard to find any value. XLG, though, have Happyway's utility covering off C. They've got a camera outside that's giving a ton of information. Very deep control. And a lot of utility sat on the B site, albeit without OMEN. 2 of those sensors won't do anything. So really, all they have to worry about is the A site. All they have to worry about is Leo taking a fight. But tucked in this corner, there is the... No, they're going to check it. Of course they are. Autumn first around the corner, nicely done, and now planting the 3v1.
Happy way. It now comes down to damage, and if he continues on this trajectory, they're going to get the information very early that he could be coming from behind. That's the problem. There is still the wall in play, and there you go with it being tripped immediately. They know that they can take towards the spawn. Just look at Crystal. He's already walked all the way back around and is just watching in case he comes back through B. The rest of the players can just hold on to the cross. It becomes incredibly difficult. Now, the one good thing for Happy Bay is he's found a rifle. Has enough to buy into the next round, but also he can start to question, do I just want to hold on to this gun instead?
Well, exits would be very valuable for him, but stepping into Crystal's angle has one outcome, and one outcome only. 2-1. And look, again, this is the early half we expect. You win the pistol, you win the follow-up anti-eco, and now you come into this, the bonus, and lose it. It all goes as expected. When we talk about the defensive side for XLG, we know that in buy rounds, when the footing is even, they have a very good chance after what we saw up against NRG. And so this round is really where I expect to see that turn around. You can see right away on the A site, they're going to try some aggression. Rarga's going to put that slow down, stopping G from taking space, but with a dash online, Autumn can still make it across. In fact, the Blast Pack's got Udaton there. The TP got Patman in. They are committing to this fight on GE's side. There's a lot more bodies than they might expect here, though.
This is the benefit of this comp, and already Udaton walking into angles has managed to find a couple. In fact, that's his third of the round already. Raga, with a couple of low enemies, had a chance, but...
There's flank coming in.
Yeah, they're both just waiting. They're almost just trying to bait. They're making sounds while not giving anything away, like maybe trying to get him to keep looking. Well, Crystal maybe just a little bit early on that one. But they can now just rotate back in the other direction. Raga given slightly more of an opportunity. Actually, that's Rez.
Yeah, but look who's waiting around. Crystal hasn't fled the scene. Instead, he's still waiting on the A site. He'll find himself to close to the round. The second for GE, in the lead no longer in XLG's hands.
Solid round from Udaton as well.
Oh, yeah.
By isolation. Some of that individual brilliance that we saw, especially in the series versus Leviathan. And they will now equal. That is an early pause. Lose 2 rounds and immediately going to be seeing a pause called by XLG. That is definitely a surprise. Of course, we know that this defense can be their Coinbase win condition. Needing to sort of really put up rounds on this side. And I will say, the one thing I do like about this composition in terms of facing off against XLG is that elevation that you can take. Like, even if you go in towards the C site and maybe you have the Sage Wall, you have a load of stuff blocking you, 3 of the players can get through in some manner. 2 a little bit more easier than the rest. And I think that's why this kind of works, because you are basically going, what is the crux of this composition that is irritating? It's the fact that we can't take space. Okay, let's go into agents that can take that space. At a risk, at a pretty big risk at times. But if you believe that you can win those individual fights, which I think if you look at Udaton, the way he played that round, he definitely believes he can. This now becomes a bit of a counter to what they're throwing out, and maybe that's enough. But Havoya to go, okay, we need to change something now, otherwise if this happens 3 or 4 more rounds, we're already in a bad spot.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. Seeing that pause out early is unusual. You won't see it a lot. Usually it means the game plan from top to bottom is not working and something drastic needs to change. For XLG, adjustments made, hopefully, but this will not be the round that, well, at least the majority of the time that we see the reward found for any of their labor. G have full rifles. They have ults to fall back on. Even if you can get one of those out of them, it could be a win. The Seekers, perhaps, the most likely, or the Showstopper, but this should be an easy follow-up from GE and an opportunity to take the lead as they're up against just a couple of pistols. No shields across the board, making this weapon in Autumn's hand very, very dangerous indeed. But I like what XLG are doing, just sitting back and setting traps, waiting for GE to step into them.
Okay, well, Seekers are going to go out. That makes all of those positions nowhere near as valuable. This is the thing. You might look at that and go, hey, they got an ult out of them. But when they have as many as they do, you almost want to cycle them a little bit. Having all 5 online is almost a waste at times. And if it makes a round like this cleaner, helps you build those credits up, that holds a lot more value for the side of Global Esports than just having all of those ults for the next round.
Yeah, as much as you'd love to have Seekers to go into a site with the Showstopper, you also have the Skydog. Should help out. Just to find that information to point the rocket in the right direction. Lysort, last alive, and look, if they didn't already hear the bookie firing earlier, they certainly know what they're up against now, seeing that smoke bloom. But for Lysort, we can see his chances of getting any kills are fairly low. Going down to the spike is his play, and well, even if he goes towards spawn, he'll die to Udaton, who does have the Showstopper already. So giving him an orb is not the end of the world. A little bit of cash and a 3rd round for GE.
Well, that's kind of the funny thing is, like, I was looking at Autumn, like, it almost tempted to go into that smoke. It's like, no, you have ult. Everybody other than Patman has ult, who needs 1 orb. There really isn't any value in you fighting this anymore. Let him keep the Bucky if he wants to. And while in the end, Udaton's position is enough. Lead taken by GE. But this really is looking like a swing round. 4 ultimates. Well, almost online for both sides, but 4 already on the XLG side. Buy back up after the pause, which was where we saw the turnaround in the first half of the last map. And I wonder if they're going to maybe play a slightly more passive game, force their opponents to execute, but that's not quite as worrying when you have these ults online.
Yeah, you're looking at Noman. Ability to get in there and just steal one of the other players. GE have already made noise on this C site, and you can see XLG are ready to pounce. Noman standing by, thinking about the annihilation, but all the while,
Shadows traveling.
GE are scaling up now towards this A site. Less heavily defended. This is where the res is as well, so getting these picks early is going to make it much harder for XLG to ramp back into things. But the problem is that while they're creeping up here, it seemed for a moment like XLG had a perfect read. They haven't sent Noman this way, at least, but Leo is still standing by. 3 players on the A site. The fake on C better be good.
Oh, there goes that Showstopper. Blinded up initially, but it hasn't slowed him down. He might not get it with the Showstopper, but he has found it elsewhere. Raga's done well. Res, of course, available, but getting in for it is not going to be possible. And just to make sure that space is confirmed, we are going to see utilization. And actually, just an aggressive peek out from Crystal. 1 player caught.
You will not kill my
Res used. And that puts the favor back for the defenders. Oh, the stun actually caught him. That was enough for a trade out. And now Noman brings it back into a 1 versus 1. But I don't know if he's ever seen Autumn in this corner. He almost walked past him just moments ago. The spike not planted for him, and that's why he doesn't check that way. It is a back and forth of sorts, a res used, and so much more. But it's GE still to come out on top.
Yeah, that's a really big blow to XLG. GE now sitting with a ton of credits.
Bold.
Outside of that, they've got the Blade Storm on Autumn, who I think is going to come in here with an Outlaw, and XLG put all their credits into that last one. They put ultimates into that last one. And even Noman showing up in a big way was not enough. XLG trailing by 2. The pause changed nothing. And GE have a chance to extend this even further. In fact, great net from Noman. I mean, they really didn't see that one coming. But for GE, this is their opportunity to push up to 5. And if it's clean, to build up an even bigger buffer of credits. XLG, it's sad, but in this round, they almost need to do damage.
Yeah, but then the other side of the coin is some of those ults that were expended in the last round can start to build back up. So either way, GE have got to be very happy. 4 rounds already versus what is normally an incredibly tough comp to play into on the defensive side. And you can't help but feel that that missed shot on the stunned up player made all the difference in the last round. Harvey somehow able to save himself. Even still, a bit cagey from GE. They know how important this is. Of course, a team that the talking point was that they never make playoffs. And that's regionally. We're talking about in Pacific. Now, they are a map away from making it elsewhere. And while thankfully Autumn was well aware of the potential of a close position.
The updraft in a small room does sometimes make it hard to hit. You flick up a little bit too high. I'm not even sure that's needed, Patman. I mean, he loved going for the TP plays last map. This time you're up against an eco in a 5v3, and he's like, I'm gonna go for the flank play, boys. Fair enough. He's got himself 2 kills for his trouble. Hopefully we don't see that backfire a little bit later on. The GE seem to be feeling confident, and the flawless round will certainly help.
Yeah, 5 rounds already. Normally you'd be looking at that and going, that doesn't feel like a death sentence, but 5 in a row versus a triple Senti defensive side comp. A lot of the time, if they get to start on this side, you don't really need the other side. They have shown stuff on the attack as well, but this is starting to feel a little bit detrimental. And that early pause kind of sold it that they wanted to stem the bleeding. It feels like, Mitch, this has to be the time that they stop it.
Yeah, this has to be where they restore order to this defensive side. An operator in play for Rarga. And so far, you even think back to the last full buy they had, they looked so good on the retake on A. And so many pickups, no man was on a tear. And it wasn't enough. GE get Patman into position, pushed up on A. He's looking to catch the rotations, and the rest of the team is looking to bait them. Seekers go out. Finding some info to work with, but this is all a ruse, and now it's time to go for Patman, but he's been spotted. The Prowler sees him. Now the element of surprise dissipates, and you won't get a free sight anymore. No, they are calling for rotations back. The op is coming into play. The paranoia didn't land either, but Patman shifts focus towards the B site. That net is good. It's caught Utitan, but now he's got backup. They're playing the high-low. It's across the map for GE. They're fighting everywhere. It's going to be confusing for XLG as to where the hit's coming in, but it doesn't matter. They're finding all of the picks.
Happy Way's done very well. I think he was the most likely to be isolated in that fight, but getting 2 picks from it. Still a sensor here, but all that's really going to do is give the game away. Leo's committed a little bit further.
Drop the spike, you win.
10 seconds left.
That's exactly what he's going to do. 8 seconds left. Patman, all he can really do is make this costly. A nice quick double, and wow, there's Leo at the end to close out the round. XLG will find themselves a 3rd. And now we expect to see them build into this half a little.
Obviously, Leo's there in the end to close the round, but it's also before even the first shot is landed that he really earns his money in this one. The fact that he puts that Prowler out to check if someone's outside A reveals Patman, who otherwise would have had an easy lurk. Those players were starting to rotate. Rarga was running away from the A site. He would have had a 1v1 on a player that had no idea he was there, but Leo was curious, and the Prowler got them the early read on the play. Validated their concerns, and now a 3-5 scoreline. It's not pretty, but plenty of rounds left in this half to still shape up as a good one for the defense. Rarga's on the angle, and he will find that with ease. Even the wall to slow them down on the tree play.
Yeah, making sure he can't be surrounded allows him to lock in on the angle. There has been a TP across already, but and the slows put into play. He knows exactly how to play around his utility, and even has support, although OMEN does have to be a little bit careful. I definitely don't think he knows that Patman's already ahead of it. A chance maybe to just wrap around and find that kill, but there's the first, the second player behind the wall at least. Even still, that man advantage kept, and there's re-aggression coming out from Leo as well. Patman is just trying to do everything, spots the player, knows that he's there, but his teammates are all falling like flies. We're watching a man play a masterful game of Ring Around a Rosie, but unfortunately his teammates aren't alive to help him out. Still an advantage here for XLG.
They'll at least get the plans. 2v3, someone needs to step out of the way, and with the Nightfall going in, it's going to be a difficult round. Shot landed on the Rarga, but he's still alive up top, not for long. Happy does well, the drop down not heard though. Here's a big swing from Happy Way, and he'll get there in the end. XLG, a 4th round locked in. And now we're starting to see this defensive side take shape.
It's very interesting because you go back and look at their games regionally. You'd think that maybe the 13-0 was 12 rounds on the defense. It was 12 rounds on the attack. But it's when they brought it here versus NRG where they struggled more on the attack side. So it's obviously imperative that they still throw in that solid half. But for GE, clearly feeling like the attack, especially when you look at the composition they're running with the double duelist, Coinbase win condition feels like more of an attack-sided half needed. Even still, though, in the lead. And it did make me worry a little bit with how much Patman was able to get away with in the last round, but a man that has definitely had some crazy individual performances. I think even regionally, not being one of their major highlights over on the side of GE is Yudotan. When it comes to this event, he's been fantastic. In fact, especially I think back to the game of Fracture, where it was him, I believe, versus Sato, and it was that 1v1 operator fight that was going back and forward. We've seen a round like that in this map where he found 3 on the entry, but we haven't seen that same superstar just yet.
Well, Rarga on XLG picking up that operator. Found them a lot of success in the previous round. Opening on A, slowed the play massively, got the rotates in. Was even traded out in the end. For XLG, they're now 1 round behind.
Goes here.
Picking up some momentum. With a few rounds left to go, the lead could still be theirs at halftime. G's attack. Trying to avoid Rarga on A. They've walked into him on B, but this time they live to tell the tale.
But yeah, in fact, he was the one that took the majority of the damage. Immediate ult usage, not really a chance of response. The nade almost finishing off Noman, but that will be Harvey. And he had the spike. Oh, that's really rough. That is a special delivery all the way to the C site. What do you even do?
They haven't realized. They haven't noticed just yet that the TP can be taken. Patman doesn't have ult online, and no one's hit tab to realize. Now they know. With the orb taken, that spike is not going to be there for long. It's stolen back, and GE walk into the A site wide open. For XLG, it's not a bad idea. Sure, they're going to concede a plant, and Lysor's very low. But the main thing is to avoid losing players in these early skirmishes. Play that retake together. And for now, at least, they've avoided any early flare from GE.
Yeah, but look at the ults. Showstopper for Yudotan could be a real spanner in the works. They'd love to have that Annihilation back online now. And he's just buying time. He's just holding it. He wants to try and deny them. It's a nice shot from Rarga. A man who was tagged earlier on, but he's still able to survive. The knives also not getting anything just yet, but there we go. Already a pickup. Crystal also on the other side of this has found another res. Utilized. The up top position of Patman gets nothing, and now all that remains is Crystal versus the whole team. And Rarga once again. Does he have enough time for the defuse with the rest of the team and run away? And no! It seemed like they have it, but just a little bit too slow. The spike will act as a Red Bull clutch.
I need to turn my volume up, and hell, maybe they do as well. That's ridiculous. 0.5 as well, much bigger gap than I thought. And they clearly didn't know either, committing to that defuse, hoping that it won't be close enough, but the realization kicked in before the spike had exploded. GE doing just enough. Less than a second in it, but a 6th round finds its way into their back pocket.
The funny thing
guaranteed neck and neck at the half.
It's the showstopper. Yeah, that was it. Just that he held it just for a little bit of time. Sometimes you'll look at that and go like, oh, maybe that's a Rosa ult, but not in this case.
I'll apologize to Yudotan for saying he popped it a bit early. Earlier than I expected, but right on time. Very well done. Looks like XLG putting a lot of stock towards this C hit. They've got the right read, but they don't know just how right they are. Dog going through will keep them in position. Happy Way has very, very passive utility there, playing to punish GE when they take space. And I meant more so towards the C site after the plans, but
okay.
Well, in both cases, very nice early fights.
The spam's through as well.
Spike down, C.
That's where the Guardian really holds its value. A nice trade back from Crystal, though, and he does have his ultimate online. Again, timing it correctly, could remove weaponry, but instead he's gone swinging. And he's found Raga, and not in the way he'd hope. Autumn in a 1v3. He could reposition through the B site. There's still a lot.
30 seconds
through.
left.
The wall now breaks, and Raga already watching on that angle as well. Even making it on this cross is not going to be easy, unless he can hit the shot immediately onto Leo, and he cannot. Raga already back in position once again, but is he just going to run through? Can he make it through before his opponent stops him? Door needs to be broken. 10 seconds, and he's even hit. I think that might have been through the wall.
Yeah, it was. He's left him down to 54. That's going to make this a damn sight easier to slow the paranoia even more so. And yeah, you're dead to rights. Really nice stuff from XLG now. We are seeing, again, what looked like domination to start this out after the second round. XLG slow down. G start to run away with it convincingly so in some of the rounds. It might have been slow to get on the board, but there's no denying them now. 1 round left in the half, and XLG can still make this an even one.
Yeah, it is starting to feel like Haven once again, where G come out of the block strong.
It's Raga's up, man. It's just made such a difference. It feels like every round he's either getting the information, but not being punished if he misses the shot, or in the vast majority, he's got them a man advantage, and then some. And you can't push him after because he's using his util to slow.
Yeah, it's the slow, the wall, whatever he can put into play. Last round of the half. And it's not the prettiest from GE either. Stingers for the most part. Of course, they can still take the weaponry away with that Steel Garden. And the ultimate's not built up on the other side. Leo is trying to get himself a little bit closer, but
My ult's ready.
unless he is getting a multi-frag, likelihood is that Nightfall will not be used.
Minute on the clock. And GE are very happy to sit and wait. 28 shots. Yeah, we go to the Classic eventually. Honestly, I think it would have broken just off of time with not that much of a difference. But we got 1 mag left for Udaton.
He's baiting them in. He's baiting them in. And, you know, he has kept 2 players. Seeker's about to be used. See, they're trying to put Lysor in and now looking to remove the weaponry, but obviously it does take a second or 2. Lysor's just going to have to run out of there, and I like the Thorns. The Thorns forced him to take a lot of damage on the way out.
Yeah, shield stripped, but he's going to go and at least get that heal back from Raga. Again, we've seen this net before. This time Udaton very close. He will be caught, but not before he gets 1. Not a bad trade for the weaker weapons in this round. Still 2 rifles to work with. Patman gets tagged, doesn't even get the heal there. Steps into the smoke a little too early, and Raga shuts him down as well with the recovered rifle. A look for the fight on Javi. He's not seen the angle, but now he has. And slipping himself away to hopefully have that cover from Crystal, but the smoke up has blocked him out. He's got to be quick. They could be defusing for all he knows, but they've given the game away now. Still, no angle on the diffuser, and finally he will strike. The patience from Crystal, a flash still to work with, sees them defusing. He's got to swing in, and he will. Reading it just in time for the Red Bull clutch.
Ah, what a round coming out from Crystal. His teammates bought him the time for a mass wraparound all the way through on that flank. And just impressive stuff individually to not uprun at the end when you know that they could have been defusing, utilize that flash as well. That is just an intelligent player in the clutch.
A 2-round lead for GE, who are already up a map. This is definitely looking like XLG are in trouble, but I think they found enough towards the end that the second half isn't exactly terrifying. For GE fans, though, this is exactly the kind of performance that they wanted to see. And certainly, someone in the crowd is looking very happy today. Let's go over to an interview with Javi's mom.
This is Mary Vick. She's Javi's mum, but also the captain, I think, of the Global Esports fan club here in London. The funny thing is, Mary Vick, when your son said he wanted to be a pro gamer, at first you were not convinced.
No, not at all. Not at all. He was always in internet cafes playing. And so his friend said, you have to watch him play. He's really good. And when I watched him play, I'm like, oh my God, he is a professional player.
And now you get to see him play for the first time in person in London. What's this been like for you?
It took 5 years for him to get here. And we all struggled. We all had sacrifices, but we supported him all the way.
So once you knew he could do this, you never stopped believing?
You betcha, yeah. Even his family, his siblings, his father, everyone, yeah.
And now it feels like your family has expanded, Mary Vic.
Woohoo! GE fighting all the way.
I wanted to ask you one quick question. Yesterday in the press conference, you asked the guys about their individual superpowers. What's the team superpower of Global Esports?
Oh my, I think a lot of it has to do with mentality, big time. Strong mentality. But you know, it's really the passion. If you don't have the passion, you're out, yeah.
And are people here feeling passionate about Global Esports? And I'm not surprised with Mary Vic on their side. Let's get into the second half.
Well, GE certainly fighting in this series, pulling no punches and leading 7-5. A chance to make it all the way to playoffs, and all they have to do is take down XLG in one more half or one more map.
Yeah, we've mentioned it throughout. A team that has talked about being scrim partners, relationships throughout, with Crystal being an ex-XLG member, XLG being the team that sent out Yudotan and Noman when they played on prior rosters as well. Even Autumn and Lysor have a connection with FPX, but only one of them can go marching on, as they eliminated 2 other teams from their respective leagues. Only one of them makes it into the playoffs, and for GE, they are going to hope to try and do it in 2. But for XLG, regionally, that attack side was strong. But I do think they're going to want to get a pistol.
No man's got to be careful. He's got the spike right now, and the flank coming in. It looks like the timing could be good to catch him. He's rounded the corner just in time. Instead, it's Leo. He's really thrown to the wolves there. XLG lose themselves their fade. They'll get the A site for this. Oh, maybe they won't. The wall's blocked out the spike. Again, No Man is isolated, is trapped, and he'll make it back to his buddies.
Yeah, there's been a few moments already that could have made this round incredibly spicy. Instead, Leo sacrificed a post plant, which is normally where this composition becomes so tough to break through. The wall already in position, and a flank already spotted. It may be a man advantage, but there aren't a massive amount of advantages for GE here.
No, this can very easily flip-flop in the other direction. Oh, he's got 3! Lysor tucked in the corner. And a lot more than he bargained for coming his way. What a round from Yudotan. That's going to get GE up to 8.
That's just nightmare fuel for XLG. You want that boost into the half, and a guy runs around the corner. Multiple people trying to face him off tap, and he just absolutely destroys them. Quick enough to correct, but also a little bit disjointed from the other side, not quite able to find those trades. Gives GE that little bit of a boost, and as I said, that is the last thing XLG wanted on their map choice, a map that regionally has been flawless over the last few months. It would be back-to-back defeats on it if they're unable to make a recovery. But fact is, recovery is not expected in this round.
They had the net land to start this out, but no one followed up, and then Crystal now surrounded, finds himself in a bit more trouble. Or Patman, excuse me. Crystal from further back, firing in those shots and making it out and buying a little bit of time. But XLG aren't looking to change the direction, at least from what we're seeing. A Skydog might change their mind. They know now rotates have happened. They know the C site's a little better defended. But you're either going to rotate into space that you've given up, or you're going to pump the brakes and just hope that GE start second-guessing themselves.
They're going to try and just walk it. Flash is going to let them know, but No Man's managed to win the fight. Crystal here, but the jump across is fantastic. They're playing this one well as a team, but they still have to deal with Yudotan again. Back-to-back triples at a minimum. And he's now waiting for his teammate to come in behind. Happaway still with a rifle. Expecting
30 seconds left.
Something. I like the angle he's taking, but unfortunately left a little bit open. Another Yudotan round, a showstopper online. But the fact is that was still a little bit too close.
Yeah, the panic version of me was thinking, well, we have the showstopper. Maybe you just throw it in to win the round. But I think that was the backup plan here. Let Autumn go, let him find the pick. If he dies, then maybe we throw that showstopper in. But it wasn't needed. GE find themselves in 9th. It looks on the timeline like an easy one, but certainly anything but with the way that panned out.
Okay,
XLG now come in with a full buy themselves. Losing this, the chances of making playoffs, they take a plummet real quick.
Rifle handed over to Harvey. Yudotan is just going to be playing with the showstopper this round, waiting for someone to make contact, and if the stars align, they'll be put into play. It really is, as bonuses go, a weak one. More pistols than purchase weaponry, and for XLG, this is feeling like the moment to build back into this game. They've even got heavy shields on every single player. They know what they're up against. There goes the showstopper. There goes a freebie, and a weapon that can be picked up by Yudotan.
A really big kill as well, not only for the weapon, but for that utility removed. XLG now, flank is open, they've got to go. And the decision is towards the C site. Wall gone in, they can make it onto Crystal site a little bit quicker than he's expecting. Ooh. Nice shot, but the wall got in the way. XLG keep things even. With a plant coming through, you've got to be wary of the spams, but that's not a that's not a commonly spammed angle.
Planted.
Leo almost got a haircut.
This is still where things get so much tougher for GE. The post plant versus what is now a double senti. Still incredibly difficult. Yudotan is taking that initial space, but it's Raga to find the kill. No man with another, and in fact he doesn't even realize he gets the third. A double tap through the smoke, and what started out a little bit shaky from the showstopper is 4 players staying alive for XLG. That is a good way to break back.
Guys, could definitely be a revival for XLG if they can have a bit of a streak early on. That round is one they're expected to win, but 3K! That's what makes me feel a little bit better about XLG's chances. The vibe check over that side of the stage looking good. All smiles, all standing. Autumn might be about to wipe that smile off their face. He's inside the smoke with the off. He's making it out. At least it seemed like he would.
Crystal died first.
But Crystal gets shot in his place, and Autumn follows him to the spectator screen. That's one hell of a start for XLG, and yeah, I think you kind of have to save.
This is the problem. Like, you're running that double duelist. You're up against, as said, a composition that in the post plant is almost impossible. Just look at the utility on the map right now. There's a wall holding onto the cross. They've already put a sensor in the spawn, a second wall to block off with the barrier. There's no way back into the site as it is. So what you're going to see from GE is these aggressive starts. Like, we want to deny them having all of those players in the post plant. We want to deny them getting into the post plant in the first place. The problem is you get wrecked like that and you have no choice. There is no way that they're getting back in.
It does just look like a rare mistake from Crystal to step in. Gets unlucky that he spammed down, but of course it's an angle they're spamming when Autumn had been caught out the way that he did. Autumn overstaying his welcome in the smoke. Crystal going down ahead of his utility. What else can you do but save? I can tell you what else. You can throw your weapons away. You have 2 choices. One of them much better than the other. And a great net at the end.
just full trolling. He's having a good time.
Oh, why not?
Captain 3K got it in the last round, but now we look again to see if there's any sort of response. Of course, the problem for GE is that you get into that first proper buy round, you get slaughtered off rip. And in fact, that's a moment to take a pause. This is now both coaches in both halves that after losing 2 rounds has taken a timeout.
It is a very unusual look. And I do wonder if, you know, in this matchup in particular, being scrim buddies, you have a lot more learnings to draw from. You have a lot more tendencies to predict, to lean on.
They're talking to each other.
And I'll tell you what, Frost has got a lot to say. He is rattling it off. I think I'd get afraid every time I see our teams call the timeout. Just lift the headset slightly, lower 10%.
It's like, oh, what did I do wrong?
It's actually crazy that we could hear him from here.
Yeah.
In the venue. That's
to be
never
fair, that
happened
wasn't him talking to them. That was just him talking
That was
out
him
loud.
talking in general. Yes, he wasn't losing his mind in a timeout. That was just his commentary of the game. But a 2-round gap between these two. For Global Esports, as you said, 3 players surviving, great. You at least have those 3 rifles. But alongside them, there won't be a lot. Autumn would love to have a Blade Storm here, but 3 away, that's not really a feasible goal. So for GE, even with those rifles, this will be a weak round, but let's see what they talked about in that timeout.
Seems like they're going to at least try and challenge, but a little bit of early control. Harvey with an off angle. One that should be expected. That cam, I don't believe, has given things away already. The utilization of the Annihilation as Crystal's gone, and well, Harvey tries to react. Yudatan has been a man of many moments. This would have to be one of the best of them. The full squad running down on him, and he had no support. Well, they left Patman as the sole defender
Spike planted.
of the other side of the map, and he is only just making it over here.
Last player standing.
Yeah, some credit's not in the best of positions. With Autumn being the last alive, maybe picking that rifle. Getting out could be the right play. Getting some damage in on top of it. For now, at least, he's just sat down in the spawn waiting, expecting someone to come pushing.
With the problem as well is a lot of what you can see with this XLG comp, and it's what I have seen when other teams have tried to run it, is a lot of the time you can need an ult to get you that entry. Like, I think we witnessed it in this round. The Annihilation takes a player away, pulls someone in, and it gives you an opener, and you can then react off that. And you see people try and react to that ultimate. So to be honest, the worst thing that Autumn can do is run in and give them an ultimate orb. You don't want them to have a Nightfall. You don't want them to have a res, because then you can't sacrifice someone, and then they come right back again. So it's kind of an awkward spot where, yeah, the best thing I can do is die to the spike.
Rarga's definitely having a much better time as well in terms of impact. Even here, all that utility, you had the Sky Flash, you had the nade go through on A main, he just walked past it. And him walking past it meant they were much quicker to actually fill in the space, because he was telling them, yeah, they naded, yeah, they flashed, but no one stepped forward. And if no one stepped forward, they're either playing passive or they've rotated and left this as a light side of the map. Early chance here for Autumn. Operator will be bought up. Odin in play for Crystal, playing towards the doors on A. But XLG have shifted their focus to this C site. They're looking at this Operator who's not got a very favorable angle with that smoke in the way, and the shot won't land for him either. But even just hearing that op seems to have made XLG reconsider.
Oh yeah, if you were going to run anything that you might have seen NRG do, I think it might be an Operator and an Odin. I think they might have been inspired in that case. The only problem is they would also then need, I think, Patman to drop like 34 kills like Kiko did to get them through the map.
He saw them there. They don't think he saw them, but that paranoia and nade is perfect. Unitone with a little jump peek, and XLG just didn't react as a result.
Look at the damage.
Happyway's almost dead, and they've lost a player.
Did Roger just heal himself?
I think so, Tom.
Because he's used the heal, and Happyway is top health. Yeah. Maybe just a reactionary decision, but
sorry, misclick.
Seemingly the wrong one.
30 seconds left.
Spam. Well, they've got to be so careful, but oh, maybe Raga was the right person. Now he has that res online. The swing through, a little bit risky from Yudotan. And now they get that res in play. It's going to leave Lysor a bit healthier, and caught out is Patman. It was starting so well for the side of GE. But now they are a man down again.
Happyway still on 12 HP, and now the Odin's starting to ring out, but he's backed out of the site. Those wall bangs won't even get close to him. And with an op on the other player, and the wall being triggered.
That's such good bait.
They're just going to go for the save. They're sensing too much danger here, and XLG grab themselves a 9th round as a result.
It's just immediately Crystal starts looking towards the A side going, oh, he's flanking us. They're still checking for all of these positions just because Leo just walked out and baited the wall. That's just a clever little piece. Maybe he was actually going to flank them until then, but what a recovery from XLG. That round started with an unbelievable amount of damage done off the back of the nade, and then from then onwards, GE just crumbled. Like it was again just players trying to be a hero in these moments. Like a swing out of a smoke, then moments later, another swing out of a smoke. They are being caught out in isolated fights, and that's exactly what XLG want.
It was looking like we were getting towards the home stretch for Global Esports, like a 2-0 was on the horizon and growing closer by the second. But now, the shoe's on the other foot. Things have slowed down, and a 4-round streak has put XLG right back into this game. Right back into this series and right back into contention for playoffs. It's GE with a weak 5. Still the AWP, still the Odin, but the rest are with pistols, and they're isolated. Uniton stands no chance.
He was kind of meant to be the second layer to the operator. Unfortunately, he ended up being left alone. Immediate call to try and go back in the other direction, but Raga is still here. Plant seems guaranteed, and once again, once all of that utility goes down, that's at least a nice spam. Crystal, one of the few weapons, but are they now just going to opt to go back in the other direction again?
Oh, looks like Plant down below is going to come through. Crystal trying to contain them, but won't find anything from that spot. No paranoia to work with to break back in. Patman has a gap in the wall, but they should know by now. He can possibly walk through, and now they most certainly do. Getting anything here should be tough. Patman's the only one that's risking his life. The rest of the squad is saving those weapons yet again. Not worth throwing at a round like this. And maybe if they found one more pick, maybe if something else had gone their way, they'd try. But instead, well, the question is, will they be allowed to save them? XLG are hunting them, at least in the case of Varga, but he will meet his demise.
They've got so many credits that it really does become irrelevant. And as said, with their ults being so impactful, think about the res in the prior round. I don't think he's going to care if he goes down, as long as he's getting those ultimate orbs. I also think this brings back an interesting conversation at the beginning of the veto, because obviously I'm not going to pretend to know these teams better than they know each other. They're scrim partners. They probably know each other better than anyone else. When I was trying to predict the veto, I thought the G would ban this map and risk playing Fracture. There was something about the Fracture of XLG that maybe they didn't want to play, or they thought they had a counter on this map. And from what we're seeing so far in this attack side, I'm starting to question if that's true.
10 rounds and a lead for XLG. A showstopper online for GE, an investment, full credits, and an operator that's been saved for so many rounds, and now it has the early round impact. Now it lands that blow to XLG to put them a man behind. Their response is to scale up into C, and they will find this very free.
Yeah, they bait the wall. Crystal realizes that, I can opt to try and fight this alone, but once the utility comes in, it's going to be incredibly difficult. That's a little bit risky, though. Leo was trying to bait them in, and he succeeded. Obviously, they're not planting towards the waterfall because of the spams coming through on the other side, and even still, they just can't find a safe space. That will be the moment, though. No man with a decent shot. Showstopper now coming through, but it's Raga again! You said he's been having a standout game, but this really is a step up, an immediate headshot. Still, these fights becoming more and more awkward. A 2v2 down to just one, but Lysor holds the line! 2 kills for him, 2 rounds ahead, and XLG hightailing it towards Breeze.
Oh, that is a backbreaker round. GE had it all. They had the opening picks, they had the ults, they had the tags, they denied the plant. And they threw it all away, over eager, spamming with an Odin, 80 bullets through a smoke, and you don't think they'll shoot back? Jumping in with the showstopper when nobody else is ready to go. This is a team that lost their way. And now we might go all the way to Breeze as a result for XLG. They find themselves again against weaknesses. GE have invested somewhat, 3 rifles. But that showstopper out of the equation, the Blade Storm no longer around. This makes life so much easier for the attack side.
Oh, I like the aggressive push-up, though. The set strategies have not been working. Let's resort to just trying to punch them in the throat. A walk up, and they've got past Uniton. It's only the one, though. It looked like there was an opportunity for more than that. Even still, man advantage held. Harvey not really with the weaponry to do too much here, and with the TP to the back of the site. A post-plant will ensue, but 2 of those Sentinels are gone. It's only going to be No Man's util this time.
Oh, Leo can run through on that dog, but he decides to go back, wary of more players. Wise move. Goes the C's. A little further than expected, perhaps GE. Now have their ult to go through. Weapons are going to be removed from the hands of XLG, and the push is about to come through. No Man gets caught off. Leo ends up killing him with his own flash. Javi, that's a big mistake. And it's given a chance now. Rifle back online for XLG, and they'll find a flurry of frags. 12 rounds for XLG. And GE have got to be kicking themselves. They have thrown what could have been a lead, what could have been a competitive map, maybe even a favored one, and they have thrown it to the wind.
This is looking like the ultimate capitulation for Global Esports. 7 rounds in a row. Each one that goes by feels more and more like the one that will finally break the streak. That one definitely the peak of it, but again, back-to-back rounds where Lysor steps up. And now just one needed to take us to a third map. GE might look back at this and be kicking themselves. They could have had this. Instead, they walk into the blender. 3 players gone. A 2v5 needed. And while this round is looking like a breeze.
For GE, as you said, a third map now on the horizon. It seems almost impossible for them to fight their way back into this one. It'll be devastating knowing. No, they're going to be slowed down even more by that util potentially. Oh, no, they made it past. But knowing that this could have been, if not a closed game, a much closer one, and instead, look at what they're running into. Crystal, okay, that's a double and a chance to break his teammate out. It's not quite over just yet, but now it very much seems like it is. The time too far gone, the slow on the spike, and more than enough bodies to throw at this situation. It is 13-9. A resounding answer from XLG to Haven. Global Esports will not find this 2-0. In fact, playoffs still up for grabs after the break.
Welcome back to Masters London. XLG absolutely refused to be defeated on map 2, and now we're gonna go the full distance onto Breeze. And we didn't see this coming. This was a complete turnaround halfway through Lotus.
Yeah, early on, XLG were doing a lot of rubble fights, and it wasn't working for them at all. The strength of their composition on the defense is to just play passive, play back, and let the other team figure them out. And then on the attack side, that is usually where the comp, ironically, gets its value because of those post plants, and that's what happened today.
Yes, that is what happened just now. Now let's check out our Verizon high-speed moment. There's this beautiful clutch by Crystal. Again, he has been absolutely on fire throughout this, this tournament so far. And let's enjoy a bit of this 1v2 clutch.
It was really nice. I think it was just the fact that we kind of spoke about familiarity, Crystal being the one that's playing with teammates, against teammates and all this stuff. And I think that he handled this clutch like a pro, especially when you consider the high pressure moment of being able to lead at the half by winning out that clutch mini.
Yeah, I think 7-5, they would have been okay with that. I think that obviously going into the other side, XLG's comp does do a little bit better on the attack side, but to be steamrolled like they did is surprising to me.
It is, and there was a point, though, where it's almost like Rarga finds his confidence again when he remembers who he's playing, like when he was playing against DRG yesterday, and then I think here he's kind of like, wait, I got this, I know GE really well.
I think for me, the main thing was we're speaking about how annoying all of that Sentinel utility is on the defense, but not only that, you have a Rarga on an operator with really only the Sky to be able to clear out him from those kind of positions. And we never really saw him taking a deep line, as we mentioned. It was always very passive, quite back, and then he could just chuck his slows whenever he felt any sort of pressure coming towards his site. So he could reposition himself with the operator, which was really nice to watch and find that confidence once again.
Yeah, the Sage op tech is old school 2021 vibes. We've seen Ed doing it quite a lot back then. And another thing for XLG, we're talking about those post plants. They didn't get into too many of them because they're winning rounds quite early, but when they did, it fired off here. You can see the Sentinel utility coming in, the Sage wall, deadlock net that catches a few people there. And then even here on B, there's trips in deep, there's walls in deep. It's a nightmare to have to retake against. And that's why I saw G trying to do some of those fights early, but it just didn't go their way. XLG were just steamrolling.
Remember what I told you about XLG having a real great understanding of the verticality of this map, using those deadlock sensors where they know GE are going to be trying to break out of and get onto that site. I think having this triple Sentinel composition, like you said, Minnie, when you get into those post plants, your attack just looks easy. It looks completely flawless at that point.
And let's talk about the other side of GE and their comp there. They were using XLG's comp last time, using HyperX's comp this time. But I think one might argue GE was used to use the C word, choking, but I don't think it was quite that.
No, I think on defense, that comp is extremely hard to play. There's no bunkering that happens much. I think that the reason why teams like HyperX make it work is because they are literally HyperX. I think that not playing the Vice with the Viper on this map is criminal for most teams, and I wouldn't want to see that more deeper into the tournament.
Now, we are going to be going to Breeze. We did see Global Esports play Breeze against Full Sense yesterday. Do you like their comp on this one? Is it mini approved?
It's mini approved. I quite like it. It's a little bit, I call it like wonky, so a little bit weird, the Sage and the Chamber together. But Autumn was really impressing me yesterday with that Chamber.
Yeah, I think so. I think as long as he can be that kind of key component of winning out those first engagements, if we do see that Chamber again, yes, we will. And I think the Sage as well has been proven to be such a great agent on this map. But on the other side, XLG going for that Phoenix in Jet. What do you make of this, Mini?
Well, I think it plays quite well for GE here. Having that Sage to slow down the double duelist. The double duelist comps often like to just go for the straight XX, and that is what GE wants. You're either going to be running into an operator or into a Sage slow. So I'm going to be interested to see what XLG are going to do to kind of win that chess match.
I think what's interesting for me is we're so used to this team playing that Whaley when we consider their duelists, but instead have going down a different route this time around.
Well, thank you guys. We are about to find out who the final playoffs qualified team is gonna be. Tom, Mitch, how you feeling?
Feeling like we might have a good game of Valorant on our hands. Breeze, look, it's been a back and forth affair on the first two maps, but it all comes down to this. Breeze will block off playoffs for one, send the other. Fight amongst the best in the world to face those teams that had the deeper seed, who've been watching and waiting. for their moment to face off against squads like this. For GE and XLG, as we said, a hard-fought battle. Some factors coming online and offline. It's been up and down. This is what it all comes down to.
Oh yeah, compositional change, which sees the Phoenix come in instead of the Neon, but well, I was going to say the Jet as well, but never mind. That's already dissipated. A big part of their previous series was Autumn having a phenomenal game over on that chamber. And Yudotan being also a highlight, showing that Neon definitely can still. Bro, look at this position from Patman. Needs more than one and he gets it. In fact, the third about to come around the corner. The shock dart will do a little bit of tickle damage, but Yudotan is immediately there to drop the spike. A bit of an odd position from Leo on that lurk with the Sova, and he's going to get nothing. It will be a pistol round and back onto the board. And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, after that last map, I actually think it's fairly important that GE get on the board early.
Yeah, definitely. In general, I mean, unless I'm mistaken, thinking back to even their opening series, like this has been a factor throughout the entire tournament for them that they go missing sometimes. They're a team that wins massive streaks of rounds, and then whether they get a little too loose or a little too tight, it's hard to tell, but the game plan needs to be switched up sometimes. For GE, a 1-0 start, as you said, the pistol going their way. Patman with a big play up close. You're going to see a lot of risks taken by him, based on what we've seen from them so far on this stage. What they face off against now is just classics. Not even a single upgrade for XLG. The chances of even dropping a weapon on the other side looking very low. And add to that the fact that Patman, as we've seen, he's got to pick with the Sheriff. That is his primary weapon. So even one kill is not going to be enough to have any damage in for GE. But there's one kill.
Yeah, you know what? That went better than expected. There's only a pistol on the other side. Never mind. The fadeaway. With almost no-look headshot from Patman. Single player drop, but that rifle's been retrieved. And now GE can go in with a fairly strong purchase into this next round.
He's got a lot of opportunities as well. For the first full buy, you should probably have the Viper's Pit online because of this 3K and I think it was a 2K in the pistol as well.
One enemy remains.
Indeed it was, so he's set up very nicely to now have that pit on 3 away from it in the early stages, although maybe you'd want to see it on normally a Jet with a Sage for the little bit of extra buffer. GE are going to use 4 players on A early on. They're looking for a serious fight, and even after they see the first, they shouldn't expect it to be this stacked up. And there's the second aggression. Beautiful stuff from Crystal, who's walked out of there with 2. That's weapons on the ground to potentially be upgraded.
And on the other side of things, like maybe in a normal circumstance, Leo would look to try and hold on to that ground, but instead, him having the spike means he has to retreat. Early usage of the wall is what allowed them to gamble, but Harvey, after dropping down, went back up for a peek, and now because of that, they have lost all of that control.
Steps heard by Lysor, but he's not landed the shots. Luckily, he doesn't pay for it with his life. Yudotan
Spike planted.
could be behind them a little quicker than expected. They're certainly clearing it, at least they were, but Leo's now looking elsewhere as the wall breaks. He's just walking in to fill that space. They'll come back to clear it though. Has to hit his shots from Yudotan, and he will. Another player around that corner that he doesn't know about, but he's looking the right way for Lysor, and it looks like he's got all the pieces of the puzzle. 3 players left alive for GE. It's a very successful follow-up.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. That seemed like better positioning and a read on the scenario than if someone had just used a Cypher roll. Like, he was just looking exactly where his opponents were standing in every single moment. Solid round from Yudotan. And considering that was, of course, a bonus round where a lot of it was Bulldogs, that is a huge round to take early on. Again, a hot streak for GE in the early rounds. And for the other side of things, well, I initially saw Lysor invest into a rifle, but it's not going to be as much of a gamble. Pistols and a Stinger to come into this round.
Just with so many times we've seen GE, it feels like fall off a cliff face in terms of that momentum. You want to see them keep putting rounds on the board. I feel like XLG have a chance to fight back almost at any time, especially after what we saw in the last map. This round shouldn't be one. It's a lot of weaknesses for XLG, as you'd expect. Losing that 3rd round is a death sentence for your economy. They don't go for the grouped up full sight hits that we so often see. It looked like they're trying to check how GE are playing that early mid position, looking for aggression out of the double doors, and perhaps it was the second they heard that Sage wall up, they realized, yeah, they're not fighting for this space. We're gonna have to hit a sight hit. And that means running into a lot of dangers.
Couple of missed shots, and well, not for No Man. Able to get one. Harvey on the backside, he's taken so much damage. They've traded incredibly well, and does Yudatan risk it? Does he risk it? He does, but just gets out of there with one. Not an overface. Patman's got to be careful, the fallback. I believe that shot dart did a lot of damage. It did an assist onto Leo. Even still, the position of Happyway is not going to be checked. And because of that, he now has a rifle from Patman. Puts it into a 2v2 that, if anything, is favored at this point.
And now it certainly is! Varga with both barrels as deadly as the last. It's 3-1 for XLG. You know, you talk about that ability to fight their way back, to get back into the game, how important it is for GE to streak those rounds. Well, you see it here. It's a Mastercard Thrifty that gives the first round to the attacking side. And again, think back to how GE lost the last map. I think having these interruptive rounds is only going to hit them harder because of how this series has gone.
I was a little bit surprised almost to see Raga going back over to that Phoenix. It's not been the greatest of agents, but if he starts hitting shots like that, starts getting closer towards that, running back a little bit earlier, I think they're going to be very happy indeed. Yudatan already about to challenge into a multitude of players. Autumn only with the trade, and Mark now pinged up. They know exactly where Harvey is. A lot of what he needs to do is just try and avoid the angle of Raga for a second or two more, and that's exactly what he does. A swing back around, but then he's open to the wall. Isolation of those players going well for XLG, and in fact, Patman's been caught again, the last man standing.
Spike planted.
He's got a weapon you like, but a weapon he'd like to save even more.
Yeah, I definitely don't like his chances here. Great flash as well put through. The trade at a minimum for XLG. That's what they were looking for. China's #2 certainly not giving up on that playoff spot. And 1 round behind, facing into a very light bite from GE. They should be at least putting this equal early on. And the other thing I'll say is, early signs, Tom, seems like Happyway might have Patman's number. A lot of those rotations, that's 2 rounds in a row, that he sat there waiting for him and catches a freebie.
Yeah, I think Patman's going to have to maybe start taking a slightly safer route. Those flanks has not been paying off, and I think something that almost needs to be talked about now is, in terms of regional strength, there's been a lot of talk about Pacific, their depth in teams. If GE lose this game, it will just be HyperX. It'll be the only one left, a good one to have left, and while XLG certainly looking to try and make that storyline become a reality already. Down to just 2 players remaining. The Patman, I think, holding on to the gun holds so much more value, but Happyway again is going to be the one to catch him. He's trying to hold into middle. And now for Harvey, of course, in this case, only having a Guardian. The kill holds more value, and there you go. Ultimate online, he'll fall. They'll be able to buy into the next round.
We got to see a pause soon from GE. XLG are picking up too much momentum, and like I said, thinking about how the last one ended, I just counted it and I still can't remember. It was like 8 rounds in a row or something ridiculous from XLG. And in so many of those rounds, think about one of the last ones. 5 versus 3 for GE. One player runs in, dies. Second player runs in, dies with a showstopper. And all of a sudden, it's equal footing. It feels like at times, GE are a victim of their own snowball. They're being rolled over by an avalanche on XLG, and halting that momentum is being too difficult of a task so far. No timeout, they run right into this. XLG fighting for the lead, the team being taken by Lysor, and they had no idea! It's huge for Lysor, but Patman, this time, needs a little bit more than just the one. The site has fallen and the plant seems undeniable.
Yudatan has done well, though.
It's down to 30 HP.
At least winning a fight. Turning it into an even scenario, but these retakes, even when even, haven't been successful. Rez will give them the advantage, but it's also burning time off the clock while they wait for it. Nice shot from Autumn, but he's now low as well. His post plant needs to be some shots connected by Leo. He's got Raga alongside him, but now Leo is all that remains. He knows that at least for that moment there wasn't anybody on it. Can he see the arm? He can. Shock Dart needs to connect. It needs to be perfect, but it's the shots instead of Yunatan again. The hero of the round for GE will be there to close.
The man was 30 HP. He got a heal and ends up on 25. That is a narrow margin, but GE, a win is a win at this stage. Yunatan having to do so much work, though. It can't be relied on. Yes, he's had games where he is doing this every single round, but we've seen what happens when he slows down. He's currently sat 9-3 in a game that they're only winning by 1 round. If he slows down, XLG run away with this.
Well, you can see the confidence as well. Like Lysol, while that Hunter's Fury's going off, full TPing behind them. Like, he was great on the last map towards the end, and it seems like he's brought that into this one. Viper's pit on one side, stack up of players on the other. Heal immediately going to be needed because the spam almost gets rid of Yunatan. Of course, this has become a double operator setup. One obviously held, the other in the form of the tour de force. It gives a lot of angles that attack side have to be careful entering, but it's Yunatan instead who's going to be the one moving forward. There's nobody covering this, but he's not quite able to get the kill.
It's a nice return by Crystal. It's happy way down. Maybe Patman can push the spawn this round. But he's got his pit up, so it's certainly not a likely play.
For the love of God, no.
I wouldn't be surprised, though. And XLG, again, we've seen this many times. You lose that initial fight, pump the brakes, wait for over-rotations, and if they don't happen, well, you're going to have to push right into it, aren't you? Here we go. The run it back put into play. They have to get through the slow, and Yunatan's already punished them, but hello! It's an awkward fight! No man gets nothing for his trouble. Yunatan's there with another.
30 seconds left.
A GE now, after slowing down, after letting XLG in, a 4 versus 2. Now a 3 versus 2. As numbers start to slip, you get spooked as Happy falls. You get scared, and now I'm terrified. It's only Autumn. 1 versus 2, a tour de force, but not a snowball's chance in hell.
How did they lose that? Genuinely, it's madness that XLG are coming out of these rounds. I think the first kill comes with Yunatan just stepping into a Molotov, and then they just peek one by one. If there isn't a pause here, I almost will start to wonder if the GE coaching staff have just given up, because that is crazy that round ended up slipping away from them.
Still no pause? Okay.
Maybe he's broken the button.
On we go, I suppose. GE now forced down to pistols. Maybe they'll even save the pause for the full buy. See what they decide to do with this one. Early aggression, wall put up. Happy way. Doesn't seem too aware of the possibility of someone up on top. Didn't seem spooked by it, but now he certainly is. The thing is, in this round for GE, like, yeah, they've got a couple of sheriffs. They've got the headhunter as well. They've got a bandit. Everybody's capable of taking a decent fight. Not a favorable one, but a decent one. But the problem is, the numbers for XLG, once they go to push and pull the map, they can take so many fights on this map that are ranged, and you're not winning those, even if you trade headshots. That, on the other hand, is just close enough.
Oh. We've said it already. The one guy who has been on, the one guy who has been hitting is Yunatan. Picking this round already. Weapon retrieved, but this is the problem. They seem very aware of where the danger is in terms of re-aggression.
They're B-splitting, though. They're B-splitting. That means they're going to bring the spike to Yunatan. It's 2 kills. It's a tough task in the flash. Oh, it should seal the deal! What a nice try, though.
Yeah, the fact that he hits the instant shot, it was committing to playing his life. The remaining 2 players don't have much to play with. The headhunter is definitely the biggest threat, but the second we've seen XLG in these sort of post plants, it has been so incredibly difficult for their opponents to get back in. Again, Leo has a shock dart. They have a snake bite as well. They just have post plant utility that It's going to make things incredibly difficult. A lead seemingly almost guaranteed unless Autumn can hit some very fast shots, and he's not going to be able to. Happyway in a deep position once again. It's a bit of a costly round for XLG, but with the streak still going, I don't think they'll mind.
Not at all. And there it is, the timeout finally coming in from GE. This is ahead of a very important buy round. You lose here, and XLG guarantee themselves, more or less, they would only be on 6 for the astute counters amongst you, but they would be facing into a light buy. And a good chance to at least win the half, to guarantee the lead. Now, then you add to that XLG, if they get out of this round without using the Viper's Pit with the Hunter's Fury, their chances of winning this round, if they do commit those, go up a little bit more. And for GE, this has to be an airtight plan coming into this round, because XLG have safety net after safety net.
Well, looking at the Coinbase win condition, I think it might have just been rattled off by Frost in the coaching booth. I think it's not so much round 9, it's the round before. They had such
round was an
insane advantage and let it slip away just by giving those individual fights. And there's no doubt that there are shooters on the side of XLG. No slouches for sure. Lysor has been having a great, I want to say, map and a half. He really came alive towards the end of the last one. 5 of the last 6 now going the way of XLG. They could continue this streak further. We've already seen it in the last map.
The problem is that round 8, like you said, this was the round that everything fell apart. That was the round where GE had the advantages, and it's almost unforgivable for me because I think they lost Lotus as a result of the exact same round. It was 5v3, they threw ults at it, they threw themselves at it, but they went one at a time. And that wasn't the only round towards the end that they did that. It was the most egregious because of how it unfolded. For GE, same mistakes being made.
Tagged.
XLG happy to punish them. Now they move towards the A site in a crucial round with a Viper's Pit for the post plant.
Passive position now from Patman. Had to fall back just in case. Seems like Lysor is at least considering that he could be in this corner. And timing not the best for him, but Patman unable to capitalize. Now he has to move, and Lysor has his number once again. The spam perfect, and he's still dealing death from above. Taking the lead in the kills department. And while there's plenty more going their way in this round for Autumn, he just wants to save, but Lysor is taking over. A pause taken into a buy round, and XLG are flawless.
On the upside, they use their pit. On the downside, they still have the Hunter's Fury. They're close to a run it back. They've got a massive economical advantage, almost guaranteed lead at the halftime. And Lysor looks like his confidence level has shattered through the roof. This is devastating. It's a 2-round gap. It doesn't seem that big of a deal, but 6 out of the last 7 rounds there for XLG. GE were 3-0 up facing an eco. It should have been an easy 4-0 start, and instead they've stalled out at that number after taking a while to get there. And look at XLG's plan. GE are on an eco. We're going to sit in spawn. And eventually, they'll use their util. Eventually, they might even push us. And then we can just take the round.
At least there's some deep utility, which would give the game away. Drone also been heard. Autumn, this is risky, but it needs to be, and that's a really nice shot. Can he get away? That's the real question. All being revealed. Hunter's Fury being expended at the same time, creating some disparity, and Lysor is genuinely the best player right now by a margin, but the man to challenge him, Yudoton. Those two have been going back and forth in terms of individual brilliance. Nice shot from Happyway, though. And with Autumn so desperately low, 5 health, he'd need to be immediate with his reaction times. Patman yet to find any sort of weaponry, still just with the Sheriff in hand. And Happyway round this corner might not be expected to be so desperately close. In fact, he won't be. It leaves Patman now with a gun in hand, but still 2 players to find, and even utility being expended. They're trying to hit him with the shock darts while vulnerable. All he could really hope for is to create some space, but he will not be able to. Another round, and now the half one as well.
GE came through today after a breakthrough up against Full Sense. Looked like that might have given them the confidence to carry forward while XLG struggled against a team that they know all too well. It felt like today there were two different power levels stepping into the server, and maybe there were at the start. It felt favored to GE, but now the winds of change in full effect. 1 round left in the half here on Breeze. XLG have a chance to lead 8-4, and the chance for playoffs looking better than ever.
Bit of spam damage.
It's the worst player to spam, though. A Phoenix who has an ult.
Yeah.
He's going to come right back into that game.
For XLG, the conversation after their victory yesterday was, can they beat anybody other than their own regional rival? Or will they now just bomb straight out of the tournament? And they're looking to really start asking some questions of some teams. Of course, those upper seeds get to choose who they face, and I'm starting to wonder if people won't want to choose them. At times, they're unorthodox, their composition's risky, but they're the ones that make it work. And speaking of risky, just look at this man play. Finally, Pac-Man will put him in the dirt, but there's a second layer every single time. And for Harvey, oh, that one should be free. It almost isn't. 36 health, but he'll get a heal.
One from Arez.
But look at the position of Raga. Why would you expect him to be here?
The reveal coming from main as well. You're fully locked in on that position. He should cast an eye in this direction, but no. Too focused on main. It will be 8-4. The team who started slow in this series woke up on map 2 and now have a dominant lead in the third. XLG seem to be playoffs bound.
Oh, yeah. No, after being 3-0 down, it's crazy the way that they've brought this back, but we need to find out if they can close it after the break.
Oh, come on, boys! Let's go! Let's go!
Jen here with OMEN of XLG. Now, GE seems pretty confident against you guys. Do you think that's justified?
Not at all. You know, the players that we have, I think, you know, especially Udotan. This guy, he's a really good player, but we have a Happy Way, so I don't think it's justified.
Oh, so Happy Way is better than Udotan.
I have to say so.
Okay, let's see his reaction to that. Because he's here.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Jen here with Udotan of GE. Udotan, what do you think are the win conditions for GE and XLG?
I think whoever win first map gonna win the match.
Okay.
2-0, I think.
Oh, so it's gonna be 2-0 either way.
Yeah, 2-0.
Okay, interesting.
But I've really stitched them up by playing that going into the third map. You know, someone saved that as well. They were going into map 2. Should we put it on? No, no, no. Save it for the final. Well, here we are, 8-4. XLG. Honestly, I am flabbergasted by the performance they've had. 3-0 down, going into an eco, and they come out 8-4 with complete control. Lysor seems to have hit another power level entirely. And he is raining down hell upon Global Esports, who now have a big resurgence needed in his final map to keep their playoff streams alive.
Yeah, they managed to do it on the attack side versus ForceSense. Autumn, Crystal, and Udotan were the players to watch. Autumn had a decent start to this game, but it does just feel like the wind has been taken out of their sails, and XLG are sailing strong with the wind at their back. A pistol round almost feels like it seals it. But even still, considering once, it just feels like the second XLG win around, they're just going to win 5. Like, there needs to be something that brings up the GE players. Otherwise, they will be joining ForceSense on that plane back to Pacific.
Well, this is it. A pistol that carries so much weight. It is essential for GE to find this one. For XLG One step closer to playoffs. Wraparound from Leo is good. He'll get a kill, but it's only the trade out. They've lost Happyway. Javi ready to strike in mid, finds another, but he's now under pressure. Surrounded, and he makes it out. The door is allowing him to slip back to the squad with a man advantage.
Yeah, a powerful post plant.
Great job.
With so many players back towards main, this corner position from Yudotan might not even necessarily be expected. It will, but it doesn't matter. An immediate headshot. This man expected a 2-0, and if it was off his ability, it might have been. He's been having a great game, goes for a little more. At this stage, of course, the clock becomes their greatest friend. Even still, though, they're losing a lot of members all at once. He almost needs to get this done now, and Harvey will keep it in their favor. A much-needed pistol round for GE.
Yeah, probably not the round you want to be winning by 8 HP, but look, a win is a win. And for GE, a much-needed one indeed. Again, this is where they have found the vast majority of their rounds in the first half. 3-0 start. I even remember at 3-0, I said, you know, it just feels like at any point XLG can bounce back. Didn't really think we'd see it in the first half, let alone in the 4th round, but that's going to be in the back of your mind as GE here. Yes, you win the pistol, but every little helps from this point forward. XLG, actually, I mean, Autumn is in a ton of trouble. All 5 players are here. There's a Paranoia ready. He can TP back, but even then, they should be on him.
He's the one player you kind of don't mind being in too much trouble, though. Maybe other than Patman, because the second he hears all those footsteps, stun in to support him, and they could just opt to hightail it in the other direction. And that's exactly what their opponents think. Okay, we've just given away the game on one side of the map. Let's quickly rotate to the other. All 5 players now in mid. Now, as I said, the other sacrificial lamb would be Patman. Only with a pistol. Light shields, not a whole lot to play with. And if he's about to see half the team go through, well, he's taken 3 for it. Fair play. He didn't really need to get too much. It is not going well for Autumn, that's for sure. But all they really lose is a Ghost and a Marshal. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, not going too well for Autumn indeed. 5 and 12 on the chamber. It's a bit of a shaky map for him. Maybe things could change, although you'd expect it on the defense to be where those numbers can be put up. XLG did a great job of avoiding him, and oftentimes it just ripping his head off.
To be fair to Autumn, when they played in the last map, he was very good in the attack. I remember him jumping into angles with the operator, even versus Primi, and he was able to win those fights. I think it's just a confidence thing. He's been having such a rough game that he needs to break back in.
GE looking to break into the A site quite quickly. This is the full buy from XLG. Ops on the other side of the map. Big tag up on a Yudotan. It's risky, it's spooky, as now the Op is the one primed for the fight. A little early on the angle. He doesn't expect them to be that close, but Autumn just ran into him, and they have no idea about Happyway. He gets damage done, but the kills, they need to follow, and they do. At least one, and there's no man's third. He's tagged Crystal through the smoke. And the shock dart closes, it may come. Crystal's life has a timer on it, and that timer is ticking. The sands of time running low as Rarga will catch him rotating. 9 on the board for XLG. 4 players surviving as well. That's a big money maker round, and no man's on his feet.
For those who don't know, there's a running joke with him that he always gets a 3K. And look at this, the amount of damage he does to the final player.
Leaves him on 5 HP.
It's just, it's crazy. It's genuinely like it's written in the stars. Oh, you know, 4K was taken anyway. Texture's had that title for quite a while, but if he wants to claim the 3K, it genuinely seems like it's written in the stars. His operator taking over, and now in the right place at the right time again. Of course, that was a bonus round for GE. But with the weapons they had, they might have hoped to do a little bit more damage. The operator seemed to maybe blindside them a little bit that it came in so early. It won't again. They're definitely going to know it's here.
Now it's on Autumn to find this space. They've sent the drone to A. It's a weak fake. It hasn't pulled rotations for XLG. It hasn't made them panic. They still have first contact on Happyway for the right side push. Rarga on the angle as well. The double swing will come in just moments after it. Snakebite lands, but well, this is, first of all, Snakebite's a little deep. Autumn can't get back out of there. Patman's on the wrap around, and he's been spotted, but with Happyway down, it feels like a lot of the danger for GE is already gone, and mere seconds later, every other piece falls too.
That was a great round from Autumn. As said, like, he's been having some real struggles, but to go swinging in onto that B site, win the opening fight, and then play through the Poison Orb and find the second, that could breathe some life into the team. Just a small timing on it. And then while Patman finally getting a little bit revenge, catching players on the rotation after being caught throughout the majority of that first half. Again, another solid start for the side of GE. Can this turn into a victory, or is it going to be the same as the last couple of maps where XLG find their momentum and then the map is theirs?
Well, it seems like XLG's plan this round is to leave that A main hit alone, let them take the space, and instead fight back into mid. Paranoia was being primed by Lysor, but, well, no one's there. GE decide on the slowest play possible, really, from Patman, the man who comes into this round with the Viper's Pit. You'd expect him to be with the pack, and instead he sits behind lurking. Now wall goes down. Granted, it's only to cover his cross back through, but he is instead just containing the space behind them. Everyone on site can be content that their back is secure, and that allows them to fight forward with great confidence.
Yeah, important to have him as that backstab. It was something that you mentioned, that he was getting caught on the other side often by Happyway, and now he's been able to do the same to him. And I think that was what it was about. Like, you have to bear in mind, these teams play each other regularly in their scrims, and so to outmaneuver someone, you're going to have to be smarter. They're going to know some of your tendencies. So playing much deeper, playing off-site with a Viper's Pit, it's a little bit obscure, but it's worked out wonderfully for GE. One round behind. The weaponry going to be much more of an issue in this one for XLG. As whether or not... There you go. Like, it's such an off angle. And if there's more than one player, he's almost definitely dead to rights, but that just feels like a hard read on what his opponents were going to do.
The worrying thing here, as XLG call a timeout, is, again, drawing the comparison of how so many GE maps have gone early success, and then they completely teeter out. We just saw it 3 rounds in a row to start the first half, and then they got 1 from that point onwards. Now, 4 out of 5 rounds have gone their way. They won the rounds they should, 1 and 2. They lose the third, as you'd expect on your bonus, and they fall right back into things. Now put XLG down to an eco. And I would say the next round is where XLG can fight back, but then I think of the last map, and it was the eco where they bounced back into things, where they completely shattered GE.
Yeah, something that has as well been a Coinbase win condition has been Havoya. Go back to the first map. I think it was 5 rounds in a row. He takes a pause. I think maybe they get 1 more, and then they streak the rounds back. He has been someone to sort of get them back in check, to spot if things are going wrong. And he's done it early as well. Like, even go back to the last map. It was after they lost 2 rounds. Immediately, he was like, I know I need to take a pause in this moment. And he's found that moment once again. Of course, it's not going into a buy round, but they do have some interesting pieces on the table. A rifle for No Man. A Hunter's Fury. And even a couple of ults, just 1 away. Okay.
It is definitely a round that GE want to be cautious in. And I say GE, but I don't say Patman. He's been taking risks, even in these rounds. You can go back to Lotus, and go back to Haven. We saw it as well, some TPs up against the Ecos as well. But his reward is huge. He's gotten himself double doors control. He's pulled the rest of the squad back towards this A site. The Molly's going to slow them down for a moment. The Paranoia, though, this could be deadly from Lysor. He's gotten around that wall, but he won't have enough ammo to finish off the kill. And in fact, it takes a while for Raga, but in goes the Hunter's Fury. It was aimed at Javi, but he survives, and because of that, gets himself a res. Puts this into a 4v2, and again, it was definitely a bump in the road, but it looks like they've weathered the storm.
It's a good chance as well, but Patman's position is not going to be expected. It doesn't matter, though. No man will win the fight, but with Happyweight still just down to the classic. A wraparound even coming in from behind if he was to get anything. And it seems like the goal is maybe to just try and retrieve the rifle, but that's easier said than done. 9-9. GE's fight back continues as they will level up and get themselves onto the same score. However, this is where the pause was for. And honestly, this got a little bit dangerous. I think if it wasn't for Javi having just the reactions to put himself up on the wall, he's probably dead. And then that Hunter's Fury might have eliminated half of their team.
Well, honestly, if the Hunter's Fury is tucked in a little bit behind that corner, I think he gets the kill onto Javi as well. That would have stopped the res from coming in. Never mind the man advantage. They would have been neck and neck, and XLG would have had a chance to get some rifles. It is worrying with how things have gone before, but as you said, the pause was for this round. XLG come into the previous, and they do a pretty good job in the brawls. This flash, oh, it's not a pretty flash. It hasn't made it around the corner. Ult's gonna be popped though, and a chance for Rarga going in through the wall of Udaton. And he has sent the entire attacking side out of A main. They have no space elsewhere on the map either, and the trap's gonna be broken. And I think even worse, they think Lysor's there. They must have heard the TP. Thank God they were spamming it.
Look at some of the control, though, in the defenders' positions. They've got deep presence towards B. They've got deep presence towards mid. They're definitely not playing afraid at this stage of the map, even after losing a streak of rounds. And by the looks of it, Raga thought, well, you know, the last flash was so good, I'm going to attempt this one again. 40 seconds up and coming on the clock, and a lot of this feels like Patman is a huge part of this one. They might be looking to try and hunt him down.
30 seconds left.
The fact that he avoided the fight, he thinks that they've just left him as an unaccounted for factor, but Patman back turn to Happyway. It's an easy pickup now. The push out to site under heavy threat. 15 seconds, the plant needs to be found fairly soon, and there's more than enough players here to cover every angle. No man with two. No 3K this time, but a flawless round for XLG is just as good.
Man, every time we see the Voya take a pause, there's impact. Every single time. The trap setup to start it off with the run it back. The aggression into mid just to wait for Patman. He has been annoying. They have been caught by him multiple times, so they don't flank through the spawn. They just hold their positions. Much more patient. And even No Man just waiting in case they were to go back to B. But once they had the information, cross through, they hold that ground. And they punish Global Esports. Of course, though, Global Esports have been getting a lot of rounds streaked together. Plenty of economy to buy into this one. Tour de Force even going to help out a little more. And Mitch, they've got the ults.
Toxins going up.
Exactly at the safety nets. Maybe needed. It's double digits for XLG. They'd left B decently open, but the rotate back in from Happyway now. One away from a Viper's Pit as well. The drones almost perfectly in sync coming out from both sides, but that mid space that was just cleared by XLG, they don't know that Patman is they do know, they very much do know that Patman is flying under the radar. He has been caught for free, and now man advantage for XLG.
I genuinely wonder if that was part of the pause hunt to try and find that man. The spam's doing so much damage. Autumn was waiting for the right moment, and it never quite came. Already, that overdrive is going to be pulled into play, but you have to bear in mind it ticks away pretty quickly. Bladestorm also thrown in, a lot of ultimates into the round, but Crystal's late position is going to help out a little bit, losing teammates on the other side. He has to try and expend that Hunter's Fury, and he will be able to do some damage, a lot of damage in fact. Shockdart might just clear it instead. He's found the teammate, and there is Crystal again! Another Red Bull clutch to add to the collection.
Oh, this guy came to London in the zone. I don't know what they're putting in Crystal's coffee, but this guy, a Red Bull clutch found here, and it's certainly not the first big round we've seen from him. Again, every series has had a map where he is by far the best player. But outside of that, in every map, he's had these rounds, he's had these moments. And that keeps us even. That keeps GE in with a chance. The Viper's Pit right away from Happyway towards this B site. But there's 3 players looking to fight A main on XLG. Meanwhile, the wrap is coming around. GE have got a ton of space. Patman's been picked off right away. You can see XLG are wary of this. Leo, they'll caught with his bow and arrow out. It's not a favorable fight. The spam good from Lysor to at least trade it back. And it looks like the rest of the team is so far behind. But at least a trade from Autumn will keep this competitive.
Spike spotted in middle. And because No Man's gone down, it's an immediate response from, well, both sides of the map. Happyway falls out of his pit, knows he could be surrounded. And the other players have then got aggressive in towards A main. Now it does mean that there's a pretty hefty opening on the B side. It looks like their decision is to just try and play this one as a retake, use that man advantage in their favor. But it's very slow from GE. They are expecting there to be someone implemented. There has been all the way through the map. Whenever they rotate, there is someone in an aggressive position. And this is one of the first times that there isn't.
Yeah, in fact, Happyway gave up the Viper's Pit. He dropped it and then just fell back to the spawn. He's covering off this mid push, making sure no one comes through there. And if you know they haven't come that way and they're not in A main, it's pretty easy to guess where they might be. The only problem is a chamber trip still behind the smoke, though, going to cover it off. Half covering. They're able to sneak their way past. This is huge for Lysor, but he won't catch the plant. And now Autumn, he's looking back. He's worried about the window. No, in fact, he's worried that they've done exactly this, that they've made it past his trap, but the bait is beautiful. Rarga drew his eye and has left Crystal in need of another gigantic play. That spray looked good. Lysor's alive on 5 HP. But Crystal might still have done enough. The spike, though, being diffused as we speak. The man with 5 health, the man who survived the battle with Crystal just moments ago, sticks it right around the corner. 11 for XLG. And that's gotta hurt. That's gotta sting. It looked like Lysor was dead to rights.
Well, this is the problem. Go back to the last map when the streak continued. Who was there? Lysor. Look in this map. 24 and 14. There's been impact players throughout, but he has been the guy. And if they are to make it into the playoff stage, well, I know who will be getting the majority of the thanks. There's no doubt about that. GE will call their second pause. It was a very close round. Again, an incredible attempt from Crystal. Seconds were the margin. And an even finer margin of HP. 5 remained. But that doesn't mean too much now. They'll invest into this one. Both teams are going to have their economy on the brink. In fact, this might be the difference between XLG closing this in regulation and a potential overtime.
Oh, that's the end of the timeout. GE. No more chances to touch base with the coaching staff unless XLG give them one. It's a 1-round lead for the defensive side, and GE come in here with a mixed buy. It's going to be 4 rifles. It's going to be a Viper's Pit. But Yudotan, the man top of the scoreboard, it looked like he was going to play with a stinger. Thank God. He's gotten a drop. He's got himself a Phantom. Back in the driver's seat, you would hope, for GE. Or this will be an event that they will be quick to forget.
A few sleepless nights might disagree with you with how some of these rounds have gone, but it's both teams on the edge of making it to playoffs or making it onto the next flight home. Run it back. Available. Happyway. He's just going to catch Yudotan. He tries to be a hero and instead has gone down immediately. The judge still up close, still causing issues. The trade-out should be there, but he's still got a teammate to play with. Crystal, though, has got 2 in a second. It would have to be an ace. 3 players were still on the other side of the map. They maybe thought that those 2 could do some damage, but they've almost won the round alone.
Chance to make this to 12 for XLG. Started this series down a map, needing the reverse sweep. And Crystal has been the man that has caused so many headaches for them. But look how patient they are. where GE were in the lead on Lotus and they made some individual mistakes. They were a little ambitious in the fights they took. Well, it's a different story from XLG. They took in, they played together, and they win together 12-10. 2 chances for XLG to eliminate Global Esports. 2 chances for XLG to make it to playoffs.
We're down on the previous map and needed a mass streak of rounds, which they got. They've been down in this second half as well, with GE again seemingly finding that momentum, but once more, Avoya takes a pause. The game turns on its head, and now the pressure is all on Global Esports. It looked like they came into this game as the favorites, eliminating Full Sense on their journey while XLG took down DRG. And now it all comes down to this happy way. Well placed! And he's taken out 3! That might just be the end! Crystal alongside Autumn, who's already down to 10. He's already gone. And now Crystal with the most impossible clutch of the lot to keep Global Esports in the tournament. They know exactly where he is. Revealed, blinded, spammed, and eliminated. It is XLG that go marching on to the playoffs. And GE will be heading home.
So many would have said that XLG's destiny was a flight in a few days. But destiny only binds you if you let it. They came to this event underestimated, but that time may be behind them. Lysor, 25-14. They dug deep. And now a deep run could be in their future, making waves on the international stage and history in the making.
God, it's super impressive. Global Esports fought hard, there's no doubt about it. They had to go back versus their countrymen. And then they had to fight their scrim partners. For Crystal, that meant fighting his old team. And well, you can see there's still a lot of love for the guys on the other side. Unfortunately, when you fight your friends, there is still only one that can go marching on. And this time, the victor was XLG. A very impressive display, a show of resilience. And I'll be honest, the coach that I think deserves a lot of plaudits. That was perfectly timed pauses all the way through the games. And that has led them to a short break, the day off. And then they're right back to fight again in the playoffs.
They've certainly earned that rest. Down on that stage, as I said, many would have questioned how far XLG could make it. But it seems that story hasn't hit the end of the run just yet. A few more chapters still to be told. And for GE, they can hold their heads high. They made waves here on the international scene, but it's never a good feeling to go home having only beaten regional rivals. Sadly, I'll have to fix that next time.
Oh, it is a day to remember, and plenty of highlight players that performed massively for the side of XLG. They're definitely going to be going home tonight happy. But there's still plenty more work to do. It is the beginning, but for now, let's close out the day with the Verizon post-match interview and Leo.
We're surrounded by some very happy and satisfied XLG fans, but we've got to talk to Leo before he can go and meet them. Leo, first of all, what was your reaction to knowing you were going to be playing against Global Esports, given that you scrim against them so much?
第一个问题想问到的就是，当时你知道了你们可能今天要面对到GE的时候，尤其是你们有很多次训练赛的交手的经验之后，你的反应是什么样的？
我感觉就是可以像是平常一样这样子，因为就跟他们训练这么多次，我感觉更好的模拟就是在赛场上，其实就是像在训练赛一样。
I feel like we can just treat this game as usual because we scrim a lot, so we just like take this game as a scrim.
And Leo, tell me how you guys managed that comeback on Lotus. When did you realize you could win?
还想问的就是今天在莲花古城这一张图，你们完成你们状态的回调，你从哪一刻开始意识到你们的状态找回来了？
我觉得 就是 Happy 的发挥真的太关键了。我觉得这是从我们拿到 C 就是下包那一刻开始。
I feel like Happyway's performance is really brutal for us because after we plant the spike in the C side, we just knew that we can win.
Well, congratulations, you did win, Leo. You've made it to the playoffs. I want to let you go and celebrate with your incredible XLG fans. They've been chanting for you guys all afternoon. We'll see you on Friday, potentially, maybe Saturday. Thank you so much. I say Friday or Saturday because we don't know when XLG are going to be playing next because we've got to go to the draw show. Thank you so much, Echo, for translating. Leo, please go and meet the fans. You guys, come with me. So, I'm not alone on stage. Obviously, I'm joined with Nick for the draw show, but also we're joined by the coaches from our #1 seeded teams from our 4 regions. We've got Neil Zenio from Team Heretics, we've got Autumn, coach of EDG, we've got Alex of HyperX, and we've got Josh RT for G2. And this is quite simple, isn't it, Nick? You've just got to put your hands in the balls and find out which coach gets to pick first.
Hey everybody, yep, this draw is as simple as it gets, so I will simply pick a ball, that coach will come up and pick their opponent, and then we will add them to the bracket. We will be doing that in sequential order, so the first pick will go here, second pick will go here, and so on. And then after that, we'll determine the final schedule and move on.
Okay, shall we get our hands, or your hands specifically, on some balls, please, Nick?
All right, let's do it.
Here we go. Let's crack it open. Who picks first? It is Josh RT from G2. Let's all cast our eyes on who you're going to be picking. Any thoughts? I like how you're pretending to think hard about this. You already know who you want. Go on. It's our last recruited playoff team, XLG. Any thoughts as to why? Why have you just chosen the team that's still celebrating down there, Josh?
Honestly, I feel like we have a good matchup. I know the coach, I know the players very well, and I feel like it'll be a good game for us. You know?
Just a little bit of friendly banter. Nick, hands in the balls, please. Alex, if you're going to gossip on stage, I need you to say it into the microphone, please. Nick, crack it. EDG. Autumn stroking the chin. I love that these coaches are making things dramatic. They know. Show it to the audience. Autumn has picked Foot. Any reason?
Looking fun.
Looking fun! We love it. That's what we're here to have, guys. Fun. And Nick, you're not. You're here to do something very serious. Hands in the bowl, please. There we go. Nick well and truly milked that moment. I don't blame him. HyperX. All right then, Alex, come on. Decide. I like Neil Zenio looking so disappointed. You've already got 3 teams from Europe in. Come on. Did you just pretend that the audience chose that for you?
I was trying to see which one's louder.
What's that? Say
I was trying to see which one's louder.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to be a banging matchup. I can't wait to see the aggression in that particular one. And Nilzino, wait, no. Nick has to crack your name first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, those are the rules.
My bad, my bad.
Okay. Come on, Nick. Oh. Oh, what are the chances? It's Team Heretics. All right, Neil. There you go. Oh. Oh, what do you know, guys? It's another regional matchup. But it had to happen given that there are 3 EMEA teams in the playoffs. Neil Zenio, does this surprise you?
No, honestly, I kind of expected not to get a chance. I don't know why. But yeah, well, I'll take one. Like you said, there's 3 teams in the playoffs, so yeah, I'm happy.
Well, I can't wait to see when these matches are going to be happening, but that hasn't been decided yet because Nick needs to go backstage and have a natter with the powers that be from Riot Games. So make sure you keep your eyes on the socials to find out who'll be playing when. We have got a day off here to reset, give people a little bit of a break. But on Friday, we'll be coming back with the playoffs bracket. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you then.
Well, that was exciting. I'm here with Coach Boya from XLG. Now, I want your reaction from the draw. First of all, who were you hoping would pick you? Like, or who were you hoping to play against first?
I really want the Team HyperX pick us. I think it's a comfortable matchup for us.
Yeah.
And obviously, I didn't want G2 pick us. And that's obvious why, because we've been struggling with the 8 teams, but whatever happens, we're going to prepare better. And I hope Raga going to pop again.
Yeah.
And show them the real Raga.
All right.
What do you think it is that you struggle against the American teams? Like, why do you think that is?
I think it's about the style they play, because they used to play against EMEA teams, and this is the style that we actually playing, like at least we are trying to. And also, I would say because of the players' individual skill, it's a little bit higher. They're really fast on decisions. They have good macro and micro. And those aspects actually make sense on international stage.
What is it about the EMEA style that you liked bringing into this XLG team?
It's like when you're inserting someone, when you have like a full map control, when you have a main pack playing around the map and 2 guys controlling other zones, when you can hear rotations, just anyone can call you what to do and don't wait your IGL to tell you anything. And this is how I see the EMEA playstyle.
Yeah, it's working very well for you.
Yeah, it is. Now, this is very different than the last time you are on a global stage. You know, coming in not as first seed, they're picking a team this time. How do you think things will shake out a little bit differently? Do you think this is an advantage that XLG has been going through the Swiss gauntlet?
Actually, I think it's a little bit advantage because we had some practice on the stage. Those guys, they've been waiting like 1 week, I guess. For other teams to join them in the playoffs. Also, I'm happy that we could practice with different regions this time.
Yeah.
And maybe we get some more confidence because today my team looks way much better. Yesterday talks was like something that was really mandatory before today's game, and yeah, I think we have a little bit advantage.
I do want to ask about that. Do you guys have a performance coach, a mental coach? Because we've been hearing these interviews with Raga, and you know, he seems to be suffering from confidence, but when it comes out on the server, he's so dangerous. I mean, how do you manage that?
Actually, we've been trying different mental coaches. Probably we didn't find the proper one. We are still looking for someone, and now we have a psychologist who's helping us out. I think today Raga was doing fine because even from the morning his mental state was very, very good.
Yeah.
He is doing great, and I hope this is the start of his bringing back form point. Thank you.
When he answers some of those questions in a very direct way, is that just him being him, or is that actually part of the psychology where he's a little bit down on himself, maybe?
I mean, I know a little bit more about Raga than anyone else in the team. I would say there is something that comes from his childhood. I don't want to leak it, but yeah, I just want people to understand that he is that kind of player, and we all know he can change himself. It's just a question about the time.
Well, everyone should show Raga a little bit of love, a little bit of patience, and he definitely showed up today. And, you know, before we say goodbye, you are going to be facing against G2. Unfortunately, you know, you weren't happy about that, but do you have any words for Josh RT, for G2, before this happens?
Josh, Toronto was a prank from us. Santiago was a warm-up, and next match is going to be a real match, I hope.
I love to hear it. I love to hear it. I want to see XLG bring it to G2 and give them a bit of a challenge there. Now, today we did have to say goodbye to NRG and Global Esports. Both matches were so close, and really, you know, really sad to send both of these teams home.
Yeah, EMEA on top, and then even the EMEA style working for XLG. What can we say?
Look at you just trying to claim everything.
I'm just rage baiting you.
I know, and then you're so good at it. it. But yeah, I think that today went the distance. I think it was even closer than all the regional matchups. You know, we expected the regional matchups yesterday to be close, but today you could see how much both teams really wanted. It was crazy in your match, Hoiva, the back and forth, round by round. I'm sure it was extremely stressful for you throughout, but that's over. You guys can take a break. We are gonna have a break tomorrow and the matches do begin again. So check online, check our socials for the schedule. These are the teams that will be playing. I hope you guys are excited by this draw show. You can't blame Nick anymore, okay? These teams picked who they want to play. And do you guys are you excited about any particular of these matchups besides your own, Hoiva?
I'm excited about every match because I want to see the current form of each team, and I just hope it's going to be a really nice playoffs.
Yeah.
And I hope people will enjoy it more.
I think they will, and Mini.
HyperX Lev, I think for sure. The firepower, I said that Lev are the biggest firepower of this team of this tournament alongside HyperX, and I think that's going to be a fiery one.
Oh yeah, that's going to be super fun. I'm really looking forward to playoffs, which will be happening very soon. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Everyone's been working super hard on this show, and this concludes the Swiss stage. I'm your host, Victoria. We're joined by Minnie, Billy, who's backstage somewhere, and Hoiva, again, congratulations. Everyone have a good night, and we'll see you on Friday for playoffs.
We lose the game like this. Come on. One more.
chasing different melodies. Wanna switch a flavor, call it chemistry. Pushing different tunes, different remedies. Switch a flavor, call it chemistry. Call it chemistry. different tunes, different remedies. Smoke with enemies, whole team put in jeopardy. Chasing melodies that line up to the legacy. Pushing remedies, past the pain to ecstasy. You might hate it, but I'm only getting better, G. Couldn't step to me, your thoughts are not your entity. I spit a 32 and this shit turning 23. I kept it real, I really thought this was the end of me. But when I'm gone, you can't replicate this energy. Switching cadence to the ravers, it's my specialty. Switching fragrance to the flavors, call it chemistry. Dissing pagans and it souls like it's an equity. This one goes out to all my blazers rolling up the tree. Changing states and spreading out in body entropy. Switching places, couldn't figure out my destiny. They didn't want to know when it was just the mic and me. But now we rolling festivals when I was rolling sets for free. Whipping up a potion, clipping beats, ain't got time for all the fuss and the commotion. I really deep it till I'm frozen. They couldn't stop us when we step back into motion. Yes, you really miss a notion. How can I repeat the words that I've already spoken? Sunsets by the ocean, fill it up, treasure every moment.